Welcome, dear friends, to this gentle spring evening, a perfect time for relaxation and sweet dreams. As the soft whispers of spring fill the night air, we invite you to unwind and embrace the tranquility that surrounds us. Tonight's delightful stories are crafted to calm your mind and soothe your spirit, guiding you effortlessly into a restful slumber. Thank you for choosing to spend your precious time here with us. Remember, relaxation is the key to sweet dreams, and we're so glad to accompany you on this serene journey. For ad-free stories and a more immersive experience, join us on Patreon. Now, let's begin our soothing adventure. Story 1. The village of Mossgrove nestled in a valley where mist clung to the treetops like silver lace each dawn. Here, young Thorne tended the whispering gardens, a place where moonflowers hummed at twilight and rosemary released sighs of contentment when brushed by passing breezes. Thorne cherished the garden's predictable rhythms, the crocuses pushing through frost in early spring, the lavender blooming precisely when the bees needed it most. Change unsettled him. When storms bent branches or unexpected visitors arrived, he'd retreat to his potting shed, tracing the familiar grooves of his worn oak table until his heartbeat slowed. One autumn, an unnerving stillness settled over Mossgrove. The maple leaves refused to turn crimson. They clung stubbornly to green, as if frozen mid-breath. Worse, the garden's magic dimmed. Moonflowers fell silent, and the rosemary crumbled to dust at Thorne's touch. "It's the season's rhythm breaking," fretted Thorne, kneeling beside a withering snapdragon. If only things stayed as they should. His friend Alara, whose laughter chimed like wind chimes, found him there. She carried a basket of golden apples, their skins shimmering with dew. "Seasons change, dear Thorne," she said, offering him an apple. "Perhaps the garden isn't fading, it's waiting." When Thorne bit into the fruit, warmth spread through him, and for an instant the snapdragon's petals pulsed with faint light. But Thorne shook his head. Waiting for what? Everything's unraveling. The true crisis came with the first frost. Instead of settling gently, it arrived as jagged ice shards, piercing soil and stems. Thorne raced through rows, draping burlap over shuddering plants. In his panic, he stumbled upon the oldest corner of the garden, the forgotten plot where gnarled vines choked crumbling statues. There, hunched beneath a skeletal hawthorn, sat Maeve the Storyteller. Her cloak was woven from twilight shadows, and her eyes held the depth of root-tangled earth. "Fear frosts the heart faster than ice frosts the petal," she murmured, patting the mossy bench beside her. Maeve spoke of the garden's hidden magic. It mirrored the tender's spirit. When Thorne resisted change, the plants resisted too. "See." She pointed to a cluster of frost-bitten bluebells. "Their roots remember every storm they've weathered, so do yours." She placed a smooth river stone in his palm, a seeing stone, she called it. "Hold it when doubt whispers loudest." That night, Thorne clutched the stone as winds howled. Visions flickered within it, a seedling splitting its shell, a caterpillar dissolving into wings. "Change isn't destruction," Maeve's voice echoed in his mind. "It's the universe breathing." When dawn broke, Thorne returned to the forgotten plot. Instead of fighting the overgrowth, he pruned with gentle hands, whispering apologies to the vines. To his astonishment, where thorns fell away, luminous buds swelled, pearl-white flowers that glowed like captured starlight. Alara joined him, weaving ribbons through the new blossoms. "They're called courage lilies," she said. "They only bloom when someone tends broken things with kindness." Finn, the village woodcarver, arrived next, fashioning supports from fallen branches. "Strength isn't in standing rigid," he said, securing a trembling sapling. "It's in bending so you don't break." Their presence wrapped Thorne in quiet courage. The frost deepened. One midnight, ice encased the great oak-heart tree, the garden's ancient guardian. its leaves turned brittle as glass. Thorne pressed his palms to its frozen trunk, the seeing stone cold against his chest. "I'm scared," he confessed to the silent wood, "but I'll stand with you." As he spoke, warmth kindled beneath his hands. Roots stirred beneath the frost, cracking ice like dragon scales. From the thawed earth sprang vines heavy with glowing berries, their light melting the frost in rippling circles. Where berries touched the oak heart, bark softened and new leaves unfurled, not green but iridescent silver, shimmering with captured moonlight. By spring, Mossgrove's magic had transformed. The Whispering Gardens now bloomed in phases no almanac could predict, snowdrops flowering beside midsummer roses, autumn mushrooms ringing spring violets. Children chased fireflies that winked in rhythm with the courage lilies' glow. Thorne still tended his routines, but now he paused to marvel at a sudden patch of night-blooming jasmine or a caterpillar knitting its chrysalis beside his shed. Change, he realized, wasn't chaos, it was the garden dreaming new dreams. On the eve of the Bloom Festival, villagers gathered beneath Oakheart's luminous canopy. Maeve smiled as Thorne offered her a cup of thyme tea. "You tended your own roots well," she said. Ilara strung garlands of silver leaves, while Finn played a lullaby on his reed flute. Thorne looked at his hands, once anxious, now steady, and understood. The magic hadn't been in controlling seasons, but in learning their dance. Personal growth was the quiet miracle of a heart opening like a bud, fragile, necessary, and radiant with unseen light. As stars pricked the velvet sky, Thorne settled onto his bench. The garden hummed around him, a symphony of rustling leaves, chirping crickets, and petals unfurling in the dark. He closed his eyes, breathing in the scent of damp soil and blooming possibility. Somewhere nearby, a moonflower sighed, content. All was well, and all would be well in its own tender time. Story 2. The old grandfather clock in the hallway chimed 10 times, each deep bong echoing through the silent house like a stone dropped into a still pond. Leo traced the worn patch on his quilt, the moonlight painting silver stripes across his floorboards. He should be asleep, but a restless feeling hummed beneath his skin, a sense of something waiting just beyond the edge of his ordinary world. Earlier that day, while exploring the dusty, forgotten corners of the attic, Leo had found it. Nestled inside a carved wooden box smelling of cedar and secrets lay a compass. Not an ordinary compass, mind you. Its brass casing was etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shift in the lamplight, and instead of pointing north, its single, luminous needle quivered persistently towards the dark silhouette of the Whispering Woods bordering his grandfather's farm. Hesitantly, Leo slid out of bed, the cool wooden floor sending a shiver up his bare feet. He padded to the window, clutching the strange compass. Outside, the Whispering Woods looked vast and unknowable under the full moon, its ancient trees standing like silent, watchful guardians. The compass needle, glowing with a soft, internal light, tugged insistently towards the tree line. A whisper, not of sound but of feeling, seemed to brush against his mind. "Come. See." Against all sensible bedtime thoughts, Leo pulled on his worn boots and a thick sweater, pocketed the compass, and slipped out into the cool night. The farmyard felt different at night, larger, quieter. The familiar scent of hay and earth was overlaid with the damp perfume of dew and something wilder, greener, drifting from the woods. As he approached the ancient oak that marked the boundary, the compass needle pulsed brighter. Stepping beneath the first canopy of leaves felt like crossing an invisible threshold. The air grew instantly cooler, filled with the rustle of unseen creatures and the sighing breath of the trees. Moonlight filtered down in dappled patterns, illuminating a path Leo had never noticed before, winding away into the deeper gloom. The compass needle steadied, pointing unerringly down this hidden trail. Taking a deep breath of the moss-scented air, Leo followed. The deeper he walked, the more the woods transformed. Ferns unfurled like emerald scrolls, their fronds brushing against his legs with a velvety touch. Glowing mushrooms like tiny fallen stars dotted the path and clustered on decaying logs, casting an ethereal blue and green light. Fireflies winked in and out of existence like playful spirits. The sounds grew richer, the gurgle of an unseen stream, the distant hoot of an owl that sounded oddly like a question, and beneath it all, a low, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate through the roots beneath his feet and into his very bones. The compass felt warm in his hand, a reassuring presence. He wasn't afraid, not exactly. He felt expected. After walking for what felt like hours, yet also only moments in the timeless wood, the path opened into a small clearing bathed in silver moonlight. At its center stood a stone archway, draped in shimmering vines covered in luminous white flowers that looked like frozen moonlight. The compass needle pointed straight through the arch. As Leo stepped closer, the air within the arch shimmered, like heat haze over a summer road, but cool and inviting. He stepped through. The sensation was like plunging into cool, clear water. For a moment, sound and sight blurred. Then he stood blinking in a place that stole his breath. He was in a vast, moonlit glade, but unlike anything he'd ever imagined. Giant luminous flowers pulsed with soft light amethyst, topaz, and pearl. Trees with bark like polished silver and leaves of spun gold reached towards a sky filled with unfamiliar constellations that seemed to dance. The air thrummed with gentle magic, tasting sweet and clean. This was the heart of the Whispering Woods, a hidden world folded within the ordinary one. "You found the Heartstone compass," a voice said, soft and rustling, like dry leaves stirred by a breeze. Leo spun around. Perched on a glowing toadstool was a creature no taller than his knee. It resembled a hedgehog, but its spines were like delicate, crystalline shards that refracted the moonlight into tiny rainbows. Its eyes, large and dark as polished obsidian, held an ancient, gentle wisdom. A tiny satchel woven from spider silk hung at its side. What are you?" Leo whispered, clutching the compass. "I am Bramble," the creature replied, inclining its head. "Keeper of the Glimmer Glade, and well, lately, the watcher of the fading light." Sadness tinged Bramble's rustling voice. "The compass chose you. It always finds the one who needs it, and whom the glade needs." "Chose me for what?" Leo asked, bewildered. Bramble hopped down from the toadstool, its crystalline spines chiming softly. "To help Leo, the Glimmer Glade is sick. Can you feel it?" Bramble gestured with a tiny paw. Leo focused. Beneath the surface beauty, he sensed it, a faint discordant note in the hum of the place, a slight gray tinge on the edges of the luminous petals, a tremor of unease in the air. It was like looking at a beautiful tapestry and seeing a few threads beginning to unravel. "It started with the shadow moss," Bramble explained, leading Leo towards the far edge of the glade. "It crept in from the outer woods, a blight that drains light and life. It's spreading faster now, choking the glowvines, silencing the songbirds." Bramble stopped at the glade's edge. Here, the vibrant colors ended abruptly. A creeping, gray-green moss covered the ground and climbed the trees, snuffing out the light where it touched. It felt cold and strangely hungry. The humming beneath Leo's feet faltered here, replaced by a disturbing silence. "The Heartstone compass," Bramble continued, pointing to Leo's hand, "doesn't point north. It points towards what matters most. Right now it brought you here to the heart of the trouble. But to heal the glade, we need the source of the shadow moss deep within the Murkroot caves, and to find that, the compass needs to be awakened. It requires a drop of pure moonlight gathered from the mirror pool at the glade's center, and a willing heart to guide it." Leo looked from the desolate shadow moss to the hopeful gleam in Bramble's dark eyes. He thought of the safe warmth of his bed, so far away. Then he looked at the fading beauty of the Glimmer Glade, at Bramble's small, determined form. The compass in his hand pulsed warmly, not tugging but asking. "I'll help," Leo said, his voice firmer than he felt. "What do we do?" Bramble's spines shimmered with relief. First, the mirror pool. They made their way to the center of the glade, where a pool of impossibly clear water lay, reflecting the dancing stars above as if it held a piece of the night sky itself. Bramble produced a tiny, iridescent shell from its satchel. "Hold the compass over the water," it instructed. Leo knelt, the damp earth cool through his trousers. He held the brass compass just above the still surface. Bramble dipped the shell into the pool. As it broke the surface, ripples spread outwards, but the reflection of the stars didn't waver. Bramble scooped a shellful of shimmering water that seemed to hold liquid starlight. With infinite care, Bramble tipped the shell. A single radiant drop fell onto the face of the compass. The effect was instantaneous. The swirling etchings on the brass casing blazed with silver light. The luminous needle flared brightly, then spun wildly before settling, pointing not towards the shadow moss but deeper into the hidden world, towards a dark cleft in a cliff face Leo hadn't noticed before the entrance to the Murkroot Caves. The light from the compass now cast a warm, protective circle around them, pushing back the creeping gloom at the glade's edge. "It knows the way," Bramble said. "But the caves, they are not welcoming. The shadow moss thrives there, and it twists perception. We must stick close to the compass light and to each other." The entrance to the Murkroot Caves was a jagged maw in the silvery cliff face. An unnatural chill emanated from it, along with the smell of damp stone and something faintly sour. The Heartstone compass's light felt like a small, brave sun in Leo's hand as they stepped inside. The cave walls were slick with condensation and thickly carpeted in the gray-green shadow moss, which seemed to absorb the light greedily. Strange, echoing drips sounded in the distance, and the air felt heavy and still, thick with silence. The compass light revealed twisted rock formations that looked like frozen screams. As they ventured deeper, the path forked and twisted. The shadow moss seemed to pulse faintly, and whispers began to slither through Leo's mind, not words, but feelings. "Go back. You don't belong here. It's too dark. You're too small." He felt a cold knot of fear tighten in his stomach. He glanced at Bramble. The little creature was walking resolutely, but its crystalline spines were drawn tight against its body. "It's trying to scare us," Bramble murmured, its rustling voice small in the oppressive silence. "The moss feeds on fear and doubt. Remember the light, Leo. Remember why we're here." Leo tightened his grip on the warm compass. He thought of the glimmer glade, of the luminous flowers, and the gentle hum. He thought of Bramble's trust. He focused on the steady pulse of light in his hand, pushing back against the insidious whispers. The compass light flared slightly brighter in response, as if acknowledging his courage. "We keep going," Leo said, his voice echoing strangely in the tunnel. The caves became a labyrinth. Stalactites hung like fangs dripping with dark moisture. Strange, pallid fungi glowed with a sickly green light. At one point, the path narrowed to a ledge beside a bottomless black chasm. The shadow moss grew thicker here, tendrils reaching out like grasping fingers. Leo's heart hammered against his ribs as he inched along, pressing his back against the cold rock, the compass held out before him. Its light made the moss recoil slightly, hissing like steam. Bramble, nimble and sure-footed, scampered ahead, finding secure holds for Leo's boots. "Slowly now," Bramble encouraged. "One step, then another. The compass light is your anchor." They crossed the chasm. Deeper still they went, the air growing colder, the shadow moss denser. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, trying to sow images of failure, of the glade consumed, of Bramble lost. Leo gritted his teeth, focusing on the warmth of the compass, the memory of moonlight on the mirror pool, the feel of Bramble's small presence beside him. He realized the compass wasn't just showing the way, it was reflecting his own resolve, amplifying his courage. Finally, after what felt like an eternity in the suffocating dark, the tunnel opened into a vast cavern. In its center lay a still, inky pool. Rising from the pool was a grotesque formation, a twisted spire of black rock, covered in the thickest, most virulent shadow moss Leo had seen. It pulsed with a slow, malevolent rhythm, like a diseased heart. Tendrils of the moss snaked out across the cavern floor and walls, disappearing into countless fissures. This was the source. The air here was thick with despair, a physical weight pressing down on them. The compass light dimmed, struggling against the overwhelming darkness emanating from the spire. "The heartroot spire," Bramble whispered, awe and dread mingling in its voice. "The shadow moss has corrupted its core. This is where the blight begins." "How do we stop it?" Leo asked, his voice barely a whisper against the oppressive silence. "The spire was once a source of light, connected to the heart of the glade," Bramble explained, its eyes fixed on the pulsing darkness. "The shadow moss smothered it. To cleanse it, we need pure light, offered willingly. The compass holds moonlight, but it needs a spark of true courage, a light kindled from within to ignite it." Bramble looked up at Leo, its dark eyes filled with a profound trust. "The compass chose you, Leo. Your heart holds the key. You must take the compass to the base of the spire and offer your light." Leo stared at the pulsing monstrosity. Fear, cold and sharp, threatened to paralyze him. The whispers surged, "Foolish child. Your light is nothing. It will consume you." He looked down at the heartstone compass. It felt warm, a steady pulse against his palm. He thought of the fading glade, of Bramble's unwavering friendship, of the journey that had brought him here. He hadn't felt brave when he started, but he had kept going. Step by step, light by light. That was courage. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, Leo stepped forward. The shadow moss recoiled violently from the compass light, but the darkness radiating from the spire intensified, a physical force pushing against him, whispering lies of weakness. Each step was an effort, like wading through thick tar. Bramble stayed close, a small beacon of companionship. "Remember the glade," Bramble rustled. "Remember the moonlight." Leo focused. He remembered the silver light on the mirror pool. He remembered the warmth of his grandfather's attic, the quiet comfort of his quilt. He remembered the feeling of stepping into the woods, the wonder of the glimmer glade, Bramble's first words. He remembered the ledge over the chasm, the fear he'd pushed through. He gathered all these points of light love, wonder, friendship, determination, and held them fiercely in his heart. He poured that feeling into the compass he clutched. As he reached the base of the corrupted spire, the heartstone compass erupted. Not just with moonlight, but with a radiant, golden white light that burst from Leo's very core, channeled through the compass. It wasn't a beam, but a wave-pure, cleansing light that washed over the shadow moss-covered spire. The vile moss shrieked silently, writhing and shriveling where the light touched it, turning to harmless gray dust that floated away on a sudden, clean breeze that stirred within the cavern. The light surged upwards, cleansing the spire, revealing beneath the moss a core of pure, clear crystal that began to pulse with a soft, warm, golden light. The darkness shattered and fled, retreating into the fissures and vanishing. The oppressive weight lifted instantly. The cavern was filled with the warm, golden glow emanating from the cleansed heartroot spire. The Inkai pool cleared, reflecting the spire's light like liquid gold. The whispering shadows were gone, replaced by a profound, peaceful silence. Leo swayed, suddenly exhausted, the light from the compass fading back to its gentle silver glow. Bramble rushed to his side. "You did it, Leo, you truly did it." The little creature's crystalline spines sparkled with reflected gold, and its dark eyes shone with tears of joy. The journey back through the caves was transformed. The shadow moss was gone, replaced by patches of soft, glowing lichen. The air was fresh and cool, no longer heavy with despair. The path seemed clearer, easier. As they emerged from the cave entrance into the hidden world, they saw the change spreading like a wave. The gray tinge was vanishing from the glimmer glade. The luminous flowers pulsed brighter, their colors deeper and more vibrant. The golden and silver trees seemed to stand taller. The gentle hum of the place returned, stronger and sweeter than before, a symphony of life restored. Fireflies danced in jubilant swirls. Wordlessly, Leo and Bramble walked back to the mirror pool at the glade's center. The water shimmered, reflecting the now radiant heartroot spire in the distance and the dancing constellations above. The heartstone compass in Leo's hand was warm, its needle now pointing steadily back towards the stone archway, towards home. Its work here was done. "The glade remembers," Bramble said softly, gazing at the restored beauty. "And it thanks you, Leo. The heartstone compass found the heart it needed." Leo knelt by the pool. He felt different. Not just tired, but fuller. Braver. The timid boy who had crept out his window was still there, but he had grown around the edges, filled with the memory of moonlight and courage and an impossible friendship. He looked at Bramble. "Will I ever see you again?" Bramble touched Leo's hand with a tiny, cool paw. "The Whispering Woods remember their friends. The Glimmer Glade is always here, folded within the green. When your heart needs wonder, or when the glade needs a friend, the path may open again. Look for the fireflies dancing in a circle, or listen for the oak sighing your name on a still night." Bramble's eyes held a knowing twinkle. "And you carry a piece of the glade with you always now, in here." Bramble tapped Leo's chest gently. Leo nodded, a lump in his throat. He knew it was time. Holding the compass, he walked towards the shimmering stone archway. He glanced back once. Bramble stood by the mirror pool, a small, sparkling figure waving a tiny paw. The luminous flowers swayed as if in farewell. Leo stepped through the arch. The transition was gentle this time, a sigh of cool air. He found himself standing under the ancient oak at the edge of the ordinary woods, bordering his grandfather's farm. Dawn was just beginning to blush the eastern sky, painting the clouds in soft pinks and golds. The Whispering Woods looked peaceful, just trees and shadows again. The heartstone compass in his hand was cool brass once more, its needle pointing steadily north. But it felt different, lighter, yet imbued with a quiet warmth. Leo slipped back into the quiet house, up the stairs, and into his room. He placed the compass carefully on his bedside table. As he climbed back under his quilt, the first rays of true sunlight streamed through his window, warm and golden. He felt a profound sense of peace, the lingering warmth of the glade's magic, and the quiet strength of the courage he'd found nestled deep within himself. The memory of luminous flowers, crystalline spines, and a spire of pure light filled him with a quiet joy. He closed his eyes, the scent of dew and distant, wild greenness seeming to linger in the room. Outside, the Whispering Woods stood sentinel, holding their secret close, a hidden world of wonder resting just beyond sight, waiting for the next willing heart to find the path. And as sleep finally claimed him, Leo knew, with a certainty as deep as roots and as bright as moonlight, that true magic wasn't just in hidden glades or enchanted compasses, but in the courage to follow the light within and the friendships that illuminate the way. The grandfather clock chimed once softly, a gentle echo in the dawn. All was well. Story 3. The embers in the hearth glowed softly, casting dancing shadows on the walls. Outside, the wind whispered secrets to the old oak tree. Tonight, dear listener, we journey to a quiet village nestled between rolling hills and a whispering forest, where the most ordinary things sometimes held the most extraordinary magic. In this village lived a thoughtful boy named Milo. Milo wasn't the loudest or the fastest, but he noticed things others missed. The intricate pattern of a spider's web glistening with dew, the way sunlight painted rainbows on the dusty floor of the barn, the faint scent of wild mint carried on the breeze. His greatest treasure was his grandfather's old brass compass. Its glass was scratched, its needle sometimes trembled, and it rarely pointed true north. But Milo cherished it, keeping it safe in a worn velvet pouch. One crisp autumn evening, while helping his mother tidy the attic, Milo rediscovered the compass tucked inside an old wooden box filled with buttons and broken watches. As he held it, feeling the cool brass against his palm, something remarkable happened. Instead of the familiar, jittery needle, a soft, warm light bloomed within the glass. The needle steadied, not pointing north, but pointing resolutely towards the dark outline of the whispering woods beyond the village fence. Milo gasped. The light pulsed gently, like a tiny heartbeat. He turned and the needle swung, always pointing towards the woods. A thrill, part curiosity and part apprehension, tingled down his spine. The woods were usually avoided at night. Tales of confusing paths and strange sounds kept villagers away. But the compass, glowing with its gentle, insistent light, felt like an invitation, not a warning. Gathering his courage and a small lantern, Milo slipped out into the cool night. The moon, a silver coin in the sky, cast long shadows. Crickets chirped a rhythmic song. He held the compass before him, its light a small, steady beacon leading him towards the ancient trees. The scent of damp earth and decaying leaves filled the air as he stepped under the canopy, the village lights fading behind him. The deeper he ventured, the more the woods seemed alive. Twigs crackled underfoot, unseen creatures rustled in the undergrowth, and the wind sighed through the branches like distant voices. The compass led him off the known paths, through thickets of ferns and over moss-covered stones that felt like velvet under his boots. Just as a flicker of doubt began to stir, a gruff voice spoke from the darkness near his feet. HMPH, trespassing are we, and with a glowing trinket, bold for a sapling. Milo jumped, nearly dropping the lantern. Peering down, he saw a large, grumpy-looking badger, his fur striped black and white, peering at him with intelligent, beady eyes. He sat beside a burrow entrance, partially hidden by roots. I'm not trespassing, Sir Badger," Milo stammered, holding up the compass. "My compass, it started glowing and led me here. It feels important." The badger sniffed the air near the compass. "That old thing belonged to Old Man Hemlock, didn't it? Knew him, wise fellow, always listening." He tilted his head. "Name's Bramble, and since you're here disturbing my contemplation, you might as well be useful. That glow, it's pointing towards the Heartwood glade. Something's amiss there tonight. Fog's rolled in thicker than badger fur, and it's confused. Makes the paths twist and the air taste wrong. Even the owls are quiet." A challenge. But how could Milo help with fog? Before he could ask, a soft rustle came from above. A beautiful red fox, her fur gleaming like polished copper in the moonlight, padded silently onto a low branch. Her eyes were calm and knowing. "The fog listens, young one," she said, her voice a soothing murmur. "But it cannot hear itself, it's lost its own song. My name is Willow." She glanced at Bramble. "Grumpy here is right, the glade is troubled. Your light," she nodded towards the compass, "is clear. Perhaps you can help the fog remember." Milo looked from the gruff badger to the serene fox, then down at the softly pulsing compass in his hand. "Help it remember how?" "With the oldest magic," Willow said softly. "Listening." Bramble grunted. "And not rushing about like a startled hedgehog. Walk slow, speak true. Fog sensitive, see. Gets tangled in loud noises and fast feet." Guided by the unwavering compass light and accompanied by his unexpected companions, Milo pressed deeper. Soon, a thick, swirling mist enveloped them. It wasn't cold, but it felt heavy, damp, and disorienting, like walking through damp silk. Shapes shifted confusingly, trees seemed to move, paths vanished beneath his feet only to reappear behind him. Bramble muttered about nonsense fog, while Willow moved with silent grace, her tail a faint rudder in the gloom. The compass light remained a constant warm point, cutting through the swirling gray. "See," Bramble whispered. "It's all mixed up, doesn't know if it's rising or falling, morning or night, needs a steady sound to follow." Remembering Willow's words, Milo stopped. He took a deep breath, the damp air filling his lungs. Instead of pushing forward blindly, he closed his eyes for a moment, listening. He heard the drip of moisture from leaves, the soft hoot of an owl far away, Bramble's low grumble, the whisper of Willow's paws on the moss. And beneath it all, a faint, dissonant hum, the sound of the fog itself, lost and directionless. He opened his eyes and looked at the compass. Its light pulsed gently, steadily. An idea sparked. He didn't need to fight the fog or shout at it. He needed to offer it something constant, something true, like the compass needle pointing its unwavering way. Milo began to hum. It wasn't a fancy tune, just a simple, quiet melody his grandfather used to sing while whittling wood. A melody of home, of hearth fires, of quiet evenings. He hummed softly, letting the sound flow easily, matching the gentle pulse of the compass light. He walked slowly, deliberately, following the compass, his humming a quiet anchor in the swirling confusion. At first, nothing changed. The fog swirled thickly. But Milo kept humming, focusing on the steady light, the simple tune, the feel of the earth beneath his careful steps. Bramble stopped his grumbling and walked quietly beside him. Willow padded ahead, her movements fluid and calm, reinforcing the sense of steady progress. Slowly, subtly, the fog began to shift. The dissonant hum softened. The swirling seemed less frantic, more like a gentle dance. The oppressive dampness lifted slightly, replaced by a cool, clean moisture. The confusing shapes of trees settled back into their true forms. Milo kept humming, pouring his focus into the simple act of being steady and true, guided by the compass and his own quiet resolve. They emerged into the Heartwood Glade, a small, circular meadow usually bathed in moonlight. The fog here was no longer thick and confusing, but a soft, luminous veil that drifted gracefully around the ancient oak tree standing sentinel in the center. The dissonant hum had transformed into a soft, harmonious sigh, like the forest breathing peacefully. The compass light flared warmly once, then gently faded, the needle going still. It felt warm and content in Milo's hand, its secret task complete. "Well, sapling," Bramble said, his gruffness softened. "You did it, found the glade's heart and calmed the fretful fog. Didn't need claws or shouting, just a steady tune in that stubborn light." Willow brushed her head gently against Milo's leg. "You listened to the quietest voice," she said. "The voice of the compass, the voice of the fog, the voice inside yourself. That is true wisdom. The fog was lost, and you offered it a true path to follow your own steadiness." Milo looked at the compass, now just an ordinary brass instrument again, resting coolly in his palm. He felt different, too. He hadn't conquered anything with force. He had simply understood, listened, and offered kindness. The journey through the whispering woods, guided by a magical secret and helped by a grumpy badger and a wise fox, had changed him. He understood now that wonder wasn't always about grand explosions, but about quiet noticing, patient listening, and the steady light of kindness one could carry within. Bramble nudged him towards the path home. "Off you go, sapling, dawn's not far off, your folks might wonder." Willow gave him a final, approving nod before melting silently back into the trees. Following the now familiar path back, guided by the rising moon, Milo felt a deep sense of peace. The woods seemed friendlier, the sounds less mysterious, more like a language he was beginning to understand. He held the compass tightly, not because it glowed, but because it reminded him of the extraordinary secret hidden within the ordinary and the quiet power of listening and staying true. He slipped back into his quiet house just as the first pale light of dawn touched the horizon. Placing the compass back in its velvet pouch, he knew its magic wasn't gone. It was simply resting, a quiet promise of wonder waiting to be rediscovered. As he climbed into bed, the scent of damp earth and leaves still clinging to him, he felt a comforting warmth spread through him, a warmth born of gentle discovery and the quiet wisdom found in the heart of the whispering woods. The last thing he saw before sleep claimed him was the faintest, contented pulse of light from the pouch on his bedside table, a silent lullaby of secrets kept and wonders shared. And the forest outside sighed peacefully, its fog now a gentle shawl woven with harmony, grateful for the boy who had listened. Story 4. The old oak tree in Oliver's backyard had always whispered secrets when the wind blew just right. On this particular autumn evening, as golden leaves pirouetted to the damp earth and the scent of wood smoke curled from distant chimneys, the whispers seemed louder, more insistent. 10-year-old Oliver, feeling the familiar pang of loneliness that often visited him when twilight painted the sky in lavender and peach, leaned against the rough bark. His parents were kind but busy, and the bustling town felt miles away from their quiet cottage nestled at the forest's edge. Just another ordinary evening, Oliver sighed, tracing the intricate patterns of moss with his finger. But then something extraordinary happened. His finger caught on a knot in the wood that felt different, cooler, smoother. He peered closer. Nestled deep within the gnarled bark, almost invisible unless struck by the dying rays of the sun at precisely this angle, was a small, perfectly round stone. It wasn't shiny like a gem, but rather held a soft, internal glow, like moonlight captured in river water. Its surface was etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer when he touched it. As Oliver's fingers closed around the stone, a profound warmth spread through his palm, traveling up his arm and settling into his chest like a comforting sip of hot cocoa. The whispering of the leaves intensified, transforming from rustles into distinct, melodic sighs. "Welcome, seeker," they seemed to hum. Then, the ground beneath the oak's massive roots shimmered. Where there had been only packed earth and fallen leaves, a hidden entrance appeared, a gentle slope leading downwards, illuminated by the soft, greenish light of phosphorescent fungi clinging to the damp earth walls. It smelled of rich loam, damp stone, and something else, something ancient and alive. Heart pounding with a mixture of trepidation and thrilling curiosity, Oliver clutched the warm stone and stepped into the opening. The air grew cooler, damper, filled with the rhythmic dripping of water somewhere unseen. The tunnel twisted gently, leading him deeper. The glowing fungi became more abundant, casting dancing shadows on the walls. After what felt like both moments and hours, the tunnel opened into a cavern so vast it stole Oliver's breath. He stood on a ledge overlooking the root hollow. Below him stretched a breathtaking subterranean world. Gigantic, luminous mushrooms, taller than Oliver himself, glowed in hues of soft blue, gentle green, and warm amber, casting pools of colored light on the cavern floor. Bioluminescent vines draped like celestial curtains from the impossibly high ceiling, where clusters of crystals refracted the soft glow into shimmering constellations. A wide, slow-moving river wound through the landscape, its water clear and sparkling, reflecting the lights above like liquid stars. Strange, beautiful plants with iridescent leaves unfurled near its banks. The air hummed with a gentle, harmonious sound, the song of the earth itself, Oliver thought, a deep, resonant vibration he felt in his bones. "Remarkable, isn't it?" a voice rasped, startling Oliver. He spun around. Perched on a nearby glowing toadstool was a creature, unlike anything he'd ever seen. About the size of a large squirrel, it was covered in dense, velvety fur the color of moss and shadow. Large, intelligent eyes, the deep green of forest pools, regarded him curiously. Its ears were large and tufted, twitching constantly and delicate, almost translucent wings, like those of a dragonfly but patterned with intricate silver veins, were neatly folded against its back. Most striking was its face, wise and ancient, yet holding a spark of youthful mischief. "I am Grindel," the creature announced, puffing out its furry chest slightly. Keeper of the glimmer paths and reluctant guide to lost surface dwellers. Its voice was a dry rustle of autumn leaves, yet surprisingly clear. Oliver stammered, clutching his glowing stone. I found this. Under the oak tree." Grindel's large eyes fixed on the stone. "Ah," it breathed, a note of reverence in its rasp. "The Heartstone, it hasn't chosen a bearer in many turnings of the seasons." It hopped down from the toadstool, landing with surprising lightness. It senses a need, a loneliness echoing the Hollow's own. "The Hollow is lonely," Oliver asked, bewildered, looking around at the vibrant, glowing world. "Not lonely," Grindel corrected gently, "but diminished, out of balance. The connection weakens." It gestured with a small, clawed paw towards the luminous river. "The glimmer flow runs low, the singing stones fall silent, the light weavers struggle, something vital is fading." Its large green eyes held Oliver's. The Heartstone awakened because it sensed you could feel the imbalance too, a kindred spirit. Oliver thought of the whispers of the oak, the quiet ache in his chest. "What can I do?" "The Heartstone is a key," Grindel explained, "and a compass. It resonates with the source of the Hollow's life force, the crystal heart, deep within the whispering chasms. But the path is perilous and the heart's light is dimming. We must journey to it, discover why it falters, and restore the flow." Grindel puffed out its furry chest again. "And as keeper of the glimmer paths, it falls to me to guide you. Though," it added with a sigh that sounded like wind through dry grass, "I do wish it wasn't quite so damp near the chasms." Thus began their unlikely alliance. Oliver, the quiet boy seeking connection, and Grindel, the small, slightly grumpy creature with ancient knowledge hidden beneath mossy fur. Their journey started along the banks of the Glimmer Flow. They navigated fields of colossal, glowing fungi, their caps like colorful umbrellas sheltering patches of luminous clover. Oliver learned to tread softly, avoiding patches of bioluminescent moss that released puffs of sparkling dust when disturbed. Grindel pointed out hidden paths, barely visible trails marked by subtly glowing pebbles, or the scent of specific luminescent flowers. Their first challenge came at the River of Whispers. The glimmer flow narrowed, rushing faster over smooth, singing stones that usually emitted harmonious tones. Now, only a discordant, mournful hum filled the air. The stepping stones they needed to cross were slick and treacherous. Grindel fluttered anxiously on Oliver's shoulder, his claws pricking lightly. "The stones sing of sorrow," Grindel murmured, his voice barely audible over the water's rush. "They feel the heart's distress." Oliver felt the Heartstone grow warm against his chest. He closed his eyes, focusing not on the rushing water, but on the discordant hum. He remembered the feeling of loneliness, the ache of disconnection. He poured that feeling not with sadness, but with understanding, into the stone. The Heartstone pulsed, sending a wave of gentle, golden light washing over the nearest singing stone. The discordant hum softened, shifted, then resolved into a single, pure, resonant note. One by one, as Oliver focused his quiet empathy through the stone, the stepping stones regained their song, creating a stable, melodic path across the river. Grindel stared, his large eyes wide with astonishment. "Empathy," he breathed. You didn't force it, you listened. That is true connection. Deeper into the hollow they ventured, into the valley of shifting stones. Here, the ground wasn't stable. Massive boulders, covered in the same faintly glowing lichen, seemed to subtly rearrange themselves when not observed directly. A wrong step could trap a leg or worse. Grindel fluttered ahead, his wings humming softly. They shift with the heart's rhythm, he explained, hovering near a particularly large, moss-covered stone. But the rhythm is erratic now. We must move with intention, not haste. Oliver watched the stones, trying to discern a pattern, but they seemed random. He felt frustration bubbling. He wanted to rush, to reach the crystal heart quickly. The heartstone grew cool against his skin. He took a deep breath, inhaling the damp, mineral-rich air. Patience. He remembered his mother tending her garden, moving slowly, deliberately. He focused on Grindel, watching the creature's careful observation, the way it tested the air with its twitching whiskers. Oliver forced himself to slow down, to observe the subtle vibrations in the ground, the almost imperceptible sigh a stone made before it shifted minutely. He learned to step only when the stone beneath him felt settled, solid. He waited for Grindel's signal, a soft chirp or a flick of its tail. Progress was slow, painstaking, but safe. By the valley's end, Oliver's initial frustration had melted into a calm, focused determination. He understood the value of patience, of moving in harmony with the world around him, not against it. The air grew colder as they approached the whispering chasms. Jagged walls of dark rock rose high, split by deep, shadowed fissures. A mournful wind sighed through the cracks, carrying voices that seemed to echo forgotten fears and doubts. The chasms whispered doubts, Grindel warned, huddling closer to Oliver's neck, his fur fluffed against the chill. They amplify uncertainty. Stay focused on the Heartstone's light. As they entered the narrowest fissure, the whispering grew louder. Oliver heard voices echoing his own deepest insecurities. You're too quiet, Oliver. No one notices you. You'll fail. You don't belong here. You'll only make it worse. The darkness pressed in, the Heartstone's glow seeming feeble against the oppressive shadows. Fear, cold and sharp, prickled down his spine. He wanted to turn back. Then he felt Grindel's small, warm body pressed firmly against his cheek. He heard the creature's own rapid, frightened breathing. Grindel was scared too, yet he pressed on. Oliver remembered crossing the river of whispers by listening, navigating the valley of shifting stones with patience. He thought of the vibrant world Grindel had shown him, the beauty that was fading. He focused on the warm pulse of the Heartstone, not as a shield against the whispers, but as an anchor to his own inner strength. He acknowledged the fear, the doubts they were just whispers on the wind, not truth. He thought of Grindel's trust, the kindness in the creature's large green eyes. He thought of the singing stones he'd calmed, the patience he'd learned. He wasn't alone. He belonged here on this journey because he felt the connection, the loneliness, the need to mend. He took a step forward, then another, his focus not on silencing the whispers, but on the gentle light of the Heartstone and the small, warm presence on his shoulder. We belong here, Grindel, he said softly, his voice surprisingly steady in the echoing gloom. We're needed. The whispers seemed to lessen, not vanishing but receding, as if acknowledging his quiet courage. Grindel chirped, a sound of pure relief and admiration. Finally they emerged into a vast, echoing chamber deep within the heart of the earth. At its center, on a natural pedestal of smooth, dark rock, rested the crystal heart. It was larger than Oliver, a magnificent geode cracked open to reveal clusters of pure, luminous crystals within. But its light was sickly, flickering erratically, casting long, trembling shadows instead of its usual radiant glow. Tendrils of creeping, dark, thorny vines snaked around the pedestal, their roots digging deep into the rock floor. Each pulse of the heart's fading light seemed to cause the vines to writhe and tighten their grip. The blight vine, Grindel whispered, his voice filled with sorrow. It feeds on doubt and disconnection. As the heart weakens, it grows stronger, choking its light. Oliver approached cautiously, the heartstone blazing warmly in his hand, resonating powerfully with the ailing crystal heart. He could feel its pain, its fading pulse, a deep, rhythmic thrum that was the very heartbeat of the root hollow. He could also feel the cold, grasping hunger of the blight vine. "How do we stop it?" Oliver asked, his voice echoing in the cavern. "Only pure connection can weaken it," Grindel said, fluttering nervously near a cluster of crystals. "The heartstone amplifies intention. It must be a connection forged in understanding, kindness, and sacrifice." Sacrifice. Oliver looked at the heartstone in his palm. It felt like a part of him now. Its warmth was a constant comfort. Giving it up felt like tearing away a piece of his own heart. He thought of the vibrant glimmer flow, the singing stones, the fields of luminous fungi, Grindel's home. He thought of the whispers of his oak tree, the connection he'd always sought. This stone was his key, his proof that magic existed. But the hollow needed it more. He looked at Grindel. The small creature met his gaze, its large green eyes filled with understanding and a deep, ancient sadness. It nodded slowly. "It is the heartstone's purpose," Grindel murmured, "to return to the heart when called." Taking a deep, steadying breath, Oliver walked to the pedestal. The blightevine thorns seemed to reach towards him, radiating cold malice. He ignored them. He focused all his thoughts, all his feelings, the loneliness he'd known, the wonder of discovering the hollow, the friendship forged with Grindel, the patience learned, the courage found in the chasms. He poured his gratitude for the connection, his fierce desire to protect this hidden, beautiful world. He poured his understanding of the heart's pain. He poured his willingness to let go. He placed the warm, glowing heartstone gently into the center of the cracked geode, nestling it amongst the dimly pulsing crystals. For a moment, nothing happened. The cavern held its breath. Then the heartstone flared with a blinding, pure white light. The light washed over the crystal heart, seeping into its core. The dark, thorny vines recoiled violently, writhing as if burned. They shriveled, their dark substance dissolving into wisps of shadow that dissipated like smoke in the suddenly vibrant light. The crystal heart pulsed once, twice, then erupted in a wave of radiant, golden light. It filled the cavern, warm and powerful, banishing every shadow. The light flowed outwards, down the fissures, through the chasms, along the glimmer flow, illuminating the entire root hollow with renewed, vibrant life. The harmonious hum of the earth deepened, resonating with pure, restored energy. Oliver staggered back, blinking in the dazzling light. The heartstone was gone, fully absorbed. In its place, the crystal heart shone with impossible brilliance, its light steady, strong, and profoundly warm. He felt a surge of pure joy, a deep sense of peace and connection that washed away any lingering loneliness. He hadn't lost the key, he had become part of the connection itself. Grindel landed softly on his shoulder, nuzzling his cheek with soft, velvety fur. "You did it, Oliver," the creature rasped, its voice thick with emotion. "You restored the balance, the hollow sings your name." They stood in the radiant chamber, bathed in the warm, golden light of the restored crystal heart. Oliver felt changed. The quiet boy was still there, but the ache of loneliness had been replaced by a profound sense of belonging, not just to the world above, but to the vibrant, hidden world below. He had faced fear, learned patience, discovered courage, and understood the true meaning of connection. It wasn't about never being alone, but about knowing you are part of something larger, something beautiful, and having the courage to nurture it, sometimes even by letting go. The journey back through the root hollow was a celebration. The glimmer flow ran deep and strong, sparkling with renewed vigor. The singing stones chorused joyous melodies that echoed through the caverns. The light weavers, delicate, moth-like creatures with wings of woven light, danced in intricate patterns overhead, their bioluminescence brighter than ever. Creatures Oliver hadn't seen before emerged from hidden nooks shy, furry things with glowing eyes, iridescent beetles clicking harmonious rhythms, even a majestic, slow-moving tortoise whose shell glittered with embedded crystals. They watched Oliver pass with gentle curiosity and deep gratitude, communicated not in words but in soft hums, gentle clicks, and the warm, respectful silence they held as he walked by. Grindel, perched proudly on his shoulder, offered a running commentary, his usual grumpiness replaced by uncharacteristic exuberance. The bloom moths are particularly vibrant tonight. See how the glowferns shimmer. That hasn't happened in decades. Ah, listen, the deep drummers have started their evening beat. His voice was a happy rasp, filled with relief and pride. They reached the entrance tunnel beneath the old oak, just as the first true stars began to wink into existence in the twilight sky above. Oliver paused, looking back at the vibrant, glowing world that had become so dear. Will I be able to come back, Grindel? Grindel fluttered down to land on a glowing root. The path remains open to you, Heartbearer, he said solemnly, though his eyes still sparkled. The hollow remembers, you carry its light within you now. When you feel the whisper of the oak, when you feel that quiet connection, the way will open. But remember, he added, his tone gentle but firm, the magic is in the balance, treasure both worlds. Oliver nodded, understanding. He stepped out onto the cool, damp grass of his backyard. The entrance shimmered and vanished, leaving only the familiar gnarled roots of the old oak. Above, the sky was a deep indigo, dusted with stars. The air was crisp with autumn, carrying the scent of fallen leaves and distant wood smoke. The ordinary world felt different, richer, more alive. He could almost hear the deep, contented hum of the earth beneath his feet, a comforting counterpoint to the chirping of crickets. He looked at the spot where the heartstone had been. His hand felt empty, yet his heart felt fuller than ever before. He wasn't lonely. He was connected to the whispering oak, to the vibrant life beneath his feet, to the stars above, and to the small, wise creature who was his unexpected friend. He carried the warmth of the crystal heart within him, a quiet, steady glow. The next morning, Oliver woke as the first pale light of dawn filtered through his window. He rushed to his backyard. The oak tree stood tall and strong, its remaining golden leaves catching the early sun. And there, nestled in the exact spot where he'd found the heartstone, was a single, perfect acorn. It wasn't glowing, but it felt warm to the touch, and its smooth surface held the faintest tracery of the swirling patterns he remembered. Oliver smiled, a deep, peaceful warmth spreading through him. He carefully pocketed the acorn. He knew the root hollow was safe, its light restored. He knew Grindel was there, tending the glimmer paths. And he knew that true magic wasn't just about glowing stones or hidden worlds. It was about listening to whispers, finding courage in small steps, the patience to understand, the kindness of an unexpected friend, and the quiet, enduring light of connection that burns brightest when shared. He touched the bark of the oak, feeling its familiar roughness, and beneath it, the deep, steady pulse of the earth. The adventure wasn't over, it had just changed shape, woven now into the fabric of his ordinary, extraordinary life. And as he stood there, bathed in the golden autumn light, the whispering leaves sounded like a contented sigh, a lullaby of belonging. The world above and the world below, forever connected, forever held in a gentle, glowing balance. And Oliver, the quiet boy, knew he was home in both. Story 5. The wind sighed through the willows by Rowan Creek, carrying the scent of damp earth and the last brave wildflowers clinging to autumn. Inside a snug cottage with ivy crawling up its stone walls, A fire crackled merrily in the hearth, casting dancing amber light across the worn rug where a young girl named Mira sat. She held a smooth, gray river stone warmed by the fire, its surface etched with faint, swirling lines that seemed to shift in the flickering light. It wasn't particularly beautiful, this stone, but it felt right in her palm, a comforting weight she'd found years ago near the creek bend. Mira often felt a quiet ache, a sense of being too big for her own skin or too small for the wide, bustling world beyond her village. She noticed things others missed, the intricate patterns of frost on a window pane, the secret language of birdsong at dawn, the way the creek water murmured different tunes over different stones. Tonight the ache felt sharper, a restlessness humming beneath her skin. She traced the stone's lines, her fingertip catching on a tiny, almost invisible indentation shaped like a crescent moon. As her finger pressed into the moon mark, the stone pulsed gently, like a tiny heartbeat against her skin. A soft silver-blue light bloomed from the indentation, warm and alive. Mira gasped, almost dropping it. The light grew not blindingly bright, but deep and cool, like moonlight concentrated into a liquid pearl. It flowed outwards, not illuminating the room, but seeming to gather the shadows themselves, weaving them into a shimmering curtain beside the hearth. Within the curtain of woven light and shadow, an image formed. Not a reflection of the room, but a place. She saw towering trees unlike any in the woods she knew, their bark shimmering with veins of silver and amethyst. Giant, luminous mushrooms glowed softly from the forest floor, casting pools of violet and emerald light. Delicate, fern-like plants unfurled fronds that seemed spun from starlight, and the air within this vision shimmered with drifting motes of gold. It was breathtakingly beautiful and utterly silent. The vision lasted only a moment before the light retreated back into the stone, leaving the familiar room and the crackling fire. Mira stared at the stone, her heart pounding like a trapped bird against her ribs. Had she imagined it? The warmth still pulsed faintly within the stone, and the crescent moon indentation felt slightly warmer than the rest. A thrill, equal parts fear and wonder, shot through her. This was no ordinary stone. It was a key. Sleep was impossible. The image of that luminous forest burned behind her eyelids. Before dawn painted the sky with pale streaks of rose, Mira was pulling on her thickest woolen socks and a sturdy coat. She tucked the river stone deep into her pocket, its warmth a constant reassurance against her leg. She slipped out the cottage door, the air crisp and biting, carrying the scent of wood smoke and frost. She didn't know exactly where she was going, only that she needed to follow the creek, to the bend where she'd found the stone years ago. The familiar path looked different in the pre-dawn gloom. Frost crunched under her boots, and the skeletal branches of the willows reached like bony fingers. The creek gurgled, its voice louder, more insistent. When she reached the bend, a place where the water curved sharply around a mossy boulder, she stopped. This was the spot. She pulled out the stone. It felt heavier now, humming with a low, almost inaudible vibration. Taking a deep breath, Mira pressed her thumb firmly into the crescent moon mark. Again the silver-blue light bloomed, brighter this time, washing over the mossy boulder. Instead of forming a curtain, the light seemed to melt a section of the rock. The solid stone surface rippled like water, revealing not darkness, but the very edge of the luminous forest she'd glimpsed in her vision. She could smell it now, damp earth rich with unknown minerals, the sweet, clean scent of those glowing mushrooms, and something else, ozone like the air after lightning, but gentler. The sound of the creek faded, replaced by a profound, expectant silence. Heart-hammering, Mira stepped through the rippling stone. The transition was instantaneous. One moment she was in the chilly pre-dawn woods, the next she stood beneath the canopy of the shimmering trees. The air was noticeably warmer, thick with the scents she'd detected. The silence was immense, yet alive. It wasn't the absence of sound, but the presence of a deep, resonant quiet, like the world holding its breath. The giant mushrooms pulsed softly, their light painting shifting patterns on the silver and purple bark of the trees. The starlight ferns trembled slightly, though there was no breeze. Above, the canopy wasn't sky, but a dense tapestry of glowing leaves in shades of deep blue and indigo, creating a perpetual twilight. This was the Glimmerwood. Mira stood frozen, awestruck. The scale was overwhelming. Everything felt ancient, watchful. She took a tentative step forward, the moss beneath her boots yielding silently. As she moved deeper, small wonders revealed themselves. Tiny beetles with iridescent carapaces scurried over roots, leaves unfurled with a soft sigh, and crystal-clear droplets of water hung suspended from fronds, refracting the ambient light into miniature rainbows. She followed a faint path winding between the giant mushroom caps, drawn by a distant, rhythmic sound like deep, slow chimes. The path led to a clearing where a small, perfectly still pool reflected the glowing canopy. Beside the pool, half hidden behind a curtain of luminous vines, sat a creature. Mira froze again, fear prickling her skin. It was large, easily the size of a pony, but shaped like a badger grown immense. Its fur wasn't brown and white, but a deep, velvety black shot through with streaks of silver that seemed to move like liquid mercury. Its eyes, large and intelligent, were the color of polished amber, reflecting the soft lights of the Glimmerwood. It had powerful shoulders and long claws that looked capable of tearing through stone. It was utterly magnificent and undeniably intimidating. It was a shadow stripe, a creature from village tales meant to warn children away from deep woods depicted as fierce, territorial beasts. The shadow stripe hadn't noticed her yet. It was focused intently on the still pool, its massive head tilted. As Mira watched, holding her breath, the creature reached out a massive, clawed paw and dipped a single claw tip into the water. Ripples spread, and as they touched the edges of the pool, the deep chime-like sound resonated softly through the clearing. The shadow stripe's expression wasn't fierce, it looked thoughtful, almost sad. Mira must have made a sound, a tiny gasp, the crunch of a leaf under her shifting foot. The shadow stripe's head snapped up. Its amber eyes locked onto hers. Mira's blood ran cold. She saw intelligence there and surprise, but also a flicker of something that looked remarkably like fear. It didn't roar or charge. It simply stared frozen, its silver-streaked fur bristling slightly. Panic surged. Mira fumbled in her pocket, her fingers closing around the warm river stone. She didn't know what to do. Run. Hide. She squeezed the stone tightly, pressing the moon mark unconsciously. The stone pulsed, stronger than before. A wave of that calming silver-blue light washed out from her, gentle but distinct. It washed over the shadow stripe. The creature flinched, but then it relaxed. The bristling fur smoothed. The fear in its eyes melted into pure astonishment. It tilted its massive head again, studying Mira with intense curiosity. Then, incredibly, it made a sound. Not a growl, but a low, rumbling purr, deep and resonant, vibrating in Mira's chest. It was a sound of profound relief. Slowly, cautiously, Mira lowered the stone, though she kept it clasped in her hand. Hello, she whispered, her voice small in the vast quiet. The shadow stripe blinked its amber eyes. It didn't speak, but it dipped its head in a slow, deliberate nod. Then it gestured with its muzzle towards the pool. Mira, her fear slowly receding, replaced by burgeoning wonder, took a hesitant step closer. The shadow stripe watched her, then dipped its claw into the pool again. Chime. The sound vibrated through the air. This time, as the ripples spread, Mira saw something else. Faint images flickered within the water's reflection, not the canopy, but fleeting glimpses. A bright flash of light, a tremor shaking the ground, a sense of frantic movement. Then a shimmering barrier, like solidified moonlight, sealing off a section of the forest. The images faded with the ripples, leaving only the reflection once more. The light, Mira murmured, understanding dawning. Something happened, a bright light, and then a wall. She pointed towards the shimmering barrier she'd seen in the vision. The shadow stripe rumbled again, a sound of agreement mixed with deep sorrow. It nudged a large, flat stone beside the pool with its nose. On the stone were etched symbols, swirling lines, crescent moons, and a stylized depiction of a barrier. Mira traced the symbols with her finger. They felt familiar, echoing the patterns on her river stone. "This stone, it's connected, isn't it?" she asked, holding up her key. "To whatever happened to the wall." The shadow stripe nodded vigorously. It pointed its claw at the moon symbol on Mira's stone, then at the matching symbol etched onto the flat rock. Then it pointed deeper into the glimmerwood, in the direction the barrier had appeared in the vision. Its rumble held a note of pleading. You want me to help?" Mira asked, incredulous. "Help with what? Bring down the wall?" Another emphatic nod. The great beast lowered its head, its amber eyes holding Mira's gaze. It wasn't demanding, it was asking. Trusting. This creature, feared in tales as a monster, was trapped, separated from something vital by a magical barrier only her strange stone seemed connected to. Its fear hadn't been of her, but for her, or perhaps for what her sudden appearance might mean. The light from her stone had calmed it, signaled she wasn't a threat. An unexpected warmth blossomed in Mira's chest, pushing aside the last remnants of her fear. This wasn't a terrifying beast, it was a lost soul, just like she sometimes felt. Her stone was the key, and this creature needed her help. Her quiet ache was forgotten, replaced by a sense of purpose so profound it felt like stepping into sunlight. "All right," Mira said, her voice stronger now. "Show me." The shadow stripe, whom Mira silently named Silas in her mind, led the way. Their journey through the glimmerwood was a passage through wonder and deepening mystery. Silas moved with surprising grace for his size, his paws making almost no sound on the thick moss. He knew the hidden paths, guiding Mira around areas where the ground shimmered with unstable light or where clusters of glowing, thorned vines hung low. He showed her marvels, groves where flowers bloomed with petals of pure crystal that chimed in a non-existent breeze, streams of liquid light that flowed over stones like mercury, and creatures of pure energy that darted through the air like living constellations. Silas communicated through gestures, rumbles, and expressive eyes. He pointed out plants with leaves that glowed brighter when touched, signaling safe paths. He showed Mira how to drink from dewdrops clinging to giant ferns, water so pure and sweet it tasted like cold starlight. He shared nuts from trees with bark that felt like velvet, nuts that tasted of honey and spice. He was patient, protective, and astonishingly gentle. Mira learned the Glimmerwood was called the Veilwood by its inhabitants. Silas belonged to a clan of shadow stripes who were its ancient guardians, attuned to its deep magic. The Veilstone, Mira's river stone, was one of several ancient keys, attuned to the heart of the forest. They passed remnants of what must have been a thriving community, hollows in giant trees that looked like dwellings, clearings with patterns of stones arranged for gatherings, now overgrown and silent. The wall, Silas conveyed through gestures and sketches in the soft earth, had appeared suddenly after a violent surge of unnatural light, a light that felt cold and wrong. It had severed the Veilwood, trapping Silas and a few others on this side, separating them from the Heart Grove, the source of the forest's magic, and the rest of their clan. Without the Heart Grove's pulse, the Veilwood was slowly dimming, its magic fading. The fear in Silas's eyes wasn't just for himself, but for his entire world. The closer they got to the barrier, the more the atmosphere changed. the vibrant glow of the mushrooms and ferns grew dimmer. The air felt thinner, colder. The profound silence deepened into something oppressive. The sense of rich earth and ozone faded, replaced by a faint, acrid tang. The very trees seemed to droop, their shimmering bark dulled. Finally, they reached it. The barrier wasn't a physical wall, but a shimmering curtain of solidified moonlight, just as Mira had seen in the pool's vision. It stretched impossibly high, vanishing into the glowing canopy, and curved away into the distance on either side. It hummed with a low, dissonant frequency that set Mira's teeth on edge. Through its translucent surface, she could see the forest continuing on the other side, brighter, healthier, pulsing with stronger light. She could also see movement, other shadow stripes pacing anxiously near the barrier, their forms blurred by the distortion. They saw Silas and let out low, mournful calls that vibrated through the humming wall. Silas rumbled back, pressing his massive head against the barrier, a gesture of heartbreaking longing. Mira approached the humming wall. The cold emanating from it was palpable, leaching the warmth from her skin. She held up the veilstone. It pulsed warmly in response, the silver-blue light flaring brighter, pushing back against the cold. She pressed the stone against the barrier. ZZZZZZZZT. A shock, sharp and painful, jolted up her arm. She cried out, stumbling back. The barrier flared angrily, a harsh white light momentarily overpowering the veilstone's glow. The dissonant hum intensified. The shadow stripes on the other side recoiled. Silas whined, a sound of deep concern. He nudged her gently with his muzzle. Mira rubbed her tingling arm, looking at the stone. The crescent moon mark glowed faintly. She hadn't just pressed it, she'd pushed it against the barrier with force, meeting resistance with resistance. That wasn't the way. Remembering how the light had calmed Silas, how it had woven the vision without force, Mira took a deep breath. She closed her eyes, focusing on the stone's warmth in her hand, its steady pulse. She thought not of breaking the wall, but of connection. Connection to Silas, to the Valewood, to the Heart Grove beyond. She thought of the quiet ache she'd felt, the longing for belonging that resonated with the forest's fading light. She poured that feeling not force, but understanding, empathy, and a deep desire to mend into the stone. She opened her eyes. The veilstone glowed with a soft, steady radiance, the silver-blue light flowing outwards like gentle water. She didn't push it against the barrier this time. She simply held it near, letting its light touch the humming wall. The harsh humming softened. The cold lessened. The dissonant frequency wavered, becoming almost musical. Where the veilstone's light touched the barrier, the solidified moonlight rippled, becoming less opaque, more like flowing water. Mira saw the shadow stripes on the other side press closer, their amber eyes wide with hope. Encouraged, Mira focused harder, pouring her calm, her newfound purpose, her burgeoning friendship with Silas into the stone. The light grew stronger, spreading wider across the barrier's surface. A section about the size of a doorway began to visibly thin, becoming translucent, then almost clear. The low chime sound Silas had made at the pool resonated faintly through the thinning barrier. Silas rumbled, a sound vibrating with anticipation. He nudged Mira gently towards the thinning section. This was it. The key wasn't for smashing, it was for unlocking. Unlocking with gentleness, with understanding. Mira stepped closer to the shimmering doorway of light. She could feel the immense energy of the barrier humming around the edges of the opening, but within the circle defined by the veilstone's influence, it felt calm, like stepping through a curtain of cool silk. She took a deep breath, feeling the pure, vibrant energy of the untouched Valewood beyond wash over her. It tasted like sunlight on dew and smelled of ancient, healthy earth. She looked back at Silas. His amber eyes held hers, filled with trust and a depth of gratitude that made her heart swell. He dipped his great head. Mira nodded, a silent pact sealed. She stepped through the shimmering gateway. The difference was immediate and profound. The air on this side was warmer, thicker with life and magic. The glow from the trees and plants was vibrant, almost blinding after the dimness of the fading section. The sense of profound silence was replaced by a soft symphony, the rustle of luminous leaves, the distant chime-like calls of unseen creatures, the gentle gurgle of a light stream nearby. It felt like stepping into the heart of a living jewel. Before her stretched a path leading deeper into the forest, towards a soft, golden radiance pulsing rhythmically in the distance, the Heart Grove. But Mira didn't move immediately. She turned back to the barrier, holding the veilstone high. Its light shone steadily through the opening she'd created. Silas hesitated for only a moment on the other side, his massive form framed by the shimmering doorway. Then, with a powerful surge, he bounded through. He landed beside Mira with a soft thud on the vibrant moss, shaking his great head as if shedding the cold and silence of the trapped side. He let out a deep, resonant roar that echoed through the trees, not a sound of anger, but of pure, unadulterated joy and homecoming. From deeper within the healthy Valewood, answering roars and calls erupted. Shapes moved swiftly through the trees' more shadow stripes, their silver-streaked black fur gleaming in the radiant light, their amber eyes wide with disbelief and burgeoning joy. They converged on the clearing by the barrier. The reunion was a sight Mira would never forget. Silas was enveloped by his kin nuzzling, rumbling, touching foreheads. The sounds were deep purrs, soft whines of relief, and joyful rumbles that vibrated the ground. They touched the Veilstone's light, still holding the gateway open with reverent curiosity, their massive forms surprisingly gentle around the small human girl. One shadow stripe, slightly larger than Sila's with more pronounced silver streaks like lightning bolts across his shoulders, stepped forward. His eyes held ancient wisdom. He looked at Mira, then bowed his great head low, touching his forehead to the moss before her. The others followed suit. It was a gesture of profound respect, of gratitude that needed no words. The elder shadow stripe, whom Mira sensed was named Borin, gestured towards the pulsing golden light of the Heart Grove. Silas nudged Mira gently. Their journey wasn't over. The barrier was breached, but the Veilstone was needed at the source to fully heal the wound and restore the flow of magic to the entire forest, including the dimmed section Silas had been trapped in. The walk to the Heart Grove was a procession filled with quiet awe. Mira walked beside Silas, surrounded by the majestic shadow stripes. The forest here was even more magnificent. Trees towered like cathedrals of light, their leaves shifting colors like captured auroras. Creatures watched them pass, delicate, multi-legged beings made of woven light, shy forest sprites with wings like butterfly petals, and large, slow-moving creatures with hides like moss-covered stone. None showed fear, only curiosity and a sense of reverence for the procession heading towards the heart. The Heart Grove was a vast, open space beneath the glowing canopy. At its center stood not a tree, but a colossal, crystalline formation. It pulsed rhythmically with a warm, golden light, like a giant, benevolent heart. Veins of pure silver and deep emerald green ran through its structure, throbbing in time with the light. This was the Heartstone, the source of the Valewood's magic and life force. But Mira could see the problem immediately. A jagged, dark fissure ran through one side of the Heartstone. From this fissure leaked tendrils of that same cold, harsh white light she'd seen associated with the barrier. These tendrils snaked outwards, corrupting the ground around the Heartstone, turning the vibrant moss gray and brittle. The pulse of the Heartstone was weak, faltering. This was the source of the cold light that had created the barrier, the sickness draining the Valewood. Borin approached the heartstone, placing a massive paw gently against its base. He rumbled, a sound of deep sorrow and communion. He looked back at Mira, then pointed at the fissure, then at her veilstone. His meaning was clear. The key was needed here, at the source of the wound. Mira approached the colossal crystal. The air hummed with immense power, both benevolent and wounded. The cold emanating from the fissure was intense, but the warmth of the veilstone in her hand countered it. She remembered the lesson at the barrier, not force but connection. Healing, not breaking. She closed her eyes, pressing the veilstone against her own chest, feeling its steady pulse synchronize with her heartbeat. She thought of the Valewood's beauty, the glowing mushrooms, the starlight ferns, the chime-like sounds. She thought of Silas's gentle guidance, his trust, the profound relief in his eyes when he crossed through the barrier. She thought of her own quiet ache transformed into this incredible purpose. She gathered all these feelings: love for the forest, gratitude for the friendship, the deep desire for wholeness, and poured them into the veilstone. The stone blazed with light, not the harsh white of the fissure, but a brilliant, pure silver blue that radiated warmth and calm. Mira opened her eyes and stepped forward. She didn't thrust the stone at the fissure. Instead, she placed it gently, like a healing poultice, directly onto the jagged, dark crack in the heartstone. The reaction was instantaneous and profound. The cold, harsh light recoiled from the veilstone's warmth like a living thing. The silver-blue light flowed into the fissure, not fighting but filling. It seeped into the dark crack, chasing the cold light, mending, sealing. Where the veilstone's light touched the heartstone, the crystal structure itself began to knit back together, the dark scar shrinking, replaced by veins of healthy gold and emerald. The pulse of the heartstone grew stronger, steadier. The warm, golden light intensified, washing over the grove in waves. The gray, brittle moss around the base began to soften, regaining its vibrant green hue. The dissonant hum emanating from the fissure faded, replaced by a deep, resonant tone that harmonized with the veilstone's chime. It was the sound of healing, of a world mending its own heart. Mira kept her hand on the stone, pouring her energy, her empathy, into the healing process. She felt a strange connection, not just to the veilstone, but to the heartstone itself, to the ancient magic flowing through the Valewood. It was vast and deep, yet welcoming. She felt Silas's presence beside her, a warm, solid comfort, his own deep rumbling adding a bass note to the healing harmony. Slowly, steadily, the fissure closed. The last tendrils of cold light dissipated like smoke in sunlight. The veilstone's light dimmed back to its gentle pulse. Mira lifted her hand. The heartstone stood whole again, pulsing with strong, steady, golden light. The dark scar was gone, replaced by seamless crystal. A wave of pure, vibrant energy burst forth from the heartstone, rolling outwards like a gentle tide through the entire Valewood. The shadow stripes lifted their heads and roared in unison, a sound of pure triumph and relief that shook the leaves. The light in the grove intensified, bathing everything in warm gold. The trees seemed to straighten, their leaves glowing brighter. Even the air tasted sweeter, richer. Mira swayed, suddenly exhausted, but filled with an indescribable warmth. Silas nudged her gently, supporting her. Borin approached, his ancient eyes filled with tears that gleamed like liquid amber in the golden light. He bowed his head again, lower this time, and gently nudged her hand holding the veilstone. Then he turned and led the assembled shadow stripes in a slow, solemn circle around the restored heartstone, a ritual of gratitude. Mira knew it was time to go home. The Valewood was healing, the barrier would likely dissolve completely now that the heartstone was whole. Silas walked her back to the shimmering gateway, which was now barely visible, just a faint ripple in the air. The cold and silence from the other side were gone, replaced by the burgeoning vitality spreading from the heart grove. At the gateway, Silas stopped. He looked down at Mira, his amber eyes filled with an emotion deeper than words could convey. He lowered his massive head and gently nuzzled her cheek, his fur soft and warm. A rumble deep and pure vibrated from his chest, a sound of farewell, of profound thanks, and of eternal friendship. Mira hugged his great head, burying her face in his silver-streaked fur for a moment. "Goodbye, Silas," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "Thank you." She stepped through the faint ripple. She was back by Rowan Creek, the chilly pre-dawn air sharp after the Valewood's warmth. The mossy boulder was just a mossy boulder again. She looked back. The shimmer was gone. The connection was closed but not severed. She could still feel the echo of the Heartstone's pulse, faint but warm, resonating from the veilstone in her pocket. The walk back to the cottage felt different. The familiar woods were no longer just trees and path. They hummed with a subtle vibrancy she hadn't noticed before. The quiet ache inside her was gone, replaced by a profound sense of peace and belonging that stretched far beyond the village. She carried a hidden world within her, a friendship that defied all tales, and the quiet knowledge that even the smallest stone could hold the key to extraordinary journeys. She slipped back into the cottage just as the first true rays of dawn painted the sky. The fire had died down to embers, casting a soft, rosy glow. Mira climbed into her bed, pulling the covers up. She took the veilstone from her pocket. It was warm, pulsing softly with its own gentle rhythm, the crescent moon mark faintly visible. It no longer felt like just a stone, it felt like a promise, a reminder. As she drifted towards sleep, the images played behind her closed eyelids. The towering, shimmering trees, the giant glowing mushrooms, the deep amber eyes filled with trust, the immense, gentle creature who was her friend, the wave of golden light healing a wounded heart of crystal. The world outside her window seemed richer, deeper, holding secrets and wonders just beneath the surface. She held the warm stone close, its steady pulse a lullaby against her palm, a silent echo of a distant forest's restored heartbeat, and the unbreakable bond forged within its luminous depths. She wasn't just Mira anymore. She was the keeper of a secret, a friend to giants, and forever touched by the magic of the Valewood. And as sleep finally claimed her, a soft smile touched her lips, knowing that wonder wasn't just in hidden forests but carried always within, a warm stone's breadth away. Story 6. Story 7. In the shimmering valley of Whifflewisp, where rivers flowed uphill on Tuesdays and clouds tasted faintly of peppermint, lived 3 dearest friends. Barnaby Bumblecrumb, a bear-sized baker with oven-mitt paws, could make pastries pirouette midair when he whistled. Posy Puddleduck, a tiny girl with fern-green hair, spoke exclusively in rhyming couplets and carried a parasol that sprouted fresh daisies hourly. And Figaro, a nervous firefly whose tail flickered rainbow hues whenever he told fibs, which was often accidentally. Their home, Puddington Village, thrived under the glimmer globe, a floating crystal that sprinkled stardust each dawn to keep the cobblestones bouncy and the toadstool houses giggly. But one misty morning, disaster struck. The glimmer globe hiccuped violently, showering everything in soggy tapioca pearls instead of stardust. Houses drooped, streets stuck like taffy, and worst of all, Barnaby's cinnamon swirl croissants lay heavy as bricks. "Oh, crumbs," he wailed midst flapping. "The grand sugarplum parade is tomorrow." Posy twirled her daisy parasol thoughtfully. "When magic goes quite lumpy thick, / we must find why the globe feels sick." Figaro's tail blushed violet. I might have seen something. Yesterday, while chasing a waffle-scented breeze, I spotted sparkly sneezes near Whisperwood woods. Barnaby gasped. Sparkly sneezes, that sounds like Snufflekins. Snufflekins was a reclusive, woolly creature shaped like a teapot, who powered the globe with dream snorts from his mossy cavern. Racing past caramel quicksand pits and bridges made of licorice laces, the trio found Snufflekin's cave eerily silent. Inside, the poor beast lay buried under mountains of rainbow lint, sneezing feebly. Achoo. Glitter puffed weakly from his trunk. His dream snorts are clogged, realized Posy. To fix this fuzzy plight, we must unmess his snoozes right. But how? Barnaby tried vacuuming with a souffle pump. It just blew raspberry cream everywhere. Figaro attempted organizing the lint by color, but his fibbing tale turned everything polka-dotted. Posy pondered, watching her parasol bloom anew. Suddenly, she beamed. When daisies drink the morning dew, they whisper wishes. Maybe you. She plucked petals, scattering them over Snufflekins. Dear daisies, please make lint unstick, with tickles light and feather quick. The petals quivered, then zipped about like giggling hummingbirds. They dive-bombed the lint piles, tickling them into floating, wriggling shapes. Butterflies of Angora, bunnies of cashmere, even a sweater swan that honked merrily. Snufflekins snorted awake with a tremendous KACHOOOO. A glitter storm erupted, sweeping the lint creatures out the cave in a joyous parade. The glimmer globe overhead pulsed back to life, showering proper stardust that dissolved the tapioca mess instantly. Next morning, the sugarplum parade began with Barnaby's croissants waltzing on flaky tiptoes. But the real surprise came when Snufflekins arrived, riding a lint giraffe, leading a procession of yarn puppies and channel caterpillars. Figaro's tail blazed honest gold as children fed lint creatures gumdrop treats. And Posy. She danced atop Barnaby's hat, singing, "When troubles seem too sticky slow, just tickle them with daisies, ho." As moonbeams painted the valley in marmalade hues, the friends snuggled under Barnaby's quilted apron, now magically stretchy. They chuckled, remembering how the sweater swan tried nesting in Figaro's antennae, and how Barnaby's floating eclairs formed a conga line. Snufflekins snoozed nearby, his snores puffing miniature constellations that winked above the drowsy village. All was sweet and soft, like the inside of a just-opened macaron, proving that even the fluffiest troubles unravel beautifully with friends, daisies, and a well-timed tickle. And so Puddington drifted into dreams, where lint bunnies hopped through candy cane forests, and every sneeze ended in a shower of sherbet stars. Story 8. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where the air always smelled faintly of wild thyme and sun-warmed earth. Its cobbled streets wound past cottages with brightly painted doors, leading always to the heart of the village, the bakery run by a young woman named Layla. Layla's bread was legendary crusty golden loaves that sang when tapped, pastries so light they seemed to float, and spiced cakes that tasted like comfort itself. Yet Layla herself felt heavy, anchored by a quiet fear she couldn't quite name. She loved her familiar routines, the predictable warmth of her ovens, the comforting rhythm of kneading dough. The thought of changing anything, a new recipe, a different kneading technique, even rearranging her spice jars sent a chill down her spine, colder than the stone floor on a winter morning. Change felt like an unwelcome guest, threatening the cozy sanctuary she'd built. One crisp autumn afternoon, while gathering late-blooming lavender near the Whispering Woods, Leela noticed something peculiar. A patch of unusually vibrant moss shimmered emerald green beneath an ancient oak. Nestled within it lay a smooth, gray river stone, humming faintly. Compelled, Leela picked it up. It felt warm and pulsed gently in her palm like a tiny heartbeat. That night, placing the stone on her windowsill, she dreamed of swirling colors and shifting shapes, a kaleidoscope that felt strangely familiar. When she awoke, the scent of yeast and flour in her bakery felt different. Sharper, richer, somehow imbued with unseen potential. The change began subtly. Leela attempted a simple rye loaf, a recipe she'd mastered years ago. But as she needed, her usual focused calm was replaced by a flicker of anxiety. What if it doesn't rise? What if the crust is too hard? To her astonishment, the dough beneath her hands began to shimmer with faint streaks of stormy gray. Startled, she dropped it. The gray streaks faded, leaving ordinary dough. Shaken, she baked it anyway. The loaf was edible but dense and uninspired, mirroring her own heavy feeling. The next day her best friend, Finn, a cheerful carpenter whose workshop smelled perpetually of pine resin and sawdust, stopped by. "Morning, Leela smells solid," he teased gently, eyeing the leftover rye bread. Layla confessed her strange experience, showing him the humming stone. Finn's eyes widened with wonder, not fear. "Magic stone, that's brilliant. Think of the possibilities. Maybe it's not making things worse, Leela. Maybe it's just showing you what's already inside." Old Mrs. Thorne, the village's wise herbalist with hands like gnarled roots and eyes that held centuries of stories, came in later for her weekly seed loaf. Sensing Leela's turmoil, she lingered. "Trouble brewing with the dough, dear." Leela poured out her fears, the stone, the changing dough, her terror of anything new. Mrs. Thorne listened, her gaze soft. "Ah," she murmured, stirring her tea. "The whispering stone, it said they find those stuck in their own shadows. It doesn't create the magic, child, it reflects it. Your feelings, your fears, your potential. Dough, like life, needs change to grow. Stagnant water breeds nothing good." She patted Leela's hand. "Fear is just the yeast before the rise. Give it time, warmth, and a little courage." Buoyed by their kindness, Leela decided to try again. This time she chose something small, a batch of honey oat biscuits, a recipe she knew well but decided to add a pinch of candied ginger, something new. As she mixed, the familiar fear bubbled up, too spicy, too strange. The dough shimmered stormy gray again. Layla took a deep breath, inhaling the sweet, earthy scent of oats and the sharp tang of ginger. She focused not on the fear, but on the hope that the ginger might add a sparkle. Slowly the gray streaks softened, swirling with hesitant threads of warm, buttery yellow. The biscuits baked up beautifully, golden and crisp, with a delightful ginger zing that Finn declared perfectly daring. Encouraged, Leela began to experiment more deliberately, though her heart still fluttered like a trapped bird. She tried a lavender-infused shortbread. When worry about the floral taste crept in, the dough pulsed gray. Remembering Mrs. Thorne's words, she pictured the purple blooms bathed in sunlight, their calming scent. The gray dissolved, replaced by soft, swirling amethyst hues. The shortbread emerged fragrant and delicate, tasting like a summer meadow. Her greatest challenge came with the village's harvest festival. Traditionally, she made her famous spiced apple cake. This year an idea sparked a layered cake with spiced apple filling, but a new, rich chocolate ganache and salted caramel frosting. It felt audacious, terrifying. The morning of the festival, as she prepared the batter, waves of doubt crashed over her. Too complicated. Too different. What if it collapses? What if they hate it? The cake batter in her largest bowl darkened dramatically, swirling with deep, murky indigo and charcoal streaks. Leela felt tears pricking her eyes. She wanted to scrap it, to run back to the safety of the familiar apple cake. Then she heard Finn's cheerful whistle outside her door, followed by Mrs. Thorne's gentle knock. They didn't offer solutions, just their presence. Finn regaled her with a story about a disastrously lopsided chair he'd once made, while Mrs. Thorne quietly arranged late-blooming asters on the counter, their purple and gold blooms bright against the wood. Their calm, unwavering support was like a warm hearth on a cold day. Leela looked at the swirling, fearful batter. She touched the humming stone, now glowing faintly on her windowsill. It wasn't making the fear, it was showing it to her. And she wasn't alone. Taking another deep breath, Leela closed her eyes. She didn't push the fear away, she acknowledged it. Yes, I'm scared. But I also want to try. She focused on the joy of creation, the rich scent of chocolate, the sweet promise of caramel, the comforting warmth of cinnamon in the apple filling. She poured her hope into the batter, her desire to share something new and beautiful. Slowly, wonderfully, the dark indigo and charcoal streaks began to lighten. They swirled and blended, transforming into a luminous, deep gold, threaded with veins of shimmering amber and flecks of ruby, red the colors of autumn leaves at sunset. The batter itself seemed to glow with a soft, inner light. With trembling hands but a determined heart, Leela poured the radiant batter into the pans and slid them into the oven. The baking time felt like an eternity. When she finally opened the oven door, a wave of incredible fragrance filled the bakery. Warm chocolate, sweet apples, caramel, and spice, all woven together. The cake layers had risen perfectly, their surface gleaming with that same warm, golden light. As she assembled it, layering the spiced apples and draping it in glossy chocolate ganache and salted caramel, the glow persisted, soft and comforting. At the festival, under strings of lanterns, Leela presented her creation. Gasps rippled through the crowd as they saw the gently glowing cake. But it was the taste that truly enchanted them. It was familiar yet exciting, comforting yet surprising, a perfect harmony of flavors. The glow, Leela realized, wasn't just magic. It was the visible warmth of her own courage, her willingness to grow. As the villagers enjoyed slice after slice, their smiles and murmurs of delight washing over her, Leela felt a profound shift within. The heavy anchor of fear dissolved, replaced by a lightness, a quiet joy. Change wasn't a storm to be weathered. It was the yeast that made the bread rise, the new ingredient that brought unexpected delight. That night, back in her quiet bakery, Leela placed the whispering stone back on her windowsill. It still hummed softly, but its light was steady and warm, reflecting the newfound calm within her. She looked at her familiar workspace, not as a cage, but as a canvas. The scent of lingering caramel and spice mixed with the comforting smell of flour and yeast. Outside, stars dusted the velvet sky. Leela picked up her notebook, the pages filled with familiar recipes. On a fresh page, she wrote a title, New Beginnings Spice Cake. Beneath it, she started sketching ideas, maybe rosewater next spring, or a blackberry and thyme tart. The fear was still a whisper, but it was no longer a shout. She had learned that growth, like the most magical bread, required patience, warmth, a little courage, and sometimes the gentle support of friends. And the most beautiful transformations often began not with a grand gesture, but with the simple, brave act of trying something new, one small, hopeful step at a time. The stone pulsed softly on the sill, a quiet companion in the peaceful night, a reminder that the greatest magic was always the magic of becoming. Story 9. The first time Sam noticed the shimmer in the woods behind Gran's cottage, it was mid-October, when the air smelled of damp earth and cinnamon bark. 10 years old and perpetually lost in daydreams, Sam often sat on the creaky porch, swing-tracing patterns on a tarnished silver locket, the only keepsake from parents they barely remembered. That evening, as amber light slanted through sugar maples, a flicker of emerald green danced between the oaks. Not firefly light, but deeper, like sunlight through stained glass. When a faint melody followed wind chimes playing a tune, no human hand composed, Sam tucked the locket beneath their sweater and stepped into the forest's embrace. Moss cushioned each footfall, and the ordinary woods transformed. Ferns unfurled silver fronds that chimed softly. Birch trunks gleamed with embedded starlight, and the path ahead rippled like water. Deeper in where shadows should have pooled, Sam found a clearing bathed in perpetual twilight. Velvet-soft grass shimmered with dew that tasted of honey when Sam knelt to touch it. And there, curled beneath a weeping willow with leaves of liquid moonlight, was the creature, It resembled a fox crossed with a dragonfly, no larger than a rabbit. Translucent wings, veined like stained glass, lay folded against fur the color of crushed violets. One foreleg was bent unnaturally, and its breathing came in shallow hitches. "You're hurt," Sam whispered, hand hovering. The creature's eyes snapped open twin pools of molten gold. It tried to scramble away, whimpering like rustling parchment. "Easy now," Sam soothed, voice softer than dandelion fluff. "I won't touch if you don't want." Slowly Sam unwrapped their woolen scarf, blue as a jay's wing, and laid it nearby. For warmth. The creature blinked, nostrils flaring. After a trembling moment, it nudged the scarf with its nose. Sam smiled. "I'm Sam, what's your name?" A series of chimes answered, 3 high notes, 2 low. "Pip." The creature chirped, a sound like raindrops on crystal. Friendship bloomed in that glade, fragile as a spiderweb, sealed when Pip allowed Sam to gently splint its leg with a twig and bind it with blades of singing grass. Pip revealed the hidden world, Sylvan Hollow, a realm woven from forgotten dreams and twilight. Its magic stemmed from the heartwood tree, whose roots drank starlight and whose leaves hummed with ancient songs. But the heartwood was fading. Colors dulled at the edges, flowers lost their glow by dawn. "The luminous key is lost," Pip chimed sorrowfully, gesturing with its good paw toward Sam's locket. "Your metal sings with old magic. It is kin to the key." The locket, warm against Sam's chest, clicked open at Pip's touch. Inside, where Sam expected a photo, lay a single seed carved from opal. It pulsed with soft light, matching the rhythm of Sam's heartbeat. "This," Sam breathed. Pip nodded urgently. Without the key in the heartwood's roots, Sylvan Hollow fades, forever. The weight of the seed felt immense, a tiny thing holding up a world. Their journey began at moonset. Pip rode on Sam's shoulder, wings brushing their ear with soft chimes. They traversed forests where trees walked on roots like tangled knees, their bark etched with stories that shifted as Sam passed. They crossed the river of whispers, its waters murmuring secrets Sam almost understood, stepping stone to stone on the backs of giant, sleepy turtles. Sam, who once hesitated to speak in class, now bartered passage with the Moss King, a towering figure of lichen and patience offering stories of the human world in exchange for safe passage through his caverns. Pip translated, their chimes weaving Sam's tales into something richer, stranger. Challenges tested them. In the valley of echoing fears, shapeless shadows whispered Sam's deepest anxieties. "You'll fail them all, too small to matter." Sam's knees trembled, but Pip pressed close, a warm vibration against their neck. "Echoes lie," Pip chimed fiercely. Sam clutched the locket, feeling the seed's steady pulse. "My name is Sam," they declared, voice ringing clear. "And I'm helping my friend." The shadows recoiled, melting into mist. They faced the treacherous Glimmer Gorge next, spanned only by a bridge of solidified moonlight. It flickered perilously. Halfway across, a section dissolved beneath Sam's foot. Pip darted down, wings a frantic blur, catching Sam's sleeve with surprising strength. Dangling over an abyss of swirling nebulas, Sam locked eyes with the terrified creature. "Let go, save yourself," Sam rasped. Pip's golden eyes blazed. "Hold," they chimed, a command woven with pure trust. Summoning strength they never knew, Sam swung their other arm, grasping a solid beam of moonlight. Together they scrambled to safety. The bridge solidified fully behind them. "You caught me," Sam panted, heart hammering. Pip nuzzled their cheek. We caught each other. Days blended into an endless, magical twilight. Sam learned to listen to the language of rustling leaves, to taste direction on the wind. They shared meals of starlight berries bursting with cool sweetness, drank from springs that bubbled with laughter. Sam told Pip about school, about grand cinnamon rolls, about the quiet ache of loneliness. Pip chimed stories of sky dances among firefly swarms, of tending bioluminescent orchards, of the Hollow's collective worry. A bond formed, deeper than words, a shared heartbeat between human and sylvan. Finally, they stood before the heartwood. It was magnificent, a colossal oak woven from living light, but its glow was sickly, dimming like a guttering candle. Great roots, thick as cottage walls, pulsed weakly where they met the earth. At the base lay a depression shaped exactly like Sam's opal seed. "The key's home," Pip chimed, voice thick with hope and dread. As Sam approached, the air thickened, resisting. Thorned vines, dark and thorny, erupted from the ground, the last defense of the dying magic. One lashed out, snagging Sam's ankle. Pain shot up their leg. Pip darted forward, wings buzzing angrily, nipping at the vine. "Hurry, Sam." Sam gritted their teeth, pulling free. Another vine whipped towards Pip. Without thinking, Sam threw themselves in front of their tiny friend. The thorn grazed their arm, drawing blood like liquid starlight. Ignoring the sting, Sam lunged the final steps, the pulsing seed clutched tight. Kneeling at the heartwood's base, Sam pressed the opal seed into the waiting hollow. It fit perfectly. For a breathless moment, nothing happened. Then a tremor ran through the earth. Light erupted from the seed, pure and blinding, flowing up the heartwood's trunk like liquid sunshine. Leaves blazed emerald green, then sapphire, then gold. The thrumming song Sam had first heard in the woods swelled into a glorious symphony wind, water, leaf, and star singing as one. The dark vines crumbled to ash. Color flooded back into Sylvan Hollow, richer and more vibrant than before. Flowers unfurled in explosive rainbows, trees straightened with groans of relief, and the very air shimmered with renewed vitality. Pip soared, looping joyful spirals around the radiant heartwood, their chimes blending with the world's song. They landed gently before Sam, eyes glowing brighter than ever. "You saved us, Sam." Sam, cradling their stinging arm, looked around at the reborn paradise. "We saved us, Pip, together." The wound on Sam's arm, touched by the heartwood's new light, sealed instantly, leaving only a faint, star-shaped scar, a mark of courage given and received. The journey back felt different. Sylvan Hollow welcomed them. Walking trees bowed creakily. Fireflies formed glowing archways. The river of whispers sang a clear, grateful melody. At the edge of the ordinary woods, Sam and Pip paused. The shimmering boundary pulsed steadily now. "It will always be here," Pip chimed, understanding the unspoken question. "For you, the key chose its bearer." They nuzzled Sam's hand. "Friend." Gran noticed the change immediately. "You seem taller, Sprout," she remarked, her eyes crinkling as Sam helped knead bread dough with newfound vigor. The quiet child who lingered in corners now spoke of constellations with quiet confidence, their eyes holding a depth that hadn't been there before. Sam wore the locket openly now, the opal seed warm beneath their shirt, a secret anchor to another world. Loneliness was a forgotten ghost. Every evening as the sun dipped low, Sam would sit on the porch swing. Sometimes they'd simply listen to the wind sighing through the maples. Other times a familiar shimmer would dance between the trees, accompanied by the faint, joyous chimes of a tiny friend emerging for a twilight stroll. Sam would step onto the mossy path, greeted by Pip's leap onto their shoulder, the violet fur soft against their neck. They'd walk together in the ordinary woods that now held an extraordinary secret, sharing stories in the language of rustles, chimes, and comfortable silence. Sam learned that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the choice to act despite it. They learned that true friendship could bridge impossible worlds, built on trust as delicate and strong as a dragonfly's wing. And they learned that even the smallest heart, like a single seed or a quiet child, could hold magic potent enough to heal a world. Back in their small room, the scent of grand cinnamon rolls drifting up, Sam would trace the star-shaped scar on their arm, a quiet smile playing on their lips. Outside, the woods stood sentinel, holding the gentle luminescence of Sylvan Hollow close, a hidden world humming just beyond the veil, waiting for the next shared adventure beneath the watchful, loving stars. The locket rested warm against their heart, a silent promise of twilight wonders and the enduring melody of an impossible friendship. Story 10. The little stone cottage perched at the edge of Whisperwood seemed smaller than ever to Sylvie. Rain tapped a steady rhythm against the window pane, mirroring the lonely feeling in her chest. Moving here, away from the bustling city and her school friends, felt like being tucked away on the very edge of the world. Her only solace was the attic, a dusty kingdom of forgotten things belonging to her great aunt Alara. Sylvie spent hours there, tracing patterns in the dust motes dancing in the weak afternoon light. One gray afternoon, while searching for a missing jigsaw puzzle piece, Sylvie nudged a battered leather trunk. Inside, nestled beneath folds of yellowed lace, she found a teapot. It wasn't grand or golden, it was simple, sturdy earthenware, the color of warm cinnamon, with a slightly chipped spout and a handle shaped like a curling vine. It felt surprisingly heavy and warm to the touch, even in the cool attic air. Intrigued, Sylvie carried it downstairs, carefully washed away the grime in the old farmhouse sink, and set it on the scrubbed pine table. It looked ordinary, yet comforting. That evening, feeling particularly adrift, Sylvie filled the teapot with water, dropped in a chamomile tea bag, and set it on the stove. As the water heated, a faint, sweet aroma began to fill the kitchen, not just of chamomile, but of sunshine on wildflowers and warm earth after rain. When she poured, the liquid shimmered with a soft, golden light like captured sunset. Hesitantly, she took a sip. It wasn't just tea. It was memory. Not her own, but someone else's. She saw a young girl laughing, running through a meadow ablaze with poppies, the feeling of pure, unburdened joy washing over Sylvie like a warm wave. She gasped, nearly dropping the cup. The image faded, leaving only the taste of honeyed chamomile and a lingering sense of happiness. The teapot, Sylvie realized with a thrill that chased away some of the loneliness, held more than tea. It held moments. Snippets of other lives, other joys, steeped within its clay walls. Every time she used it with different herbs or leaves, it offered a different glimpse, a quiet moment of contentment watching snow fall, the triumph of baking a perfect loaf of bread, the peaceful silence of reading by firelight. It was a window into the quiet, extraordinary magic of ordinary lives. But Sylvie soon noticed something else. The memories weren't random. They seemed to echo her own feelings. When she felt sad, the teapot offered comfort. When she felt bored, it offered wonder. It was as if the teapot understood. Driven by curiosity and a growing affection for the strange pot, Sylvie decided to learn its story. Her mother mentioned it had belonged to Aunt Alara, who had been a bit of a recluse, living further into Whisperwood near the old stone circle. So Sylvie packed a small knapsack with biscuits, a notebook, and the teapot wrapped securely in a soft cloth, and set off down the winding path deeper into the woods. The air smelled of damp moss and pine resin. Sunlight dappled through the canopy, painting shifting patterns on the forest floor. It was beautiful, but Sylvie felt a familiar pang of isolation. Her first helper appeared quite unexpectedly. A small, prickly ball tumbled out from under a fern, right onto her boot. It unfurled into a remarkably plump hedgehog, blinking bright, black eyes. "Oh," Sylvie whispered, crouching down. "Hello there, are you all right?" The hedgehog sniffed the air, his tiny nose twitching towards her knapsack. Lost, he stated in a surprisingly clear, if slightly gruff, little voice. Sniffing for truffle mushrooms, Gott turned around. He introduced himself as Fig. Sylvie, having just accepted a talking teapot, took a talking hedgehog in stride. I'm Sylvie. I'm looking for the stone circle where my Aunt Alara lived. Do you know it? Fig perked up. Old stone whispers, yes, Fig knows the way, but, he added pointedly, eyeing her knapsack again, journeying is hungry work. Perhaps a biscuit for directions. Sylvie laughed, the sound bright in the quiet wood. She shared a biscuit, and Fig, crumbs dusting his prickles, became her guide. He was a creature of few words but sharp senses, leading her confidently along hidden animal trails, pointing out interesting fungi, shiny cap, not for eating, and chattering about the best worm-hunting grounds. As the trees thinned, revealing a clearing dominated by ancient, moss-covered standing stones, they encountered the second helper. An old man with a beard like frosted cobwebs and kind, deep-set eyes was tending a riotous patch of herbs and strange, luminous flowers near a tiny, crooked cottage. He looked up as they approached, his gaze lingering on the cloth-wrapped bundle in Sylvie's arms. Ah, he said, his voice like dry leaves rustling. The keeper returns, or rather the keeper's kin. He introduced himself as Old Man Hawthorne, the gardener who had tended Aunt Alara's sanctuary. He knew the teapot well. He called it the heart's hearth. It doesn't just show memories, child, Hawthorne explained gently, inviting them in for a brew made in a very ordinary kettle. It connects. Aunt Alara was solitary but deeply empathetic. She felt the loneliness of others keenly. She found that old pot buried near the stone circle, infused with ancient earth magic. She nurtured it, shared her own warmest moments with it, her joy in the garden, her peace watching the stars. The pot absorbed it, learned. Its purpose wasn't just to remember, but to remind, to offer the warmth it sensed was needed. He gestured towards the teapot Sylvie had unwrapped. It seems it recognized your needs, Sylvie, and now it seeks its true purpose again. Sylvie understood. The teapot wasn't just for her. It was meant to share its warmth, to connect people through these shared glimpses of simple joy, just as Aunt Alara had perhaps longed to do. But how? Hawthorne sighed. The magic is gentle. It requires a willing heart to receive it, truly, and the world outside these woods. He looked towards the village nestled in the valley below. Sometimes hearts build walls. The challenge was clear. Sylvie needed to share the teapot's gift with the people of her new village, to help thaw the reserve she felt around her. But she couldn't force anyone to drink magical tea. Force would shatter the delicate magic. Wisdom and understanding were needed. What did the lonely hearts in the village truly need? Not just a spectacle, but connection, a reminder of shared humanity. Fig curled contentedly by the hearth after his biscuit, piped up. Walls crumble with kindness, yes, like crumbs leading home. Sylvie looked at the wise old gardener, the pragmatic hedgehog, and the warm, quiet teapot. An idea began to bloom, as delicate as one of Hawthorne's luminous flowers. Back home, Sylvie didn't host a grand tea party. Instead, she started small. She baked simple oat cakes, their warm, nutty scent a familiar comfort. Then, choosing a calm afternoon, she set a small table in her tiny front garden, under the old apple tree. She placed the heart's hearth pot, steaming gently with fragrant mint tea, alongside the oat cakes and some wildflowers Fig had helped her find. She didn't put up a sign. She simply sat, poured herself a cup, seeing a memory of children building a sandcastle, the shared laughter bubbling up inside her, and waited. The first passerby was Mrs. Gabe from the post office, always brisk and busy. She paused, sniffing the air. Mint tea. My mother used to grow the finest mint. Sylvie offered a shy smile and a cup. Would you like some, and an oat cake? Mrs. Gable hesitated, then sat. As she sipped, her usual briskness softened. "Oh," she murmured, a faint smile touching her lips. "That tastes like summer evenings, thank you, dear." Next came Mr. Finch, the retired clockmaker, often seen walking his ancient terrier. The dog sniffed Fig, who had decided to supervise from under a hydrangea bush, and Mr. Finch accepted a cup. He closed his eyes as he drank. "Reminds me of my workshop," he said softly, a touch of wonder in his voice. The quiet hum, the satisfaction of fitting the pieces just so peaceful. Word spread not of magic, but of warm tea, simple cakes, and a quiet spot under the apple tree. People began to stop by the young baker's apprentice, tired after an early shift, the shy librarian, even the gruff farmer from down the lane. Sylvie poured the tea from the heart's hearth pot. Each person, as they sipped, experienced a fleeting, gentle memory, not always their own, but always resonant. A feeling of accomplishment, of quiet contentment, of safety, of belonging. They didn't see visions, they felt the echo of pure, simple joy. Walls softened. Conversations sparked about the weather, the garden, shared memories of the village. Laughter, genuine and warm, mingled with the scent of mint and apple blossoms. Sylvie watched, her own loneliness melting away like sugar in warm tea. She saw how the shared feeling, the shared moment, created a bridge. The teapot wasn't forcing connection. It was gently reminding everyone of the good, quiet warmth that already existed within them and between them. It was offering a sip of shared humanity. One evening, as fireflies began to dance like tiny stars in the gathering dusk, Mrs. Gable placed a gentle hand on Sylvie's arm. "This spot, this tea, it feels like a little piece of kindness, doesn't it? Like remembering what matters." Others nodded, their faces relaxed and friendly in the twilight. Sylvie knew then that the journey wasn't just hers. The teapot, through its gentle magic of shared moments, had begun a journey for the whole village. It hadn't changed them, it had reminded them. And Sylvie was no longer the lonely girl at the edge of the woods. She was the keeper of the heart's hearth, the one who poured the cup that reminded them all of the quiet, extraordinary magic found in connection, in kindness, and in the simple, shared warmth of a summer evening under an apple tree. She carried the teapot back inside, its clay warm against her hands, no longer heavy with secrets, but light with purpose. Outside, the gentle murmur of conversation continued, a soothing lullaby beneath the first twinkling stars, a promise that even in the quietest corners, warmth could always be found, shared, and cherished. And as Sylvie drifted to sleep that night, the scent of mint and apple blossoms lingering, she felt, deep in her own heart, the comforting glow of belonging, as steady and warm as the embers in the hearth. Story 11. The village of Mossglow Hollow nestled in the crook of whispering woods, like a sleepy kitten in a warm lap. Cobblestone streets, worn smooth by generations of slippered feet, wound between cottages with thatched roofs dusted with glittering moss. At night the air shimmered not just with stars, but with thousands of tiny, friendly fireflies, their soft amber light painting the lanes with gentle, moving constellations. It was a place where Teapot sang when the water boiled, where whispering willows offered sage advice, and where the biggest mystery usually involved who took the last slice of Mrs. Brambleberry's famous honey cake. But one crisp autumn evening, as the scent of wood smoke and baked apples curled from chimneys, a quiet unease settled over Mossglow. The fireflies, usually so reliable, began vanishing. Not all at once, but in little pockets. First, the light dimmed over the old stone bridge. Then the lantern-like glow near the baker's window went dark. Soon entire stretches of the main street lay in shadow, save for the warm but much dimmer glow from cottage windows. Young Finn, the woodcarver's thoughtful child, noticed it first while gazing out their attic window. The familiar, comforting dance of light was patchy, like a quilt missing stitches. "Papa," Finn whispered, pointing, "where are the little lantern bugs going?" The villagers murmured over steaming mugs of chamomile tea the next morning. Old Man Hemlock swore he saw a shadow flit across the moonless sky. Mrs. Nettleby insisted it was mischievous pixies playing tricks. But no one had any real answers, just a shared sense that their cozy nightlight was flickering out. Finn, with a quiet curiosity as deep as the mossy roots of the ancient guardian oak in the village square, decided to investigate. Armed with a small, friendly glowworm named Spark tucked safely in a jar for companionship, not captivity, Finn set out as twilight painted the sky lavender and peach. The first clue came near the suddenly dark bridge. Finn knelt, running small fingers over the cool, damp stones. Spark pulsed a soft green light. There, almost invisible in the dusk, were tiny, glittering specks like minuscule flecks of gold dust. Finn carefully gathered a few on a leaf. "What do you think, Spark? Firefly dust?" Further down the lane, near the baker's now unlit window, Finn noticed something else. The baker's prize-winning cinnamon buns, cooling on the sill as usual, were untouched. Normally, the sweet scent drew the fireflies like a magnet. Finn sniffed the air. The cinnamon scent was faint, almost watery. A quick, polite inquiry revealed the baker had accidentally used weak, stale cinnamon that morning. Strange, Finn mused. But why would that scare the fireflies away here? The bridge didn't smell of cinnamon. Puzzled, Finn sought the wisdom of Professor Thistledown, a very old and exceedingly kind owl who lived in the hollow of the guardian oak. The professor adjusted his tiny spectacles, peering at the golden dust on Finn's leaf. Intriguing, this isn't just dust, young observer, it's wing scale, shed naturally but concentrated here, suggests agitation, perhaps a sudden fright. And the cinnamon? Finn asked. Fireflies adore sweetness, true, the professor hooted softly. But weak cinnamon, unlikely to repel them entirely, more likely. He ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. Perhaps the absence of the usual strong sweetness failed to attract them here, but didn't frighten them away. The fright seems tied to the bridge. Look for something unusual, something sudden near where the lights first vanished. Remembering the bridge, Finn returned, sparks glow illuminating the path. This time, Finn looked up. High above the bridge, strung between two sturdy elms, were the remnants of the harvest moon decorations, colorful paper lanterns, now looking a little sad and deflated. One lantern hung crookedly. Finn squinted. A long, thin rope used to hoist the lanterns, dangled loosely from it. Its end was frayed, as if it had snapped suddenly. Finn's eyes followed the rope down. There, nestled in the soft ferns beside the bridge, lay the cause. A large, smooth river stone, painted like a smiling moon, had fallen from the decorations. It must have slipped when the rope frayed and dropped with a soft thud right onto the bridge at dusk, just when the fireflies gathered there. So the falling moon startled them. Finn whispered to Spark. But why didn't they come back, and why vanish from other places too? Professor Thistledown, who had glided silently down to join them, offered an insight. Fireflies communicate with light, young one. A sudden fright, a burst of shadow, it sends a ripple through their community. A warning, they might retreat, seeking quieter, safer glows. Finn thought hard. The fright at the bridge started it. Then, places that usually drew them like the sweet scent near the baker's didn't feel safe or appealing enough to return to, especially with the communal warning pulsing through their tiny lights. They needed reassurance. They needed Mossglow Hollow to feel like home again. An idea sparked in Finn's mind, brighter than Spark's glow. Gathering the villagers under the guardian oak, Finn explained the clues: the fallen moonstone, the frayed rope, the shed scales, and the weak cinnamon. It wasn't a monster or a thief, Finn said softly. Just a little accident that scared our friends. They're still here, just hiding, feeling unsure. The villagers nodded, their worry melting into understanding. They decided on a plan. The baker baked a fresh batch of buns with her strongest, sweetest cinnamon. Children carefully repaired the frayed rope and rehung the harvest moon decorations securely. And everyone in Mossglow Hollow did something special that evening. As twilight deepened, the villagers didn't light their usual indoor lamps. Instead, they brought every safe, gentle light source outside. They placed luminous mushrooms in windowsills. They hung jars filled with friendly glowworms like Spark, who pulsed excitedly from doorways. They carried polished moonstone lanterns that cast soft, cool light. Old Man Hemlock even coaxed his singing teapot to emit a warm, golden steam light. The village transformed into a tapestry of gentle, welcoming glows, a symphony of soft light saying, "It's safe, come home." They waited in comfortable silence, wrapped in shawls, sipping warm cider. Finn sat on the bridge, the repaired decorations glowing softly overhead, Spark's jar beside them. Minutes stretched, filled only with the chirping of crickets and the sigh of the wind in the willows. Then a single brave point of amber light appeared near the baker's window, drawn by the powerful scent of fresh cinnamon buns. It pulsed once, twice. Another light flickered near the bridge, then another. Like stars winking into existence, the fireflies returned. First in ones and twos, then in dozens, then in hundreds. They didn't just return, they swirled and danced with renewed vigor, weaving intricate patterns through the village's own constellation of welcoming lights. The amber firefly glow mingled with the green of glowworms, the blue of moonstones, and the gold of steamlight, creating a breathtaking display of peaceful, shared luminescence. The mystery hadn't been solved by force or fear, but by careful observation, understanding, and a community extending a gentle invitation. The fireflies, it seemed, just needed to know their light was cherished and their home was safe. As Finn walked back, the village bathed in the warm, multicolored glow. Professor Thistledown hooted softly from the oak. "Wisdom often lies in seeing the world through smaller eyes, young one, and kindness is the brightest light of all." And so Mossglow Hollow slept peacefully once more, cradled not just by the woods, but by the gentle, reassuring dance of countless tiny lights, a silent testament to the power of paying attention, solving puzzles with a kind heart, and making sure everyone, even the smallest lantern bug, feels truly welcome home. The air hummed with the soft symphony of light, a perfect lullaby for dreams woven from cobblestones and starlight. Story 12. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where seasons painted the hills with bold, changing strokes. Yet in the heart of this valley, young Arden felt perpetually out of step. While others welcomed autumn's crisp air and fiery leaves, Arden clung to the fading warmth of summer, dreading the inevitable chill. Any change, felt like a heavy stone in his stomach. He loved tending his small garden, a riot of summer-bloomed sunflowers reaching for the sky, plump tomatoes gleaming like rubies, and sweet peas twining up rough wooden trellises. The thought of it all withering away filled him with a quiet, persistent ache. One blustery afternoon, as Arden mournfully watched the first golden leaves drift onto his still vibrant marigolds, his neighbor, Mara, shuffled over. Mara, with eyes like polished river stones and hands etched with the wisdom of countless seasons, carried a small, gnarled sapling wrapped in burlap. Its leaves were an unusual, shimmering silver green. "Thought you might need a friend for the turning times, Arden," Mara said, her voice as comforting as warm honey. "This is a Moonshadow tree, bit particular, they are. Doesn't much care for staying put in one season." Arden frowned, gently touching a silvery leaf. "Doesn't care for seasons, but seasons, they change everything." "Aye, they do," Mara agreed, settling the sapling into a patch of soft earth Arden had prepared, though he hadn't known why. "But some things carry their own light, their own rhythm. This little one, it reflects what's inside, they say, needs tending, not forcing. She patted the earth firmly around the roots. Water it with kindness, talk to it about your hopes, and see what happens. Skeptical but touched by Mara's gesture, Arden began tending the Moonshadow. He watered it gently, careful not to disturb the delicate roots. He spoke softly to it, not about his fear of change, but about the things he loved: the scent of damp earth after rain, the cheerful buzz of bees in summer, the comforting crackle of the hearth on a cold night. He noticed the sapling seemed to pulse with a faint, silvery light whenever he spoke of things that brought him peace. Autumn deepened. Arden's garden began its slow surrender. Sunflower heads bowed, tomatoes softened, peas shriveled on their vines. The ache in Arden's chest grew heavier. He'd stand before the Moonshadow, which stubbornly held onto its shimmering leaves, a small, defiant beacon of silver against the gold and russet backdrop. "Why can't everything just stay?" he whispered one chilly twilight, his breath misting in the air. The tree seemed to shiver. The next morning, Arden found something astonishing. While the rest of the garden slept, the Moonshadow had burst into bloom. Not spring blossoms, but delicate, crystalline flowers that glowed with a soft, internal light, like captured moonlight. They shimmered with hues of cool blue and soft lavender, untouched by the frost that dusted the pumpkin vines nearby. A gasp escaped Arden. It was beautiful, magical, and utterly out of place. He felt a flicker of pride. He had made this happen by focusing on beauty, not loss. He ran to show Mara. She examined the glowing flowers, a knowing smile playing on her lips. "Reflecting your heart, young gardener, you wished for summer's light to stay, and so it does here." But her smile faded slightly as she gently touched a petal. "Beautiful, yes, but is it growing?" Arden looked closer. The tree hadn't grown an inch taller since planting. The trunk remained thin, the branches delicate. It shone, but it seemed fragile, suspended in its own perfect, unchanging moment. A pang of unease joined his awe. Winter arrived, cloaking Willowbrook in a deep, silent blanket of snow. Arden's garden slept deeply. He kept the Moonshadow clear of snow, marveling at its perpetual frozen bloom. The flowers remained, glowing softly in the long nights, a defiant spark against the darkness. Yet inside his snug cottage, Arden began to feel restless. The constant, unchanging light of the tree started to feel stagnant. He missed the anticipation of spring, the promise held in bare branches. He missed the cycle. One particularly bleak afternoon, the village miller's daughter, Leela, stopped by, her cheeks rosy from the cold. She admired the glowing tree. "It's like a piece of summer trapped in ice," she breathed. "But Arden, doesn't it seem lonely, like it's trying too hard?" Her innocent words struck him deeply. Lonely. That's exactly how he felt, clinging to the past while the world moved on around him. That night, sitting by his crackling hearth, Arden truly looked at his Moonshadow tree through the frosted window. It shone bravely, beautifully, but isolated. It wasn't part of the winter, nor was it preparing for spring. It was stuck, reflecting his own resistance. A tear traced a warm path down his cold cheek. He understood. Holding on to one season meant missing the unique beauty and necessary rest of the others. The next morning, with a trembling hand but a resolved heart, Arden went to the tree. He placed his palm gently on its cool, silver bark. "It's okay," he whispered, his voice thick. "You don't have to shine all the time. You can rest. You can change. You can grow." He spoke not just to the tree, but to himself. He spoke of the quiet beauty of snow-laden branches, the deep sleep of the earth, the exciting mystery of what seeds might stir beneath the frost. He spoke of letting go, trusting the cycle. He felt a tremor run through the tree. Then slowly, miraculously, the glowing crystalline flowers began to fade. Their light dimmed, the delicate structures softening, then gently falling like silver snowflakes onto the white ground below. The shimmering silver-green leaves followed, drifting silently. Soon the Moonshadow stood bare, a delicate tracery of dark branches against the pale winter sky. It looked vulnerable, small. Arden felt a pang of loss, but beneath it, a profound sense of rightness. He didn't stop tending it. He watered the frozen earth around it. He talked to it about the quiet strength of winter, the promise whispered in the wind. He shared his own small steps towards accepting change, learning to knit thick socks by the fire, savoring the tang of stored apples, enjoying the crunch of snow underfoot. Weeks passed. The deepest cold began to relent. One morning Arden noticed tiny buds, no bigger than dewdrops, swelling on the Moonshadow's bare branches. They weren't silver or glowing. They were a soft, vibrant green, the pure, hopeful green of new life. A gasp, full of wonder this time, escaped him. Spring arrived in earnest. While Arden joyfully prepared his garden beds, planting seeds full of potential, the Moonshadow tree underwent its own quiet transformation. The green buds unfurled into ordinary, healthy leaves. But then, as the sun warmed the earth, something new appeared. Nestled among the green leaves were clusters of tiny, star-shaped flowers. They didn't glow with inner light. Instead, they shimmered in the sunlight, reflecting the world around them, the blue sky, the puffy white clouds, the vibrant green of new grass. And as the days lengthened, these flowers slowly transformed into small, perfect apples. Not ordinary apples, but fruits with skins like polished amber, warm and golden, catching the light. Arden brought the first ripe apple to Mara. She took a bite, her eyes closing in pleasure. "Ah," she sighed. "Warmth and wisdom, like tasting sunlight that remembers winter." She smiled at Arden. It found its true magic, didn't it? The magic of being part of the whole, not a part. Leela came by, and Arden shared an apple with her. The taste was extraordinary sweet with the memory of summer sun, but with a crisp, clean undertone like a winter stream, and a hint of the earthy richness of autumn. It tasted like the entire cycle, harmonious and complete. Arden understood. The tree's magic hadn't been in defying change, but in embracing it fully. Its true wonder lay in reflecting the beauty of each moment as it came, and in transforming through the seasons, just as he was learning to do. His fear of change hadn't vanished, but it had softened, replaced by a growing trust in the natural rhythm of things, supported by the quiet wisdom of Mara and the honest observation of Leela. That evening, as fireflies began to wink in the twilight like scattered stars, Arden sat on his porch. He watched the Moonshadow tree, its branches now strong and supple, laden with golden apples that glowed softly in the dusk. Its leaves rustled gently in the warm breeze, whispering secrets of resilience. Inside his cottage, jars of preserved amber apples lined a shelf, glowing like captured sunlight. In his garden, new summer blooms reached for the sky, vibrant and temporary, and he loved them fiercely because they wouldn't last. The stone of dread in his stomach had dissolved, replaced by a deep, peaceful warmth. Change wasn't an ending, but a beautiful, necessary transformation, a journey of discovery reflected in the life of a magical tree and nurtured by the kindness of friends. As the first stars emerged, Arden smiled, feeling perfectly in step with the quiet, turning world, cradled in the gentle magic of growth. The crackle of the hearth inside seemed to echo the peaceful rhythm of his own, newly settled heart. Story 13. The first frost hadn't yet kissed the cobblestones of Willow Creek, but a distinct chill whispered through the air, carrying the scent of wood smoke and damp earth. Inside a small cottage tucked beneath a gnarled willow tree, young Finn sat by the window, his breath fogging the cool glass. Outside, the world seemed muted, grays and browns dominating the landscape after the vibrant autumn. Finn felt a familiar pang, a sense of not quite fitting, like a puzzle piece forced into the wrong space. While the other village children chased hoops or played raucous games by the mill pond, Finn preferred the quiet company of moss-covered stones and the patient observation of birds building their nests. He often felt like he was waiting for something, though he couldn't have said what. His grandfather, a man whose face was a roadmap of gentle wrinkles earned from years tending his garden and watching sunsets, noticed Finn's quiet melancholy. One evening, as the fire crackled merrily in the hearth, painting dancing shadows on the walls, Grandfather beckoned Finn closer. His eyes, the color of warm peat, held a secret spark. "Feeling a bit adrift, lad?" Grandfather asked, his voice a low rumble like distant thunder. Finn nodded, tracing the whorls in the worn wooden tabletop. "Sometimes," Grandfather continued, pulling a small, cloth-wrapped bundle from the pocket of his patched waistcoat, "the world feels smaller than it is. But there are corners hidden, Finn, places where the ordinary folds away like morning mist." He carefully unfolded the cloth, revealing an object that seemed to drink in the firelight. It was a compass, but unlike any Finn had seen. The casing was made of smooth, dark wood, warm to the touch. Instead of a needle, a single, impossibly bright point of light glowed within a disk of polished moonstone. Around the disk, tiny, intricate symbols were etched, not letters, but shapes like unfurling ferns, spiraling galaxies, and rippling water. It felt both ancient and alive in Finn's hands. "This," Grandfather said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, "is the Moonshadow compass. It doesn't point north, lad. It points towards wonder, towards places that need a kind heart and a quiet mind." He placed a gnarled finger on the glowing point. "When the moon is high and the world holds its breath, this light will guide you. But remember, the truest magic lies not in the finding, but in the journey and those you meet along the way. Listen more than you speak, see with your heart as well as your eyes." That night, under a sky awash with stars and a fat, silver moon, Finn felt the compass grow warm against his palm as he stood by his window. The light within pulsed, then steadied, pointing unerringly towards the dense, shadowed mass of the whispering woods that bordered Willow Creek. Woods everyone avoided, speaking of strange sounds and paths that shifted. A thrill, part excitement, part trepidation, fizzed in Finn's veins. Taking a deep breath of the crisp night air, he slipped out, the compass a steady beacon in his hand. The familiar edge of the woods felt different under the moonlight. The trees, usually just looming shapes, now seemed like ancient centennials. Their bark, silvered by the moon, revealed intricate patterns. The air hummed with a low vibration, not a sound, but a feeling like the deep thrum of the earth itself. The compass light intensified, casting a soft, silvery pool around Finn's feet as he stepped beneath the canopy. The path vanished almost immediately, swallowed by ferns and moss. Yet the compass guided him, its light seeming to nudge him gently around gnarled roots and over burbling streams he hadn't known existed. Strange, luminous fungi glowed softly on fallen logs, and the scent shifted from damp earth to something sweeter, like crushed pine needles and wild honey. He walked for what felt like hours, yet time seemed fluid here. The woods deepened, the trees growing taller, their branches weaving a cathedral roof high above. Then the compass light flickered and dimmed. Finn stopped, heart pounding. The silence deepened. A rustle came from a thicket of moon-dappled ferns. Slowly, cautiously, a creature emerged. It was a hedgehog, but unlike any in Finn's storybooks. Its spines shimmered with a faint opalescent sheen, catching the moonlight like tiny prisms. Its eyes, large and dark, regarded Finn with intense, intelligent scrutiny, unblinking. It didn't flee, merely tilted its head, emitting a soft, questioning cheer-up. "Hello." Finn whispered, crouching down slowly, keeping his movements gentle. I didn't mean to disturb you. My compass, it brought me here. The hedgehog sniffed the air delicately, its tiny nose twitching. It made another soft sound, a complex series of chirps and clicks that somehow conveyed curiosity tinged with caution. It took a step closer, its shimmering spines rippling slightly. Finn noticed something clutched in its small front paws, a single, perfect acorn cap, polished smooth and gleaming. The hedgehog placed it deliberately on the moss between them, then looked pointedly at the dim compass in Finn's hand, then back towards a path Finn hadn't noticed, winding deeper into the woods where the trees seemed even older, draped in thick curtains of silvery moss. "You want me to follow?" Finn asked, understanding dawning. The hedgehog chirped affirmatively, picked up the acorn cap, and trundled purposefully down the new path, glancing back to ensure Finn followed. The compass light flared weakly in that direction. His unexpected guide had a name, Finn felt sure, though he didn't know it yet. He decided to call him Quill for his luminous spines. Quill led Finn deeper into the heart of the whispering woods. They passed groves where trees sang softly in the breeze, their leaves rustling melodies that sounded like distant chimes. They skirted clearings carpeted with luminous blue flowers that pulsed gently. Finn saw shy, silver-furred creatures with wide eyes watching from the shadows, and once a majestic stag with antlers like spun moonlight crossed their path, pausing to nod gravely before melting into the trees. The air grew thicker, sweeter, charged with an energy that made Finn's skin tingle. But then the atmosphere changed. The sweet scent soured slightly, becoming tinged with decay. The vibrant moss underfoot grew patchy and dull. The luminous fungi flickered erratically. The tree's gentle song became a low, pained groan. Even Quill's spines seemed to dim. He stopped near a colossal ancient oak, its bark deeply fissured. At its base, where roots the size of cartwheels emerged from the earth, was the source of the blight. A dark, viscous ooze seeped from a crack in the earth, spreading tendrils of shadow that seemed to leach the color and life from the surrounding moss and ferns. The air above it shimmered unpleasantly. Quill made a mournful sound, placing the acorn cap carefully beside the ooze. He nudged it towards the dark pool, but the moment the cap touched the shadow, it turned gray and brittle, crumbling to dust. Quill recoiled, his small body trembling, letting out a sound of pure despair. He looked at Finn, his large eyes filled with a profound sadness Finn felt deep in his bones. This wasn't just a patch of sickness. It felt like a wound in the forest itself, draining its vital energy. The Moonshadow compass, clutched tightly in Finn's hand, pulsed erratically, its light weak and strained near the ooze. Finn knelt beside Quill, careful not to touch the shadow. "This is why you brought me," he murmured. "This is what's hurting the woods." Quill nodded vigorously, chittering urgently, his small paws gesturing towards the spreading darkness and then back towards Finn. The message was clear: help. Fix it. But how? Grandfather's words echoed, "Listen more than you speak. See with your heart." Finn closed his eyes, pushing aside his fear. He focused on the groaning tree, the fading moss, Quill's distress. He tried to feel the forest, not just see its sickness. Beneath the pain, he sensed a deep, slow pulse, like the heartbeat of the earth. He felt the tree's roots reaching deep, drawing strength. He felt the fear of the small creatures hiding. And he felt the ooze cold, hungry alien. It wasn't part of this place. It was an intrusion. Opening his eyes, he looked at the Moonshadow compass. Its light was faint, but the symbols etched around the moonstone disk seemed to shimmer more brightly. He remembered grandfather's words: "It points towards wonder, places that need a kind heart." This place needed help. But the compass wasn't lighting the way anymore. Its light was weak near the blight. Then Finn noticed something. The symbols weren't just decorative. One symbol, a spiral like a fern unfurling, seemed to resonate faintly with the deep, slow pulse he'd felt from the earth. Another, like rippling water, shimmered when he focused on a nearby trickle of clear water seeping from a mossy rock. He looked at Quill, who was watching him intently, holding another acorn cap he'd found nearby, his expression hopeful yet guarded. "Quill," Finn said softly, pointing to the spiral symbol. I think this means the deep earth, the roots." He pointed to the water symbol. "And this is the water." He looked at the ooze, the shadow spreading. "It's like a sickness, right? It doesn't belong." Quill chirped in agreement, his little body tense with anticipation. Finn's mind raced. If the ooze was draining the forest's life, maybe it needed the forest's own strength to cleanse it. Like washing a wound. He remembered the clear water trickling nearby. He looked at the symbols again. What if the compass wasn't just a guide, but a key? A way to connect? Holding the compass flat in his palm, Finn focused all his attention on the spiral symbol, the deep earth. He imagined the roots of the ancient oak, strong and deep, drawing up pure energy. He poured his own wish for healing into that thought. The spiral symbol glowed faintly, a soft emerald light. Then he shifted his focus to the water symbol, picturing the clear, cleansing stream. He imagined it flowing pure and strong. The water symbol shimmered with a cool, blue light. The Moonshadow compass itself began to pulse gently, its central light growing steadier, warmer. Quill watched, utterly still, his dark eyes wide. Finn took a deep breath, his heart pounding, not with fear now, but with a fragile hope. He carefully extended his hand, holding the compass towards the dark ooze. He didn't touch it, he held the compass just above the creeping shadow. "Please," he whispered, not knowing who he was asking, but pouring his intention into the symbol's strength from the earth, cleansing from the water. "Help heal this place." The compass glowed brighter. The emerald light from the spiral symbol flowed down like mist, seeping into the dark crack in the earth from which the ooze emerged. The blue light from the water symbol washed over the surface of the shadow. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the ooze hissed faintly, like steam escaping. The tendrils of shadow began to recoil, drawing back towards the crack. The viscous blackness seemed to thin, becoming less substantial. Finn poured more of his focus, his quiet determination, into the symbols. He felt a connection, a circuit completing the forest's deep strength, the pure water, his own intent, channeled through the compass. Quill, sensing the shift, scurried forward. He didn't touch the ooze, but he placed the fresh acorn cap right on the edge of the receding shadow. This time it didn't crumble. It rested there whole. The little hedgehog began to chirp, a soft, rhythmic sound that wasn't a song, but a call. From the surrounding shadows, other small creatures emerged, shy rabbits with silver-tipped ears, squirrels whose fur held a moonlit sheen, even delicate moths with wings like stained glass. They gathered around the oak space, not touching the blight, but adding their presence, their quiet energy, to Finn's effort. The forest itself seemed to lean in, the groaning of the trees softening to a sigh. The ooze shrank rapidly now, drawn back into the crack like ink into a bottle. As the last vestiges vanished, the compass flared with a pure, bright silver light, momentarily illuminating the entire clearing. Then the light subsided, returning to its gentle, steady glow. The crack in the earth sealed itself, leaving only smooth, healthy soil. Color flooded back into the moss and ferns, glowing with renewed vibrancy. The air cleared, filled once more with the sweet scent of pine and honey. The ancient oak sighed, a sound of profound relief, its leaves rustling a joyful, chiming melody. Quill scampered over the now healthy moss and nudged the acorn cap with his nose. He looked up at Finn, his dark eyes shining with an emotion deeper than gratitude. It was recognition. He chirped, a complex, lilting sound that seemed to carry meaning. He picked up the acorn cap and carefully placed it in Finn's open palm beside the compass. It felt warm and imbued with the forest's renewed life. Finn smiled, a wide, relieved smile that lit up his face. He crouched down. "We did it, Quill, together." The little hedgehog nudged his hand gently with his cool nose. The journey back through the whispering woods felt different. The forest seemed to celebrate. Bioluminescent flowers glowed brighter, leaves rustled cheerful tunes, and small creatures peeked out without fear, their eyes reflecting the moonlight. Quill walked beside Finn, his spines shimmering with renewed vigor, occasionally darting off to investigate a fascinating root or mushroom, but always returning to Finn's side. The Moonshadow compass now pointed steadily back towards Willow Creek, its light serene. As they neared the edge of the woods, the first pale streaks of dawn painted the sky. Finn stopped at the boundary. Quill looked up at him, then back towards the deep, vibrant heart of the woods. He chirped softly, a sound of farewell and understanding. This was his home. He nudged Finn's leg once, then turned and trundled back into the dappled shadows of the trees, disappearing into the emerald embrace of his world. Finn stood for a moment, the cool dawn air on his face, the acorn cap warm in his hand, the compass quiet against his chest. He felt changed, not in his appearance, but deep inside. The quiet ache of not belonging had eased, replaced by a profound sense of connection to the woods, to the hidden magic, to the small, brave creature who had trusted him. He had listened, he had seen with his heart, and he had helped heal a wound. He understood now that wonder wasn't always about grand adventures. Sometimes it was about quiet courage, unexpected friendship, and the gentle strength found in helping something precious. He slipped back into the cottage just as the sun crested the horizon, painting Willow Creek in soft gold. Grandfather was already up, tending the small hearth fire. He looked at Finn, taking in his leaf-tangled hair, the smudge of moss on his cheek, the quiet, deep light in his eyes, and the simple acorn cap he held. A slow, knowing smile spread across Grandfather's face, crinkling the corners of his eyes. "Find what you were waiting for, lad," he asked, his voice warm as the fire. Finn looked down at the acorn cap, then out the window towards the whispering woods, now just a dark line against the brightening sky. He thought of shimmering spines, ancient trees singing, and the deep, healing pulse of the earth. He smiled, a peaceful, contented smile. "I found a friend," he said softly, placing the acorn cap carefully on the windowsill where the morning sun caught its polished surface. "And I learned to listen." He touched the Moonshadow compass still in his pocket. It felt cool, its magic dormant but present, a quiet reminder of the hidden world next door. Grandfather nodded, stirring the porridge bubbling on the fire. "The best kind of magic, that is," he rumbled. "Sticks with you long after the journey's done." The scent of cooking oats filled the small cottage, warm and comforting. Finn sat by the fire, the events of the night settling into his heart like seeds in fertile soil. He knew the woods held its secrets close, and Quill was guarding his home. But the connection remained, a silent understanding woven into the fabric of the dawn. The world outside Willow Creek wasn't smaller anymore. It was vast and layered, filled with hidden wonders and quiet guardians. And Finn, the quiet boy who listened to stones, now carried a piece of that wonder within him, a gentle warmth against the coming winter chill, proof that even the smallest heart, guided by kindness and open to friendship, could help heal the world. He gazed at the acorn cap, glowing softly in the morning light, and knew he was exactly where he belonged. The fire crackled, a peaceful counterpoint to the silent song of the woods beyond, and the new day began. Story 14. The little cottage at the edge of Willowbrook Village was known for two things: the sweet scent of Mrs. Hemsley's cinnamon buns that always seemed to waft from its chimney, and the quiet boy who lived there named Leo. Leo wasn't shy exactly, just deeply observant. He noticed things others missed: the precise pattern of frost on a window pane, the way dust motes danced in a sunbeam, the faint, almost musical hum that came from the old oak wardrobe in his attic bedroom. One rainy Tuesday, while rummaging for a misplaced sketchbook, Leo discovered something else. Tucked behind a box of faded quilts was a small, dusty object wrapped in faded blue velvet. Unfolding the cloth, he found a teacup. Not fine china, but sturdy earthenware, glazed a deep, comforting brown like freshly turned earth. It was chipped along the rim and bore a simple painted design, a single, slightly lopsided silver star. Intrigued, Leo brought it downstairs. The rain drummed a steady rhythm on the roof as he placed it on the kitchen table. He absent-mindedly traced the star with his finger. A warm tingle spread up his arm. Suddenly, the chip on the rim pulsed with a soft, silvery light. Leo blinked. Had he imagined it? He touched the star again. This time the light flared brighter, and the cup itself seemed to hum, a gentle vibration that matched the sound from the old wardrobe. Curious, Leo filled the cup with water from the tap. As the water settled, the silver star shimmered, and the water's surface transformed. Instead of reflecting the kitchen ceiling, it showed a swirling vortex of deep indigo and violet, dusted with countless pinpricks of light. It wasn't just water, it was a window into the night sky, impossibly deep and vast. Stars, Leo breathed, his heart pounding with a quiet thrill. He tilted the cup slightly. The view shifted, zooming past nebulae like spun sugar and planets ringed with icy dust. He saw a constellation shaped like a leaping hare, another like a twisting river. It wasn't just a map, it felt alive, whispering ancient secrets on the edge of hearing. That night, Leo couldn't sleep. He cradled the star cup, watching galaxies swirl within its humble earthenware walls. As he traced the star again, the view shifted dramatically. Instead of distant wonders, it showed a much closer scene, a patch of the night sky above Willowbrook, but marred. A jagged, dark tear rent the fabric of the heavens near the constellation of the Weaver, like a rip in dark velvet. From the tear, tiny, cold shadows seemed to seep, dimming the starlight around it. A profound sense of wrongness washed over Leo. The sky was hurt. He knew with a certainty that settled deep in his bones that he had to do something. The cup had shown him, and the quiet hum from the wardrobe seemed to echo the sky's distress. But how could a boy from Willowbrook mend the heavens? He needed help. His first thought was Old Man Hemlock, the reclusive woodcarver who lived deep in Whisperwood. Hemlock knew things about the woods, and maybe, Leo reasoned, about other things too. Packing a small knapsack with Mrs. Hemsley's cinnamon buns and the star cup carefully wrapped in its velvet, Leo set off at dawn. The forest path was dappled with sunlight, birdsong filling the air, but Leo carried the image of the wounded sky like a weight. Deep in the woods, beneath a canopy of ancient oaks, he found Hemlock's cottage. The woodcarver, a man with bark-like skin and eyes like chips of flint, listened silently as Leo explained, showing him the cup and describing the tear. Hemlock examined the cup, his rough fingers surprisingly gentle. "Star chalice," he murmured, his voice like dry leaves rustling. "Thought it lost, belonged to the old sky watchers, shows not just where, but how things are." He pointed a gnarled finger at the chip. "That's not damage, lad, that's a key, but mending sky fabric, that's delicate work, needs more than old wood lore, needs starlight itself, and a steady hand." He sighed. "The path's grown faint. You'll need a guide who remembers the high places." Hemlock led Leo to the edge of a mossy clearing. "Call her," he said simply. "Show the chalice." Leo held up the cup, letting the morning sun catch the silver star. He thought of the leaping hare constellation, its joyful energy. A soft, silvery chime emanated from the cup. A moment later, a flurry of iridescent feathers descended. A starling landed on a nearby branch, but this was no ordinary bird. Her feathers shimmered with captured starlight deep blues, vibrant greens, and flashes of pure silver. Her eyes were bright, intelligent pinpricks. Chime. Hemlock greeted her fondly. This is Leo, he bears the star chalice, the sky near the weaver's Thorne. The starling Chime tilted her head, fixing Leo with her bright gaze. Thorne. Her voice wasn't heard with ears, but resonated directly in Leo's mind, clear and musical. Cold seeps in, dims the song. She fluttered closer, landing on Leo's outstretched arm. Her tiny claws were surprisingly warm. The high meadow, where the sky touches the earth. We must go. Their journey became a climb. Chime led them up winding deer trails, past waterfalls that sparkled like liquid crystal, and through groves of whispering pines that smelled of resin and secrets. The air grew thinner, cooler. Leo's legs ached, but the star cup, humming softly in his pack, gave him strength. As dusk painted the sky in hues of apricot and lavender, they emerged onto the high meadow. It was a vast, rolling expanse of soft, silvery grass that seemed to glow with its own inner light. Wildflowers like tiny captured constellations dotted the landscape. And above, the sky felt incredibly close, a vast dome of deepening blue. Leo unwrapped the star cup. The view within confirmed it. The jagged tear was directly above them, a stark black gash marring the emerging stars. A chilling emptiness emanated from it. Suddenly, the grass near a large, moss-covered boulder parted. A creature emerged, not fierce, but solid and earthbound. A badger, her fur a thick pelt of gray and black, her eyes wise and surprisingly gentle, though currently narrowed with concern. She sniffed the air, her nose twitching. Thistle. Chime chirped mentally. Sky hurt. The badger, Thistle, lumbered closer, her movements deliberate. She peered at the tear, then at the star cup in Leo's hands. Her voice, when it came, was a low rumble, felt more than heard, like stones shifting deep underground. The fabric weakens. The cold bite spreads. It hungers for warmth, for light. But force, she shook her heavy head. Force tears it wider, like pulling a burr from tender skin. She nudged Leo gently with her nose. The chalice shows the wound. Does it show the thread? Leo looked deeper into the cup. Focusing past the terrifying tear, he saw faint, shimmering lines crisscrossing the darkness, delicate threads of pure, woven starlight. Around the tear, these threads were frayed and snapped, curling inward like burnt edges. The cold shadows pulsed from the broken ends. It shows the threads, Leo whispered, understanding dawning. They are broken. The shadows come from the broken ends. Wisdom, Thistle rumbled approvingly. Not a battle, but a mending. The sky is a tapestry. It needs the weaver's touch, but the weaver sleeps. She looked at the tear. The threads remember their place. They need only a guide and the right light. Chime fluttered excitedly. The chalice holds starlight. The key. Leo looked at the chip, the key. He looked at the tear, then at the shimmering threads within the cup's vision. The challenge wasn't fighting the shadows. It was coaxing the broken threads back together, reweaving the fabric with gentleness. But how? The tear was vast, high above. Thistle nudged his hand, holding the cup. Earth supports sky. Ground the light. Chime landed on the cup's rim. I carry the song. I show the way. An idea sparked. Leo knelt on the soft, glowing grass of the high meadow. He placed the star cup carefully on the ground before him, the chip facing upwards. He filled it not with water, but with clear, cold dew he scooped from a nearby flower. The water shimmered, magnifying the view of the frayed threads around the tear. "Chime," Leo said softly. "Can you fly up there near the tear, show the threads where they need to go, sing to them?" Chime trilled, a sound like tiny silver bells. "I remember the pattern. I sing the stars home." Thistle, Leo turned to the badger. "The earth feels strong here. Can you help hold the light steady, ground it?" Thistle placed a heavy paw gently beside the cup. A deep, resonant hum, like the earth's own heartbeat, vibrated up through the ground and into the cup. The water within glowed with a steadier, calmer light. The image of the threads sharpened. Leo took a deep breath. He focused all his quiet observation, all his care, on the star cup. He touched the silver star, then gently, ever so gently, traced the outline of the chip, the key. A beam of pure, concentrated starlight, warm and silvery, shot upwards from the chip, not a violent lance, but a gentle guide rope, connecting the cup on the earth to the tear in the sky. It illuminated the broken threads with a soft, inviting radiance. Chime launched herself into the beam. She became a comet of iridescent light, flying straight towards the tear. As she neared the broken threads, she began to sing. It wasn't a song of words, but of pure, resonant starlight, a melody of belonging, of connection, of the ancient pattern of the weaver. She darted and danced along the frayed edges, her light touching the broken threads. Where her light touched, the threads responded. They uncurled from their fearful recoil. They reached out, drawn by the song and the gentle, guiding light from below. Leo, kneeling on the earth, felt the connection through the cup. He didn't pull or force, he simply held the light steady, a beacon of warmth and safety, channeling the grounding strength Thistle provided. He focused on the image in the cup, willing the threads to remember their place, to find each other. It was painstakingly slow. The cold shadows resisted, swirling like ink in water, trying to snuff out Chime's light, trying to make the threads recoil again. But Chime, nimble and fearless, dodged the shadows, her song unwavering. Thistle's grounding hum remained constant, a deep anchor. And Leo poured his quiet determination, his empathy for the wounded sky, into the star cup. He imagined the threads whole, the fabric smooth. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, the threads began to knit. Silver filaments reached for silver filaments, drawn by the song and the guiding light. Where they touched, they fused with a soft ping, like a tiny crystal bell ringing. The jagged edges of the tear softened, began to close. The cold shadows thinned, dissipated like smoke in sunlight, replaced by the restored starlight. One by one, the threads reconnected. The tear shrank from a gaping wound to a thin seam, then finally vanished. The sky above the high meadow was whole again, the constellation of the weaver shining brightly, its stars twinkling with renewed vigor. A wave of pure, peaceful warmth washed down the beam of light and through Leo, Chime, and Thistle. It felt like the sky sighing in relief. Chime fluttered back down, landing exhausted but radiant on Thistle's broad back. The badger gave a contented rumble. The beam of light from the star cup faded, leaving the cup itself glowing softly with a warm, inner light. The chip on the rim no longer pulsed erratically, but shone with a steady, gentle silver gleam. Leo picked up the cup. The water inside now reflected the perfectly whole, breathtakingly beautiful night sky above them. The sense of wrongness was gone, replaced by profound peace. He looked at his companions, the shimmering starling and the steadfast badger. He hadn't fought, he had listened, understood, and offered gentle guidance. He had mended. The journey back to Willowbrook was quiet, filled with the soft sounds of the night forest and the comfortable presence of his friends. Chime rode on his shoulder, Thistle padded beside him. When they reached Hemlock's cottage, the old woodcarver merely nodded, a rare smile touching his lips. "Sky sings true again," he rasped. "Well woven." Leo returned home as dawn tinged the sky pink. He placed the star cup back on his bedside table. It was still a simple earthenware cup, chipped and sturdy. But now Leo saw the magic woven into its ordinary form. He understood that wonder wasn't always loud or flashy. Sometimes it was a quiet hum in an old wardrobe, a star painted on a cup, the steadfastness of earth, the joyful song of a starling, and the courage to observe, to care, and to mend. That night, as he lay in bed, he glanced at the cup. It glowed softly, a tiny nightlight shaped like a star. The faint hum from the wardrobe was back, but now it harmonized perfectly with the gentle rhythm of the night outside the crickets, the sighing wind, the distant hoot of an owl. It was the sound of a world whole and at peace, a lullaby woven from starlight, earth, and quiet courage. Leo smiled, feeling a warmth that had nothing to do with blankets, and drifted into a sleep as deep and peaceful as the mended sky. The ordinary held extraordinary secrets, yes, but the greatest magic, he now knew, lay in the gentle heart that dared to see them, and the wise hands that knew how to heal. Story 15. The fire crackled softly, painting dancing shadows on the walls as the scent of cedar filled the room. Tonight, dear listener, we journey to a village much like any other, nestled in a valley where chimney smoke curled lazily into the sky. There lived a quiet boy named Leo, whose greatest treasure was his grandfather's dusty attic, a cavern of forgotten things whispering stories of the past. Leo often felt a little lonely, his thoughts as tangled as the old fishing nets piled in one corner. One crisp autumn afternoon, while searching for a missing chess piece, his hand brushed against something cold and smooth beneath a pile of yellowed sheet music. It was a teapot. Not grand or ornate, but sturdy and plain, made of a dark, unremarkable clay. Yet as Leo lifted it, a faint warmth pulsed through the ceramic, like a sleeping heartbeat. Curious, he carried it downstairs to the kitchen. He filled it with water and placed it on the stove. As the water heated, something extraordinary happened. Instead of plain steam, delicate, shimmering tendrils rose from the spout. They didn't dissipate, they swirled and coalesced, forming intricate, glowing patterns in the air miniature forests, constellations Leo had never seen, and fleeting images of smiling faces. Then with a soft pop, the steam condensed into a single, perfect, shimmering dewdrop that landed on the worn wooden table. Where it touched, tiny, luminous flowers bloomed for a moment before fading, leaving behind a scent like cinnamon and starlight. Leo gasped. This was no ordinary teapot. It was a dream spout, though he wouldn't know that name yet. Its magic wasn't in grand spells, but in revealing hidden wonders and forgotten connections, fueled by warmth and quiet attention. That night, cradling the warm teapot, Leo noticed something new. Etched onto its base, revealed only when the clay was heated, was a tiny, impossibly detailed map. It showed a path leading from his village, through the whispering woods, to a place marked with a symbol like a silver leaf. A yearning tugged at Leo's heart. He felt the teapot wasn't just showing him magic, it was asking for something. Asking him. His journey began at dawn. The whispering woods earned their name, the wind sighed through the pines, carrying murmurs that sounded almost like words. Leo clutched the warm teapot wrapped in cloth, its gentle heat a comforting presence. He hadn't gone far when a small, prickly shape tumbled from a pile of russet leaves directly onto his boot. "Oof, pardon the intrusion, traveler, quite a tumble," squeaked a voice. A hedgehog blinked up at him, spectacles perched precariously on his snout, a tiny satchel made of acorn caps slung over his shoulder. He introduced himself as Pip, a cartographer of curious things, currently mapping the migratory patterns of particularly indecisive ladybugs. Pip's spectacles magnified his kind, inquisitive eyes. "That warmth you carry," he said, sniffing the air, "it smells of stories, old deep stories and maps. I see maps." He peered excitedly at the teapot Leo carefully unwrapped. Pip proved invaluable. His knowledge of the woods was encyclopedic. He knew where the moss grew softest for resting, which berries were safe, and which would make one sing embarrassingly off-key, and crucially, he could decipher the faint, shifting lines on the teapot's map. "Ah, see here," Pip would say, tracing a glowing line with a tiny claw, "this bend aligns with the twin oaks. We turn where the sunlight dapples the path just so at midday." As they walked, Leo shared the teapot's magic, pouring a little warm water onto a flat stone. The steam swirled, forming a miniature, glowing scene of dancing fireflies from a summer long past. Pip watched, utterly enchanted. "Remarkable, it reveals the heart of things, the hidden beauty." Their path grew steeper, the woods darker. Doubt began to creep into Leo's mind. Was this foolish? What was he even seeking? Just then, a melodious trill echoed above them. A thrush with feathers the color of polished chestnut landed on a low branch, tilting her head. "Lost your way, seekers," she chirped, her voice like clear water over stones. Her name was Cora. "Not lost precisely," Pip declared, puffing out his chest. "Navigating by stellar cartography and enchanted ceramics." Cora chuckled, a warm, bubbling sound. "I know these woods. I sing the paths awake at dawn and lullaby them to sleep at dusk. You seek the silverwood glade marked by the leaf." She'd seen the map symbol reflected in dewdrops on spiderwebs. Cora explained the glade was a place of deep peace, where the oldest magic of the forest resided, but it was guarded. "The guardian tree watches over it," she said, her voice dropping slightly. "It allows passage only to those who understand the quietest truth." With Cora flying ahead, scouting the safest route and singing warnings of tricky routes or hidden streams, their journey felt lighter. Leo shared the teapot's magic with her too. Pouring water onto a large, heart-shaped leaf, the steam formed the image of a forgotten nest, woven with strands of moonlight, where Cora had been born. She gazed at it, her eyes shining. "It remembers," she whispered. "It remembers what even the trees sometimes forget." Finally, after days of walking, guided by Pip's meticulous map reading and Cora's aerial guidance, they emerged into the silverwood glade. It was bathed in soft, silvery light, filtering through leaves that seemed woven from pure light. Flowers glowed with their own gentle luminescence, and the air hummed with a profound, peaceful silence. At the glade's heart stood the guardian tree. It wasn't the tallest or the widest, but its bark shimmered like ancient silver, and its roots delved deep into the earth, pulsing with a slow, steady light. Before it lay their challenge. The path to the tree's base was blocked by a curtain of pure, shimmering energy like solidified moonlight. Leo stepped forward, but the energy hummed, barring his way. No force could pass through it. He looked at Pip and Cora, then at the teapot, warm and reassuring in his hands. "What is the smallest key that unlocks the greatest door?" The voice wasn't heard with ears, but felt within their hearts, resonating from the guardian tree itself. It was calm, ancient, and expectant. Pip adjusted his spectacles, muttering rapidly. "Smallest key, micro-keys, lockpicks, molecular structures. Cora, do birds have particularly small keys?" Cora tilted her head. "We use songs to open the dawn, but that's not small. Kindness. But kindness isn't a key, exactly." Leo stared at the shimmering barrier, then down at the teapot. He thought of the dewdrop that bloomed flowers, the steam that showed forgotten joys, the warmth that felt like a shared secret. He thought of the loneliness he'd carried, now eased by Pip's chatter and Cora's song. He thought of the teapot's magic, not of power, but of revealing, of connecting, of appreciating the small, hidden wonders. "It's attention," Leo murmured, more to himself than to the tree. Paying attention, noticing the small things, the warmth in your hands, the pattern in the steam, the sound of the wind, the friend beside you. That's how you unlock the magic. That's the key. He didn't try to push through. Instead, he knelt before the barrier. He unwrapped the teapot, feeling its familiar warmth. He poured a little water onto the moss at the base of the shimmering curtain. The steam rose, not forming grand images this time, but swirling gently, reflecting the silver light of the glade, the worried face of Pip, the watchful eyes of Cora, and Leo's own face, filled with a quiet understanding. As he watched, truly saw the beauty in that simple, shared moment. A single tear of profound gratitude escaped his eye and rolled down his cheek. It fell, sparkling onto the moss where the steam danced. Where the tear landed, a tiny, perfect silver flower bloomed, its petals unfolding with a soft chime. The shimmering barrier rippled like water, then dissolved into a shower of harmless, glowing sparks that drifted away on the still air. The guardian tree's light pulsed warmly. "Wisdom blooms in quiet soil," the voice resonated within them. "You carry the true key within you now. Welcome, child of noticing." The silverwood glade embraced them. Leo felt a deep peace settle into his bones, a quiet joy that replaced the loneliness. He understood the teapot's purpose wasn't just to show magic, but to teach him how to find it everywhere, in the ordinary, by paying attention and sharing the warmth. He placed the teapot gently at the base of the guardian tree. As he did, a single perfect silver leaf drifted down and landed softly on its lid, merging with the clay, leaving a permanent, glowing mark. The journey back was different. Leo walked with a lighter step, Pip chattering excitedly about mapping this newfound inner landscape, and Cora singing a song that seemed to weave the sunlight through the branches. The teapot felt the same, yet different. The magic was quieter now, settled. When Leo poured water later that evening back in the attic, the steam showed simple, beautiful things. The intricate pattern of a spiderweb, the smile on his mother's face when he returned, the way Pip meticulously arranged his acorn cap collection, the gleam in Cora's eye as she sang. It revealed the wonder already present. Leo was changed. He no longer felt lost in his thoughts. He noticed the way the baker's bread smelled at dawn, the intricate frost patterns on the window pane, the lonely look in old Mr. Higgins's eyes. He started sharing tea from the dream spout not to show off magic, but to share moments of warmth and quiet attention. People began to gather, drawn by the simple comfort and the feeling of being truly seen. The village didn't become spectacularly magical overnight, but it became softer, kinder, brighter. People noticed the small beauties, listened a little better, shared their own stories more freely. And Leo. He found his loneliness replaced by a deep connection to his friends Pip and Cora, who visited often, to his village, and to the quiet magic woven into the very fabric of the ordinary world. He kept the teapot on his windowsill, where moonlight touched the silver leaf. It was a reminder that the greatest adventures aren't always far away, and the most powerful magic often begins with a warm cup of tea, a noticing heart, and the courage to share a little kindness. The end. Sleep well, little dreamer, and may you always find the magic in the small, warm moments. Story 16. The old village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where mist clung to the earth like a silvery blanket each dawn. Its cottages, built of honey-colored stone and thatched roofs, leaned companionably against one another, their chimneys puffing wood smoke that carried the scent of oak and pine. In one such cottage, beneath a patchwork quilt stitched with constellations, lived a boy named Finn. He had eyes the color of moss after rain, and a quiet spirit that often felt too large for the smallness of his world. Finn longed for something extraordinary, a feeling that hummed beneath his skin like the vibration of a plucked harp string. One wild, windswept night, a storm unlike any other crashed against the valley. Thunder boomed like giants rolling boulders across the sky, and lightning etched jagged patterns onto Finn's bedroom wall. Rain lashed the window panes, whispering secrets in a language he couldn't quite grasp. When dawn finally crept in, pale and dripping, Finn pulled on his boots and ventured outside. The world was transformed. Streams gushed where paths once lay, leaves lay scattered like emerald coins, and the ancient sentinel oak at the forest's edge had shed one of its massive limbs. Curiosity, that insistent tug, drew Finn towards the fallen limb. Nestled within the splintered heartwood, pulsing with a soft, warm light, lay a single seed. It was no ordinary acorn. It resembled a tear-shaped moonstone, veined with threads of liquid gold and silver that shimmered even in the weak morning sun. As Finn's fingers brushed its smooth surface, a gentle warmth spread up his arm, followed by a faint, melodic chime that seemed to resonate within his bones. He tucked the lumina seed into his pocket, its warmth a comforting secret against his thigh. That night the seed glowed brighter beneath his pillow. Its chime grew clearer, forming a single, beckoning note. It pulled him to the window where the moonlit forest seemed deeper, more alive. Shadows danced with purpose, and fireflies wove patterns in the air like living constellations. Compelled, Finn slipped out, the lumina seed a guiding star in his palm. He followed its gentle pull past the familiar boundary stones, deeper into the whispering woods than he'd ever dared. The air thickened, smelling of damp earth, crushed ferns and something else, ozone and wild magic. The trees grew taller, their bark etched with glowing symbols that pulsed faintly as he passed. Moss-covered stones formed arches draped with luminous vines, and giant mushrooms glowed with soft bioluminescence. Finn gasped. He'd found it the hidden veil of Athuria, a world folded within his own. Before he could absorb the wonder, a low growl rumbled nearby. A dark shape detached itself from the shadows beneath a colossal toadstool, a badger, larger than any he'd seen, its black and white fur bristling. Its eyes, however, weren't fierce, but wide with exhaustion and deep, unsettling sorrow. Finn froze, clutching the lumina seed. Instead of attacking, the badger slumped, a whimper escaping it. "The light, it hurts less near you," it rasped, its voice surprisingly deep and gravelly. Finn knelt cautiously. "I'm Finn, what hurts?" He noticed a jagged wound on the badger's flank, faintly smoldering with an unnatural, sickly green light. The lumina seed pulsed brighter, and the green smolder dimmed slightly. The badger flinched, then sighed in relief. "I am Bramble," he said, his voice gaining strength. "Guardian of the northern rootways, the blight, it spread since the Heartstone vanished." Bramble explained that the Heartstone was the source of Athuria's life and magic, a colossal crystal embedded deep within the Vale's heart. It pulsed with pure, harmonious energy, nourishing the luminous plants, calming the weather spirits, and healing the land. But it had been stolen weeks ago. Since then, the blight patches of corrosive, greenish decay had begun creeping through the Vale. Plants withered, creatures grew sick and fearful, and the very light of Athuria was dimming. Bramble had been injured fighting a creature twisted by the blight near the site of the theft. "The Vale is dying," Bramble finished, his voice thick with despair. "And the thief, it left a trail only a creature of pure magic could sense, like the light you carry." Finn looked at the lumina seed, now pulsing in time with his heartbeat. Was this why it had called him? To find the Heartstone. The thought was terrifying. He was just Finn from Willowbrook. How could he find something powerful guardians couldn't? Yet the seed's warmth felt like a promise, and Bramble's pain was too real to ignore. I'll try to help," Finn whispered, the words feeling too big for his mouth. Their journey began beneath the glowing canopy. The lumina seed acted as a compass, its light flaring brighter when they neared traces of the Heartstone's stolen magic, shimmering motes caught in spiderwebs, faint harmonic echoes near ancient stones. It also soothed the blight, shrinking patches of decay where Finn held it close. Bramble, despite his injury, proved a steadfast guide, his knowledge of the Vale's hidden paths invaluable. He taught Finn the language of the rustling leaves' directions, the meaning behind the firefly dances' warnings, and the songs the wind carried news. Their path led them across the crystal brook, where stepping stones hummed beneath their feet, and into the meadow of whispers, where tall, silver grasses chimed softly as they brushed past. It was here they encountered Lyra, a young sky sprite. Sky sprites were notoriously flighty and wary of outsiders, beings of light and air who tended the clouds and rainbows. Lyra was different. Her delicate wings, usually a vibrant shimmer, were dull and frayed at the edges. She hovered nervously near a blight-scorched patch of flowers she'd been trying to heal, her tiny face etched with frustration. Seeing the lumina seeds glow near the blight, she darted closer. "Your light, it pushes the shadow back," she asked, her voice like tiny bells. Finn showed her how the seed's light made the blight retreat. Hope sparked in Lyra's large, luminous eyes. "The blight sickens the winds," she explained. "They grow harsh and unpredictable. My kin hide, but I stayed. I wanted to help the flowers." She gestured helplessly at the withered blooms. Finn offered the seed, and together they held it over the patch. The lumina seed pulsed warmly, its light washing over the decay. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, the sickly green receded, replaced by healthy earth. A single brave bluebell pushed through, unfurling a perfect petal. Lyra gasped, tears like dewdrops sparkling on her cheeks. "You bring hope," she whispered. She joined them, her knowledge of the upper paths and weather spirits becoming crucial as they traversed treacherous cliffs where blight-weakened rocks crumbled. Deeper into the vale, they faced the thicket of tangled thoughts. The air grew thick and heavy, filled with confusing whispers that echoed doubts and fears directly into Finn's mind. "Too small, too weak, you'll fail, they'll be hurt because of you," the whispers amplified his own deepest insecurities. Bramble growled low, shaking his head as if plagued by his own dark thoughts. Lyra's light flickered uncertainly. Finn clutched the lumina seed, its steady warmth a lifeline. He remembered Bramble's quiet courage despite his pain, Lyra's determination to heal a single flower. He thought of Willowbrook, the ordinary world he loved, which might suffer if Athuria died. Focusing on these thoughts, not the doubts, but the reasons to keep going, he held the seed aloft. Its light flared, not just bright but clear, cutting through the mental fog like a beacon. The whispers faded to a confused murmur. "Focus on why," Finn said, his voice stronger than he felt. "Focus on home." Together, helping each other remember their purpose, they navigated the thicket. Next came the chasm of echoing sorrow. A vast rift split the land, bridged only by a narrow, crumbling span of petrified root. Below, a river of swirling, dark mist churned, emanating waves of profound sadness that made Finn's chest ache and tears well in his eyes unbidden. Lyra's wings drooped, and Bramble let out a low whine of grief. Crossing seemed impossible under the weight of such sorrow. Finn sank to his knees, the lumina seed feeling cold and heavy. How could they overcome this? He looked at his friends, the brave, wounded badger, the tiny sprite who wouldn't abandon a flower. He thought of the Heartstone's stolen light, the dying veil. This sorrow wasn't theirs, it was the veil's pain, amplified by the blight and the chasm's magic. He closed his eyes, pouring his own feelings of hope, friendship, and determination into the luminous seed. It responded, its light shifting from pure white to a warm, golden hue. He hummed a simple, comforting tune his mother sang, pouring the melody into the seed. The golden light pulsed outwards, not banishing the sorrow, but weaving threads of warmth and comfort through it. The crushing weight lessened. Bramble nudged Finn gently. Lyra took a deep breath, her light brightening. Holding on to each other, Finn gripping Bramble's fur, Lyra perched on his shoulder and guided by the luminous seed's comforting glow, they inched across the treacherous bridge, the river's sorrow now a distant murmur. Finally, following the seed's insistent pull, they reached the hollowed mountain. Inside its vast cavern, once bathed in the Heartstone's radiant light, only a cold, empty socket remained in the cavern wall. The air was thick with the stench of decay and the oppressive silence of profound loss. And there, hunched over the empty socket, was the thief. It wasn't a monster or a dark sorcerer, but a stonekin, a being formed of living granite, usually slow-moving and deeply connected to the earth. This one, however, was cracked and weathered, its stony form marred by jagged streaks of the sickly green blight. In its massive, trembling hands, it clutched the Heartstone. But the magnificent crystal was dim, its inner light flickering weakly, choked by thick, thorny vines of blight that seemed to burrow into its facets. The stonekin emitted low, grinding sobs of pure anguish. "Grendel," Bramble rasped, shock evident in his voice. "But you were a keeper of the deep stones, why?" The stonekin, Grendel, turned. His eyes, usually glowing like warm coals, were clouded with pain and confusion. "Hurt," he ground out, his voice like rocks tumbling. "Deep places sick, stone cries, Heartstone, light too loud, thought dim it, stop the hurting, but hurt worse now, everything hurts." He looked down at the blight-choked Heartstone in his hands, a fresh wave of greenish tears, like liquid malachite, welling in his eyes. The blight wasn't just on him, it was in him, twisting his connection to the earth into agony, making the Heartstone's healthy magic feel like a searing pain. Understanding washed over Finn. Grendel hadn't stolen the Heartstone out of malice, but out of a desperate, blight-twisted attempt to ease a suffering he couldn't comprehend. He was a victim, not a villain. The real enemy was the blight itself, feeding on despair and disconnection. "Grendel," Finn said softly, stepping forward, the luminous seed held out like an offering. Bramble tensed, but Finn shook his head slightly. "The blight lies, it makes the light feel like pain. This seed, it's pure light, gentle light, let it help." He approached slowly, his own heart pounding. Grendel watched him, confusion warring with the agony in his eyes. Finn reached out not for the Heartstone, but to place his small hand on Grendel's massive, cracked arm. The luminous seed's light flowed through Finn, a river of pure, cleansing warmth. Where it touched the blight streaks on Grendel's arm, the sickly green hissed and receded, like shadows fleeing dawn. Grendel shuddered, a deep, resonant sigh escaping him. "Warm," he rumbled, the grinding edge of pain softening. "Not hurt." "No," Finn said firmly. "The light is healing. But the Heartstone needs it too. The veil needs it. You need it. Let us help you heal it." He looked at the blight-choked crystal. Together. Hope, fragile but real, flickered in Grendel's clouded eyes. He slowly, carefully, lowered the Heartstone to the cavern floor. Lyra darted down, her tiny hands brushing the choking vines. "They're like thorns of shadow," she cried. Finn knelt beside the Heartstone, placing the luminous seed directly against its largest, most blight-blackened facet. Bramble leaned close, his breath warm, adding his own quiet strength. Grendel placed one massive, trembling hand gently over Finn's, small one on the seed. Finn closed his eyes. He poured everything into the luminous seed, his hope for Athuria, his gratitude for Bramble and Lyra, his empathy for Grendel's pain, his love for his own quiet valley home. He focused on the memory of the seed's first comforting warmth, the sight of the bluebell pushing through decay, the feeling of crossing the chasm together. He imagined the Heartstone not as a powerful object, but as a heart, wounded and needing care. He hummed his mother's comforting lullaby, the melody weaving through his thoughts. The luminous seed ignited. not with a flash but with an expanding sphere of pure, golden-white radiance that filled the cavern. It washed over Grendel, dissolving the blight streaks, smoothing his cracks, restoring the warm glow to his eyes. It flowed into Lyra, mending her wings, making her light shine brighter than ever. It enveloped Bramble, his wound closing completely, his fur regaining its healthy sheen. And it poured into the Heartstone. The thorny vines of blight blackened, crumbled, and vanished like smoke. The dim crystal began to pulse, slowly at first, then stronger, its inner light blazing forth not just light, but color and song. Rainbows danced across the cavern walls, and a deep, harmonious chord resonated through the mountain, vibrating in their bones, pure and cleansing. It was the sound of healing, of wholeness, of life returning. The veil breathed. Outside the cavern, the sickly green blight patches dissolved. Withered plants unfurled new leaves. The streams ran clear and sang again. The sky sprites, drawn by the returning harmony, emerged from hiding, their joyful lights weaving patterns in the brightening sky. The oppressive silence shattered, replaced by the vibrant symphony of a world restored. Grendel wept, his tears now pure, clear spring water that soaked into the earth. "Forgive," he rumbled, his voice clear and deep as bedrock. "There's nothing to forgive," Bramble said, nudging the stonekin's leg gently. "The blight deceived you, we all suffered." Lyra danced around Grendel's head. "You helped heal it, we all did." Finn felt a profound peace settle over him, deeper than any quiet night in Willowbrook. The Lumina seed, its purpose fulfilled, was warm but no longer pulsing with its insistent light. It felt like a contented sigh in his palm. Together they returned the Heartstone to its sacred socket. As it settled, the mountain itself seemed to sigh in relief. The light filled the cavern, warm and welcoming, promising protection and balance restored. The journey back through Athuria was a celebration. The vale shimmered with renewed life. Fireflies performed dances of gratitude. Trees rustled welcoming songs. Creatures emerged from hiding, their eyes clear and bright, bowing their heads to Finn and his friends as they passed. Word of their quest had spread on the wind and through the roots. They were no longer just Finn, Bramble, Lyra, and Grendel. They were the Lightbringers. At the edge of the hidden vale near the Sentinel Oak, they stopped. The boundary shimmered faintly. Finn knew his path led back to Willowbrook, to his own quiet world. He felt different, not just taller, but fuller, as if he'd grown into a space inside himself he hadn't known existed. He turned to his friends. Bramble dipped his head. "You carry Arthuria's light within you now, Finn. Remember us." Lyra zipped forward, landing a tiny, sparkling kiss on his cheek. "And you have a friend in the sky. Look for my light on clear nights." Grendel placed a massive, gentle hand on Finn's shoulder. "Stone remembers. Earth thanks you. Call if ever needed." His voice was a comforting rumble. Finn hugged Bramble's sturdy neck, smiled at Lyra's shimmer, and patted Grendel's solid arm. "I'll never forget," he promised, his voice thick. He held out the Lumina seed. "Does it belong here now?" Bramble nudged his hand closed around it. "Its journey with you might be done, but its light is part of yours now. Keep it. A reminder." Stepping back through the shimmering boundary felt like waking from a vivid, beautiful dream. The ordinary woods of Willowbrook seemed quieter, simpler. Dawn was just breaking, painting the sky in soft pinks and golds. He walked home, the Lumina seed cool and smooth in his pocket, no longer pulsing, but holding a deep, quiet warmth. Life in Willowbrook resumed its gentle rhythm. Finn helped mend fences washed out by the storm, listened to village tales by the hearth, and watched the stars. But he was changed. He noticed the intricate beauty of a spider's web glistening with dew, heard the subtle music in the wind through the willows, felt the deep, quiet strength of the earth beneath his feet. he spoke with a newfound quiet confidence. He didn't speak of Athuria, not directly, but his stories now held echoes of luminous forests and steadfast friends. The villagers noticed a new depth in his eyes, a calmness that hadn't been there before. On clear nights, Finn would climb the small hill behind his cottage. He'd hold the luminous seed, now just a beautiful, inert moonstone, and look up. Amongst the familiar constellations, a new, soft light would sometimes shimmer Lyra's dance. The wind carried faint, harmonious whispers that sounded like Bramble's gravelly chuckle or Grendel's deep, grounding hum. He knew the Heartstone pulsed deep in its mountain, and the hidden veil thrived, a secret heartbeat beneath the world he knew. The Lumina seed had been a key, unlocking a hidden world and the hidden strength within himself. He had journeyed, faced shadows, and found that the greatest magic wasn't in glowing seeds or stolen stones, but in kindness offered, burdens shared, and the quiet courage to bring light where darkness dwells. He curled up under his quilt, the one stitched with constellations, feeling the deep, peaceful warmth of the veil's restored heart and the comforting glow of his own. The world was vast, filled with hidden wonders and unexpected friendships, and he, Finn of Willowbrook, belonged to both his quiet valley and the shimmering, secret heart of the world. And with that knowledge, warm as embers and bright as starlight, he drifted into a sleep as deep and peaceful as the restored veil itself. Story 17. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where autumn painted the hills in fiery shades of amber and crimson. Mist curled like sleepy cats around the chimneys each morning, and the air carried the comforting scent of wood smoke and baking bread. In this cozy corner of the world, small magics were as common as falling leaves, teapots that whistled cheerful tunes, garden gnomes that tidied flower beds by moonlight, and lanterns that glowed with a warm, steady light long after dusk settled. Young Benji, with eyes wide as saucers and a heart full of gentle curiosity, loved nothing more than listening to the village elders spin tales by the hearth. But one chilly evening, as the clock tower chimed 8, something peculiar happened. Every lantern lining the cobbled streets, from the baker's shop to the cobbler's porch, flickered wildly, once, twice, and went completely dark. A hush fell over Willowbrook, broken only by the rustle of leaves and the distant murmur of the brook. Then, precisely 1 minute later, every light blinked back on as if nothing had occurred. It happened again the next night, and the next. Soon whispers rustled through the village like dry cornstalks. Mrs. Thimble the milliner swore her best bonnet floated an inch above its hook during the blackout. Old Man Hemlock claimed his prize-winning roses shivered as if cold. But most unsettling was the way the darkness felt, not frightening exactly but lonely, as if the village itself held its breath. Benji, tucked beneath a quilt stitched with stars, felt a flutter of worry. Willowbrook was his safe, glowing world. He decided to solve the mystery. The following evening, wrapped in a scarf smelling of cinnamon and pine, Benji perched on a bench beneath the ancient oak in the square. He clutched a pocket watch borrowed from Granny Fern, the village's kindest and wisest soul, whose cottage overflowed with dried herbs and whispered secrets. Patience and keen eyes, little sprout, she'd advised, her voice like crackling parchment. Magic often hides in plain sight, shy as a field mouse. As the clock struck 8, Benji held his breath. The lights died. Instantly the cozy warmth vanished, replaced by a profound, velvety blackness. But Benji was ready. Instead of fear, he focused. First he heard it, a faint, rhythmic thumping, like tiny drums beating beneath the oak's roots. Then a sensation, a cool, gentle breeze swirling around his ankles, carrying the scent of damp earth and something sweet, like crushed wild strawberries. It was a breeze with purpose, nudging fallen leaves into little piles. Suddenly a soft, greenish light pulsed near the base of the tree. Not the warm gold of the lanterns, but a cool, ethereal shimmer. It moved. Several small, round shapes, no bigger than Benji's fist, were huddled together, their spiny backs glowing faintly. Hedgehogs. But not ordinary ones, their quills shone like captured moonlight. And swirling around them, barely visible in the gloom, was a wisp of silvery air, a miniature whirlwind with twinkling eyes, a wind sprite. The sprite seemed to be herding the glowing hedgehogs, its breeze guiding them anxiously across the cobbles towards the brook. Just as they reached the edge of the square, the lanterns flared back to life. The glowing hedgehogs vanished into the shadows, and the sprite dissolved into the night air with a soft sigh. Benji hurried to Granny Fern's cottage. "Glow hedgehogs," he burst out, describing the shimmering creatures and the helpful wind sprite. They cross the square every night at 8, and the sprite's breeze, it must be blowing out the lanterns when it swirls so hard to guide them. Granny Fern's eyes crinkled with understanding. Ah, the Thornbeam family, shy travelers, they journey along ancient paths to drink from the moon-touched spring beyond the brook each autumn, but the new cobbles. She sighed. Smooth and cold, treacherous for tiny paws. The wind sprite, bless its airy heart, helps them cross quickly. Its strong gust protects them but extinguishes our lights. The loneliness folk feel. That's the sprite's worry for its friends. The mystery wasn't scary, it was a plea for help. Benji knew what to do. With Granny Fern's blessing, he gathered the villagers. No accusations, only shared wonder about the glowing travelers and their windy guardian. Together they hatched a plan. Kindly Mr. Cobble, the stonemason, carefully lifted a few cobbles near the oak, creating a soft, sandy path wide enough for tiny feet. Benji and the children lined it with smooth, warm river stones that absorbed the day's sun. Then, working with gentle hands and hushed voices, they built a miniature arched bridge over the brook's narrowest point, sturdy yet delicate, woven with willow twigs and decorated with luminous moss that glowed softly blue. On the fourth night, as the clock neared 8, Benji placed a tiny bowl of crushed hazelnuts and wild strawberries near the new path. The village held its breath. 8 chimes rang. The lanterns flickered but didn't go out. Instead, a soft, cool breeze, gentle as a lullaby, sighed through the square. Along the warm, sandy path, the Thornbeam family emerged. Their glowing quills cast gentle green pools of light, illuminating the safe route. The wind sprite danced joyfully around them, no longer needing forceful gusts. It playfully ruffled Benji's hair as it passed. The hedgehogs crossed calmly, paused to nibble the offering, then trotted over their special bridge. As they disappeared into the reeds, the wind sprite swirled one last time around the oak, a shimmer of gratitude in the air. The lanterns burned steadily, brighter and warmer than before, filling the square with a profound sense of peace. Willowbrook celebrated the next day with a feast under the autumn sun. There were honey cakes shaped like hedgehogs, cider that sparkled like captured breeze, and music that floated as lightly as dandelion seeds. Benji sat beside Granny Fern, watching the golden light dapple the new little bridge. "We thought it was a problem," he murmured, "but it was just friends needing a safer way home." Granny Fern patted his hand, her touch warm and sure. "Indeed, little sprout, often the world's small mysteries are simply kindnesses waiting to be found. Look closely, listen well, and offer a gentle path." That night, as Benji drifted to sleep, the lanterns outside his window glowed with unwavering warmth. And if he listened very carefully, just before dreams took him, he might hear the faintest drumming beneath the oak, the sigh of a contented breeze, and know the thornbeams were crossing safely in the starlight, their glowing path a secret thread of magic woven into the cozy heart of Willowbrook forevermore. Story 18. Story 18. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where the rivers sang lullabies and the willow trees swayed like drowsy giants. Mist clung to the cobblestone streets in the mornings, smelling of damp earth and cinnamon-dusted chimney smoke. In this peaceful place lived a thoughtful boy named Finn, with eyes the color of moss after rain and a curious nature as deep as the village well. One crisp autumn morning, a peculiar hush fell over Willowbrook. It wasn't the usual quiet of dawn, it was the silence of missing things. Old Man Hemlock's prized copper kettle, always whistling merrily by sunrise, was gone. Mrs. Nettle's freshly baked basket of sunflower seed rolls, cooling on her windowsill, had vanished without a crumb left behind. Even the bright blue woolen socks young Lily had knitted for her scarecrow disappeared from its post in the pumpkin patch. Whispers rustled through the village like dry leaves. Where did they go? Nothing dangerous, surely, but why? Finn felt the unease prickle his skin. He decided to visit his friend, Thistlewick. Thistlewick wasn't an ordinary villager. He was a hedgehog of considerable age and even greater wisdom, who lived in a cozy burrow beneath the roots of the grandmother willow tree. His home smelled of dried lavender, cedarwood, and the faintest hint of starlight. "Ah, Finn," Thistlewick greeted, polishing his spectacles with a soft cloth. He didn't seem surprised by the news. "A mystery, is it? Not one of malice, I suspect. More like forgetfulness amplified. Tell me what connects these lost items." Finn thought hard. Mr. Hemlock's kettle was always boiling for tea. Mrs. Nettle's rolls smell wonderful. Lily's socks were bright blue and very soft. He frowned. But that doesn't seem connected. Perhaps not on the surface, Thistlewick mused, his tiny claws tapping a thoughtful rhythm on his acorn table. "Look deeper, listen to the whispers of Willowbrook itself. The village has a gentle magic, Finn. It remembers kindness and care, but also neglect. Sometimes things become misplaced, when their importance is momentarily forgotten." Finn pondered this. He walked through the village, his senses alert. He noticed the patch of star-dusted moss near Mr. Hemlock's back door. Where the kettle usually sat, it seemed slightly flattened. By Mrs. Nettle's window ledge, a trail of shimmering dust, like powdered moonlight, led towards the whispering hedge bordering the village green. And near the scarecrow, Finn spotted a single, impossibly soft tuft of luminous blue fluff caught on a pumpkin vine. Following the faint trails, the flattened moss, the shimmering dust, the blue fluff, Finn was led deeper into the whispering hedge. The air grew cooler, filled with the scent of damp earth and something sweet, like crushed berries. He pushed aside a curtain of willow fronds and gasped. In a small, hidden glade bathed in dappled sunlight sat the missing items. Mr. Hemlock's copper kettle gleamed brightly, filled not with water, but with shimmering liquid light. Beside it, Mrs. Nettle's rolls sat on a mossy cushion, looking perfectly fresh. And Lily's bright blue socks were neatly folded nearby. But the caretakers were the true surprise. 3 small, shimmering creatures, no taller than Finn's hand, bustled around. They had bodies woven from twilight mist and starlight, with large, luminous eyes like polished moonstones. One was carefully polishing the kettle with a cloth of woven spider silk. Another was gently brushing crumbs of shimmering dust from the rolls. The third was tenderly smoothing out the knitted socks. Finn watched, enchanted. These weren't thieves, they were caretakers. He remembered Thistlewick's words, when their importance is momentarily forgotten. He thought back. Old Man Hemlock had been grumbling just yesterday about his kettle needing a polish, leaving it outside overnight. Mrs. Nettle had sighed, saying the rolls were just ordinary, forgetting how much joy their scent brought. Lily had been distracted, leaving her scarecrow sockless without a second thought. The village magic, sensitive as dewdrops, had responded. The dust sprites, gentle guardians of cherished things, had simply gathered them. They were tending to them, restoring their shine, their warmth, their softness, their importance. Finn stepped forward slowly, making no sudden moves. The dust sprites froze, their large eyes wide but not fearful. Finn bowed slightly. "Hello," he said softly. "Thank you for taking care of these things." One sprite, bolder than the others, floated closer. It emitted a soft chime, like a tiny bell. Finn felt a wave of understanding wash over him, a feeling of gentle concern, of wanting things to be valued. "They are missed," Finn explained gently. "Mr. Hemlock misses his morning tea. Mrs. Nettle worries about her baking. Lily misses seeing her scarecrow warm." The sprites exchanged glances, their light pulsing softly. The bold one chimed again, a questioning note. Finn nodded. Yes, they remember now how much these things matter. With delicate movements, the sprites began to prepare the items. They tipped the liquid light from the kettle it soaked into the moss, making tiny star flowers bloom. They carefully placed the rolls back in their basket. They folded the socks neatly. Then with a collective shimmer, they nudged the items towards Finn. Understanding, Finn carefully gathered the kettle, the basket, and the socks. He bowed again. "Thank you, we'll remember." The sprites chimed a soft, harmonious farewell and dissolved into motes of light, drifting upwards like glowing pollen. Finn returned to Willowbrook. He placed the kettle back on Old Man Hemlock's spot, polished to a brilliant shine. He left the basket of rolls, smelling even more delicious, on Mrs. Nettle's windowsill. He carefully redressed Lily's scarecrow in the bright blue socks. Then he found Thistlewick. The dust sprites. Thistlewick chuckled softly, a sound like rustling parchment. "Ah yes, shy little things, they don't steal, Finn, they safeguard. When something cherished is taken for granted, or its joy forgotten even for a moment, they step in. They remind us gently by showing us the absence." Finn explained what he'd seen and understood. Thistlewick nodded. Wisdom lies not just in solving the mystery, but in understanding its gentle lesson. Value the small joys, Finn, tend to them. A kettle sings sweeter when polished with appreciation. Rolls taste better when shared with gratitude. Socks warm more than feet when knitted with love. Word spread through Willowbrook, not of fear, but of wonder. Mr. Hemlock brewed a special pot of tea and shared it with his neighbors, admiring his gleaming kettle. Mrs. Nettle passed around her rolls, savoring the compliments. Lily hugged her scarecrow, promising to knit it a scarf next. The strange disappearances ceased. Sometimes on clear nights when the moon hung low, villagers might glimpse tiny, shimmering lights flitting near cherished objects, a well-loved rocking chair, a favorite book, a child's treasured toy. But no one worried. They would simply smile, perhaps give the object an extra pat, or whisper a quiet thank you, knowing the dust sprites were just nearby, gentle reminders in the quiet magic of Willowbrook, ensuring that appreciation, like the village itself, remained warm, cozy, and forever cherished. And Finn, drifting off to sleep that night, listened to the river's lullaby and the distant chime of tiny bells, feeling a deep sense of peace, knowing that even mysteries could hold gentle hearts and comforting resolutions. Sleep well, little listener, under the quilted sky. Story 19. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a babbling brook, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with the same curiosity as the brook rippling outside her window, forever whispering tales of lands unknown. Lila loved her village, with its cobblestone paths and flower-laden windowsills, but her heart yearned for adventure beyond the familiar fields and orchards. One misty morning, as the sun began its gentle climb above the horizon, Lila set off on a journey, wrapped in a cloak of soft wool and armed with nothing but a small satchel filled with bread and cheese. She followed the brook's melodious tune, which seemed to invite her to discover its source. As Lila ventured deeper into the forest, the air shimmered with the scent of pine and earth, and the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. She soon arrived at a place where the brook widened into a serene pond, its surface a mirror of the azure sky. Here, Lila paused, enchanted by the sight of lily pads floating like tiny green islands. Suddenly, the stillness was broken by a gentle splash. Lila turned to see a curious creature peeking out from behind a lily pad. It was a frog, but unlike any she had seen before. Its skin was a vibrant mosaic of emerald and gold, and its eyes twinkled with the wisdom of ages. "Hello there," croaked the frog in a voice that sounded like the rustle of leaves. "I am Finn, the guardian of this pond. Few travelers venture this far. What brings you here, young one?" "I seek adventure and the wonders of the unknown," Lila replied, her voice filled with the earnestness of a true explorer. Finn nodded, his eyes crinkling with approval. "Then you must follow the path of the Fireflies," he said, gesturing to a trail of glowing lights that danced in the air, leading deeper into the forest. Lila thanked Finn and set off once more, her heart alight with excitement. The fireflies twinkled like tiny stars, guiding her through groves of whispering willows and fields of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The forest was alive with the songs of birds and the rustle of small creatures hidden in the underbrush. As she walked, Lila encountered a family of rabbits, their fur as soft and white as freshly fallen snow. The youngest rabbit, with ears too large for his little head, hopped over to her, offering a carrot from their stash. Touched by their kindness, Lila shared her bread and cheese, and they all feasted together under the shade of a towering oak. The path of the fireflies led Lila to a clearing bathed in golden sunlight, where a shimmering waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the gentle hum of bees. Here Lila rested, letting the soothing sound of the waterfall wash over her. As she sat in peaceful contemplation, a soft voice floated to her on the breeze. "Welcome, brave traveler," it said. Lila turned to see a figure emerging from the mist of the waterfall. It was a deer with antlers that glistened like silver in the sunlight, adorned with delicate flowers. "I am Seraphina," the deer said, her eyes as deep and calm as the pool at her hooves. "Few have the courage to follow the path of the fireflies. You possess a rare spirit, Lila." Lila blushed at the compliment, feeling a warmth spread through her. "Thank you, Seraphina, but I only followed where the brook and fireflies led me." "Ah," Seraphina nodded, "but it takes courage to step into the unknown, to trust your heart and the kindness of strangers along the way." With these words, Seraphina dipped her head, and the air shimmered with a soft luminescence. Lila felt a gentle tingling, as if the forest itself was wrapping her in an embrace. The feeling was one of unity, of being part of something larger and wondrous. After a time, Lila knew it was time to return to her village. She bid farewell to Seraphina and retraced her steps, the path now familiar, yet filled with a newfound wonder. The forest seemed to hum with a melody she had not noticed before, a song of life and harmony. When Lila finally emerged from the forest, the sun was setting, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. Her village lay before her, a tapestry of warmth and welcome. As she crossed the stone bridge over the brook, she paused, looking back at the path she had traveled. In her heart, she carried the magic of the forest, the kindness of its creatures, and the courage she had discovered within herself. That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, the whisper of the brook lulled her to sleep. She dreamed of fireflies and waterfalls, of silver-antlered deer and emerald frogs. Her adventure had taught her that the world was full of wonders, waiting just beyond the horizon, and that sometimes the greatest journey was the one that led back home, with eyes opened anew to the beauty all around. And so, with a heart full of courage and dreams as bright as the stars, Lila's adventures continued, each day a new story waiting to unfold, each night a gentle reminder that the world is a place of endless magic and possibility. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. The Whispering Grove. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and dense whispering forests, there was a legend that had been whispered from generation to generation, the tale of the Whispering Grove. It was said that hidden deep within the heart of the ancient woods lay a grove where the trees had the ability to speak, their voices carrying the wisdom of ages. The villagers believed that whoever could find this grove would be granted insight and wisdom beyond their years. It was a crisp autumn evening when a gentle breeze carried the scent of pine needles and damp earth through the village. The sky was a canvas of fading golds and purples, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, a fiery-haired girl named Leora sat by the fireplace in her cozy cottage. The flames danced merrily, casting a warm glow that flickered off the walls and painted shadows that seemed to breathe with life. Leora was known throughout Willowbrook for her insatiable curiosity and her heart that yearned for adventure. Her eyes sparkled like the stars on a clear night, and her laughter was a melody that brought joy to all who heard it. But beneath her cheerful exterior, Leora felt a longing for something more, something beyond the gentle life of the village. Her grandmother, wise and kind-hearted, sat across from her in a rocking chair, knitting with nimble fingers. The soft click-clack of needles was a soothing rhythm that punctuated the cozy silence. "Grandmother," Leora began, her voice barely above a whisper, "do you believe the stories about the Whispering Grove are true?" The old woman paused, her eyes twinkling with a knowing light as she looked up from her knitting. "Ah, the Whispering Grove," she mused, her voice rich with the cadence of 1,000 stories. "Many have sought it, my dear, but few have found it. The grove reveals itself only to those who seek wisdom, not for themselves, but for the world." Leora pondered her grandmother's words, feeling a spark of determination ignite within her chest. "I want to find it," she declared softly, her voice tinged with a mix of excitement and resolve. Her grandmother chuckled, a sound like the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind. "Then you must listen to the whispers of the forest, Leora. Follow them with an open heart." The next morning, Leora set off at dawn, the air crisp and invigorating against her face. She dressed warmly in a cloak the color of autumn leaves and carried a small satchel filled with provisions. As she stepped into the forest, the world seemed to hold its breath. The only sound, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her boots. The forest was a tapestry of vibrant colors, leaves painted in shades of amber, crimson, and gold. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and shafts of sunlight pierced through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Leora walked deeper into the woods, her heart guiding her as much as her feet. As the hours passed, the forest seemed to come alive around her. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving melodies that danced through the air. Squirrels scampered along the ground, their bushy tails flicking as they collected acorns for the coming winter. Leora paused to rest by a babbling brook, the water clear and cold as it meandered over smooth stones. She sipped from her flask, the water refreshing her spirit as much as her body. As she sat, she closed her eyes, letting the sounds of the forest envelop her. It was then she heard it, a soft, gentle whisper, like the rustling of leaves in the breeze. At first, the sound was indistinct, but gradually it grew clearer, forming words that seemed to weave through her mind. "Seek the light that guides, the heart that listens," the whisper said, a voice both ancient and familiar. Leora's heart quickened, a thrill of excitement coursing through her veins. She rose to her feet, her senses attuned to the whispers that seemed to guide her deeper into the forest. She followed the sound, her footsteps light and sure. The day turned to dusk, the forest bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Leora's path led her to a clearing, and there, standing tall and majestic, was the entrance to the Whispering Grove. The trees here were ancient, their trunks wide and gnarled, their branches reaching skyward like outstretched arms. As she stepped into the grove, a feeling of peace and wonder enveloped her. The air was alive with the soft murmur of voices, a chorus of whispers that seemed to sing in harmony with the rustling leaves. Leora closed her eyes, letting the grove's magic wash over her. "Welcome, seeker of wisdom," the grove seemed to say, its voice a gentle caress. "You have come with an open heart, and for that you shall be get a gift." Leora felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of understanding and clarity that was both comforting and profound. The grove's whispers spoke of the interconnectedness of all things, the importance of kindness and compassion, and the beauty of the world that lay beyond the surface. As the last light of day faded, Leora knew it was time to return home. She left the grove, her heart filled with gratitude and a newfound sense of purpose. The journey back through the forest was a journey of reflection, the whispers of the grove echoing in her mind. When she returned to Willowbrook, Leora found that the world seemed both familiar and new. The village was the same, yet her perception had changed. She noticed the small acts of kindness that wove through daily life, the strength in the bonds of friendship, and the beauty in simplicity. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes filled with pride. "You have found the grove," she said, her voice a gentle embrace. Leora nodded, her heart full of gratitude. "Yes, and I understand now that wisdom is not just knowledge, but the love and compassion we share with others." The days in Willowbrook passed gently, each one filled with the warmth of community and the joy of simple pleasures. Leora's journey had transformed her, and in turn, she shared the wisdom of the grove with those around her, weaving a tapestry of kindness and understanding that enriched the lives of all who heard it. And so, the legend of the Whispering Grove continued to be whispered through the village, a story of wonder and transformation, a reminder that the greatest journeys are those that lead us back to ourselves, with hearts open and spirits renewed. As the years passed, Leora grew older, her hair silvered with wisdom, her spirit as vibrant as ever. The village of Willowbrook thrived, a place where the whispers of the grove lived on in the actions and hearts of its people. On quiet evenings, as the sun set and the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Leora would sit by the fire with the village children gathered around her. With a voice as soothing as the forest breeze, she would tell them the story of the Whispering Grove, her eyes sparkling with the light of countless adventures. The children listened with rapt attention, their imaginations painting vivid pictures of the magical grove and the ancient trees that whispered secrets of the universe. Leora's tales kindled a spark of curiosity and wonder in their young hearts, a spark that would guide them on their own journeys of discovery and growth. One day, as Leora wandered through the village, she noticed a young girl standing at the edge of the forest, her eyes filled with the same longing for adventure that Leora herself had once felt. The girl's name was Arya, and she was known for her gentle spirit and her love of stories. Leora approached her with a warm smile, her heart full of understanding. "Are you thinking of seeking the Whispering Grove?" she asked softly. Arya nodded, her eyes wide with excitement and a hint of trepidation. "I want to hear the whispers for myself," she admitted. Leora placed a reassuring hand on Arya's shoulder, her touch a gentle promise of guidance and support. "Then listen to the forest and trust your heart," she advised. "The grove will find you when you are ready, just as it did for me." With Leora's encouragement, Arya set off, her heart brimming with hope and anticipation. As she disappeared into the forest, Leora watched her go with a sense of peace, knowing that the cycle of discovery and transformation would continue with each new generation. The seasons turned, painting the world with the vibrant hues of spring, the golden warmth of summer, the rich tapestry of autumn, and the quiet beauty of winter. The village of Willowbrook remained a haven of harmony and kindness, its people bound together by the wisdom of the grove. As Leora sat by the fire, her heart full of contentment, she realized that the greatest gift the grove had given her was not just the knowledge of the forest's whispers, but the understanding that true wisdom was found in the love and connections she shared with others. With a heart as light as the gentle breeze that rustled through the trees, Leora closed her eyes, the whispers of the grove a soothing lullaby that carried her into a peaceful slumber. And so the story of the Whispering Grove lived on, a tale of wonder and wisdom that continued to inspire and enchant all who heard it. A reminder that the magic of life lay not in the destination, but in the journey and the love that guided us along the way. 61. Story 62. Once upon a starry night, in a cozy woodland village, there lived a young hedgehog named Willow. Though small in stature, Willow's heart was vast, filled with dreams of adventure and self-discovery. However, like the tightly furled leaves that protected her, Willow found herself resistant to change, preferring the comfort of her familiar burrow. One crisp autumn morning, Willow awoke to find her world transformed. The once vibrant forest now slumbered under a blanket of golden leaves, and a chill wind whispered of winter's approach. Willow shivered, her quills prickling with apprehension. How could she embrace this new season when every fiber of her being longed for the warmth of summer? As Willow ventured forth in search of sustenance, she encountered her dear friend, Oakley, a wise old oak tree whose branches had weathered countless seasons. "Greetings, little one," Oakley rumbled, his deep voice like the creaking of ancient wood. "I sense your unease with the changing tides." Willow nodded, her eyes downcast. "Everything feels so different, so unfamiliar. I fear I am ill-equipped to handle such upheaval." Oakley chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. "My dear Willow, change is the natural order of life. Just as the forest sheds its vibrant cloak each autumn, only to be reborn in spring's verdant embrace, so too must we embrace the cycles of growth and renewal." Sensing Willow's skepticism, Oakley gestured towards a nearby clearing with a gnarled branch. "Behold the beauty of transformation," he whispered. In the heart of the clearing stood a magnificent weeping willow tree, its slender branches adorned with delicate, crystal-like leaves that shimmered in the morning light. As Willow drew nearer, she gasped in wonder, for the leaves seemed to emanate a soft, ethereal glow, casting prismatic patterns upon the forest floor. "This is no ordinary tree," Oakley explained. "It is a manifestation of the magic that courses through our woodland realm, a living embodiment of the cycle of renewal. Each autumn, as the leaves turn to crystal, they capture the essence of the changing season, only to melt away come spring, replenishing the earth with their life-giving energy." Willow's eyes widened with childlike wonder as she beheld the crystalline splendor. In that moment, she felt a profound connection to the weeping willow, as if its roots had entwined with her very soul. Over the following weeks, Willow found herself drawn to the willow's enchanting presence, marveling at the ever-changing patterns cast by its luminous leaves. As winter's icy grip tightened upon the forest, Willow's once prickly nature softened, and she began to embrace the beauty of each season's unique gifts. One frosty night, as Willow huddled beneath the willow's crystalline canopy, she was joined by her friends, Oakley, the wise old oak, Flutter, a kind-hearted butterfly, and Burrow, a loyal rabbit with a penchant for cozy nooks. Together they shared stories and laughter, their bonds strengthened by the willow's nurturing embrace. As the first blush of spring crept over the horizon, Willow witnessed a miraculous transformation. The once crystalline leaves began to melt, their radiant droplets seeping into the earth, nourishing the slumbering seeds that would soon burst forth in a riot of new life. In that moment, Willow understood the profound truth Oakley had imparted, that change, though often daunting, was an essential part of growth and renewal. Just as the willow shed its crystalline cloak to nurture new beginnings, so too must Willow embrace the cycles of her own life, shedding her fears and insecurities to make way for the boundless potential within. From that day forth, Willow greeted each season with open arms, her heart filled with gratitude for the enduring magic of the woodland realm. And though the weeping willow's crystalline leaves would return with the autumn chill, Willow knew that within her burned an eternal flame, the inextinguishable light of hope, resilience, and the courage to embrace life's ever-changing tapestry. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. Once upon a timeless eve, nestled deep within the ancient elderwood forest, a wondrous tale unfolded, a story as eternal as the towering pines and whispering streams that graced this enchanted realm. In a cozy burrow beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, a family of rabbits stirred to welcome the first rays of dawn. Willow, the matriarch, nuzzled her kits awake with a gentle nudge, her soft fur glistening with dewdrops like diamonds in the morning light. "Wake up, my little ones," she cooed, her voice as soothing as the babbling brook nearby. The forest awakens, and with it, a world of magic awaits. Blinking away the remnants of sleep, the kits scampered out of their burrow, their tiny noses twitching with curiosity. The forest floor was a tapestry of emerald moss and wildflowers, each petal glistening with crystalline beads of dew. As the family ventured deeper into the woodland, the air seemed to hum with an ancient melody, the harmonious symphony of nature itself. Willow's ears twitched, and she paused, her eyes alight with wonder. "Listen closely, my kits," she whispered. "Can you hear the heartbeat of the forest?" The kits stilled, their eyes wide with awe as the gentle thrum of life pulsed around them. The rustling of leaves, the gurgle of the stream, the song of birds, all woven together in a tapestry of sound that echoed the very essence of the elderwood. Willow led her family through a maze of ferns and mushroom rings, her paws leaving no trace upon the mossy ground. As they ventured deeper, the forest seemed to come alive with magic. Glimmering sprites danced among the branches, their gossamer wings scattering stardust in their wake. A family of deer materialized from the mist, their graceful forms ethereal and otherworldly. The kits gasped in delight, their eyes sparkling with childlike wonder. "Behold the guardians of the forest," Willow murmured, her voice reverent. "They walk between the realms, ensuring the delicate balance of nature remains undisturbed." As the sun crept higher in the sky, the forest hummed with the rhythms of life. Squirrels chattered from their lofty perches, and butterflies flitted from blossom to blossom, their wings a kaleidoscope of color. In a secluded glade, a crystal-clear pool shimmered like liquid moonlight, its waters infused with the magic of the ancient wood. Willow gestured for her kits to approach, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Watch closely, my little ones," she whispered. With a flick of her paw, she conjured a ripple upon the surface of the pool. Instantly, the water transformed into a shimmering mirror, reflecting not their physical forms, but the very essence of their spirits, glowing orbs of pure energy, pulsing with the vibrant hues of life itself. The kits gasped in wonder, their eyes wide with amazement. "How is this possible, Mother?" one kit asked, his voice tinged with awe. Willow smiled, her whiskers twitching with delight. "The magic of the elderwood is as ancient as the forest itself," she explained. "It flows through every living thing, connecting us all in a tapestry of life." As the day wore on, the family basked in the warmth of the sun's golden rays, their bellies full from a hearty feast of berries and succulent greens. Willow regaled her kits with tales of the forest's ancient wisdom, passed down through countless generations of rabbits before them. She spoke of the changing seasons, each one a symphony of transformation and renewal. The vibrant greens of spring, the fiery hues of autumn, the crystalline blanket of winter, each held its own unique magic, woven into the very fabric of the elderwood. As dusk approached, the family retreated to their burrow, their hearts full of wonder and reverence for the magic that surrounded them. Willow tucked her kits in, her eyes shining with love and pride. "Remember, my little ones," she whispered, nuzzling them tenderly. "The magic of the elderwood flows through us all. It is our sacred duty to protect and cherish this wondrous realm, for it is the very heartbeat of life itself. And as the moon rose high above the ancient canopy, the forest seemed to hum with a contented sigh, its secrets guarded by those who walked in harmony with nature's eternal dance. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a curious and imaginative child, but struggled with the changes that seemed to swirl all around her. As Willow grew older, she found herself feeling more and more out of place. The world seemed to be moving at a dizzying pace, leaving her feeling lost and unsure. Her friends were embracing new interests and making new connections, while Willow clung tightly to the familiar comforts of her childhood. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow sat alone in her favorite spot by the old willow tree, she noticed a peculiar sight. A tiny glowing orb, no bigger than a firefly, danced before her eyes. Willow watched in wonder as the orb pulsed and flickered, its light seeming to beckon her closer. Overcome by curiosity, Willow reached out her hand, and the orb landed gently in her palm. In an instant, a warm, tingling sensation spread through her body, and she felt a sudden rush of energy and clarity. From that moment on, Willow's world began to transform in the most extraordinary way. Whenever she felt uncertain or afraid, the orb would appear, its gentle light guiding her forward. She soon realized that the orb was a manifestation of her own inner strength and resilience, helping her navigate the challenges of growth and change. As time passed, Willow met two extraordinary friends who would become her constant companions on this journey of self-discovery. First, there was Luna, a wise old owl with eyes that shone like the moon itself. Luna's soothing hoots and gentle wisdom helped Willow understand that change was not something to fear, but rather an opportunity for growth and renewal. Then there was Zephyr, a playful and mischievous wind sprite who delighted in whisking Willow away on unexpected adventures. Zephyr taught her to embrace the unpredictable and to find joy in the present moment, no matter how turbulent the winds of change might be. Together, Willow, Luna, and Zephyr embarked on countless magical escapades, each one revealing a new lesson about the beauty and necessity of personal growth. They soared over breathtaking landscapes, explored enchanted forests, and even danced among the stars, all the while strengthening the bonds of their friendship. Through her adventures, Willow learned to let go of her fears and embrace the unknown. She discovered that true growth often comes from stepping outside of our comfort zones and embracing new experiences with an open heart and mind. As she blossomed into a confident and resilient young woman, the orb's light grew brighter and more vibrant, reflecting the radiance of her newfound inner strength. Willow realized that the magic she had sought was not something external, but rather the power within herself to navigate life's ever-changing currents with grace and wisdom. And so, with Luna's gentle guidance, Zephyr's playful spirit, and the unwavering light of her own inner strength, Willow embarked on a lifelong journey of personal growth and magical transformation, forever embracing the beauty and wonder of life's endless possibilities. In a village hugged by hills that turned violet at dusk, there lived a girl named Leela with a map drawn in starlight ink on her palms. Not the kind you could see, mind you, the kind that tingled when the wind carried secrets from the east. It was this invisible compass that led her one twilight to the edge of the Crystal Vale woods, where trees grew in spirals and the air smelled of burnt sugar and forgotten lullabies. The rules here were simple, whispered the rustling leaves. Wonder softly, listen deeply, and never hurry the shadows. Layla's first step sank into moss so plush it seemed to sigh beneath her boots. Above, branches wove a canopy of living stained glass, leaves of amber and tourmaline filtering the moonlight into pools of liquid gold. She paused when a flicker of movement caught her eye. A fox with fur the color of autumn's last flame sat primly on a root, tail curled around a tiny lantern made of dandelion fluff. "Lost little wanderer," it asked, its voice like the creak of a rocking chair. When Leela shook her head, the fox chuckled, a sound like falling acorns. "Ah, found then, follow the lichens' laughter. It's having a particularly giggly night." The lichen, it turned out, did indeed giggle, a sound like chimes submerged in honey. It glowed faintly along a path strewn with petals that dissolved into mist when touched. Deeper into the woods, Leela encountered a brook where the water flowed upward, defying gravity with the enthusiasm of a child's soap bubble. Its surface rippled with half-formed shapes, a crown of feathers here, a dancing teapot there. Kneeling to drink, she found the water tasted of questions she'd never thought to ask. "What's north of north?" it burbled. Before she could answer, a hedgehog made of moss and twigs trundled up, balancing 3 starberries on its spiky back. "Trade you," it squeaked, nodding at the hair ribbon Leela had tied around her wrist. She hesitated. The ribbon was her last gift from Gran, but placed it in the hedgehog's twig claw. The starberries burst on her tongue, each a different flavor: courage, curiosity, and the exact warmth of a hug held too long. The woods thickened, trees now arching like the ribs of some slumbering giant. Here, the challenges grew gentler but stranger. A bridge of spider silk demanded she whisper a secret before crossing. "I still sleep with my socks on," she confessed. The bridge purred. A glade of clockwork butterflies tested her patience, landing on her nose until she stood statue still for 7 full minutes. "Time isn't a river here," chimed the largest butterfly, its wings ticking. "It's a puddle, splashable." Leela's laughter startled a cloud of bioluminescent moths into swirling around her, their wings painting temporary constellations on the dark. It was near the heart of the woods that she met the only creature taller than a sapling, a willow tree with bark like crumpled parchment, its branches heavy with glowing blue fruit. At its base sat a round door no bigger than a teapot. "Ah," crooned the tree, though its mouth, if it had one, remained hidden. The map-handed child, "We've been waiting." The door swung open to reveal not a space, but a sound. The low, resonant hum of a cello played underwater. "To pass," murmured the willow, "you must give what the woods already gave you." Leela knelt, mind circling the riddle. The starberries. The moth light. Then she noticed her hands. The star map was gone from her palms. In its place shimmered 3 symbols: a fox's lantern, a hedgehog's starberry, a butterfly's wing. She pressed her palms to the tree's roots. The symbols sank into the bark, and the willow shuddered with delight. "Clever seedling, you didn't keep the gifts, you let them change you." The tree split down the middle, revealing a chamber where the air itself seemed to sparkle with possibility. Inside, the source of the wood's magic hung suspended, a single pulsing petal from the first flower, its edges fraying into stardust. Around it orbited creatures Leela could only glimpse sideways: a fish with cloud fins, a cat made of hourglass sand. "Take a thread," whispered the petal's light. "Mend what's fraying." Her fingers trembled as she plucked a silver thread from the petal's glow. Instinctively, she wove it through the hole in her pocket, the one she'd gotten climbing the old oak last spring. The thread dissolved and the pocket sang. A soft, contented hum, as if grateful to be whole. When Leela stepped back into the woods, dawn hovered like a held breath. The fox waited, lantern dimmed. "Well," it asked. She opened her mended pocket. Out fluttered all she'd gathered: a lichen chuckle, a sip of upward-flowing brook, the memory of starberry courage. The fox nodded. "Good, now you know, the real magic isn't in keeping, but in letting the wonder through." The journey home was shorter, though no less wondrous. Gravity remembered itself, the brook flowed downstream, and the hedgehog waved with a twig now tied with Leela's ribbon. As she crossed the tree line, the Crystal Vale woods sighed behind her, not in farewell, but in patient waiting. In her pocket the mended thread hummed, and when she finally curled into bed, she dreamed not of adventures, but of a willow tree whispering to new seeds. And then the girl understood: courage isn't a flame to clutch, but a lantern to share. Pass it on, little rootlings, pass it on. Years later, villagers would swear they sometimes saw a grown woman with starlight in her braid, leaving starberries on windowsills, or mending torn kite strings with invisible thread. But that's a story for another twilight. For now, dear listener, imagine Leela asleep, her palm resting open on the quilt, and in its center, a single crystal petal glowing softly, a nightlight for dreams yet to come. The Whispering Lantern. In a village hugged by ancient pines, where chimney smoke curled into stars, lived a girl named Leela with hands stained from berry picking and a heart full of questions. Each evening she'd sit by her window, listening to the forest sigh beyond her doorstep. The elders spoke of a glimmering realm hidden within the trees, where fireflies carried wishes and rivers sang lullabies. Nonsense, her practical-minded mother would say, stirring soup over the hearth. But Leela's bones hummed with the certainty of secrets waiting to be found. One twilight, as amber leaves pirouetted to the ground, she noticed a peculiar sight. A fox with fur like melted copper sitting at the forest's edge, gazing at her with eyes that held galaxies. When it vanished into the shadows, something glinted in its wake, a small lantern, its glass etched with runes, emitting a light that pulsed like a heartbeat. Layla's fingers tingled as she lifted it, and the world shifted. The trees stretched taller, their bark swirling with silver veins, and the air buzzed with the scent of rain-kissed moss and something sweet she couldn't name. The lantern's glow intensified, casting a path of liquid gold into the woods. Leela followed, her breath forming clouds in the crisp air, until she stumbled into a clearing bathed in moonlight. There stood a circle of mushrooms, their caps glowing faintly, and at their center, a door no taller than her knee, carved from acorn wood. The lantern's light spilled onto the door, which creaked open to reveal a staircase winding downward. A world unfurled. The steps led to a cavern aglow with bioluminescent vines, where will-o'-the-wisps bobbed like curious sprites. A river of liquid starlight wound through the chamber, and on its banks sat a hedgehog in a waistcoat, knitting a scarf from dandelion fluff. "Ah," he said, adjusting his spectacles. "You've brought the Whispering Lantern. We've been expecting you." Leela blinked. "Expecting me." "Indeed," came a melodic voice. A woman emerged from the shadows, her hair a cascade of ivy, her gown woven from twilight. "I am Thalia, keeper of the gloaming grove. The lantern chooses those who listen not just with their ears, but with their hearts." She gestured to the trembling light in Leela's hand. "It's dimmed these past moons, for the grove's heart, the emberstone, has been stolen. Without it our world fades, and yours will follow." Leela's chest tightened. "Who took it?" "A sorrowful creature called the Shade, who dwells in the obsidian peaks. It feeds on loneliness, twisting hearts until they forget kindness." Thalia's voice softened. "The lantern will guide you, but only compassion can reclaim the emberstone." The journey begins. Leela agreed to help, joined by Bramble, the hedgehog, whose needles could knit bridges from spider silk, and Sorrel, the fox from the forest's edge, whose paws left trails of blooming clover. They followed the lantern's beam through meadows where flowers chimed in the wind and into a valley choked with thorny vines. The first test came at the Bridge of Echoes, a fragile span over a bottomless gorge. As Leela stepped onto it, the planks whispered her deepest fears. "You're too small, too ordinary," the lantern flickered, but Sorrel nuzzled her hand. "Listen deeper," he murmured. Leela closed her eyes, hearing beyond the taunts to a faint, warm hum, the same sound her grandmother's hands made while kneading dough. Love, she realized. The kind that stays even when voices doubt. The bridge solidified beneath her feet. The forest of whispers. Deeper into the peaks, they entered a forest where trees mirrored memories. Leela glimpsed her mother laughing as she hung laundry, and Bramble as a young hedgehog, trembling under a hawk's shadow. "These are the forgotten hours," Thalia had warned. "Do not linger, or you'll be trapped in yesterday." But when Leela saw Sorrel staring at a tree, showing a human girl abandoning him as a kit, she hesitated. The fox's shoulders slumped. "I thought I'd forgotten," he whispered. Leela knelt beside him. "Some hurts don't vanish, but they don't have to be carried alone." She placed a hand on his paw, and the memory dissolved into leaves. Together they walked on. The Cave of Shadows. At the peak's summit loomed a cave dripping with black icicles. Inside, the shade coiled around the emberstone, a crystal radiating warmth like a newborn sun. Its voice slithered through the dark. "Why persist? The world is cold. Stay here and I'll spare you its ache." The lantern guttered, but Leela stepped forward. "You're right, the world can be cold, but that's why we need this." She opened her palm, revealing a spool of Bramble's spider silk thread, a clover from Sorrel's trail, and a leaf from Thalia's gown. "Kindness isn't a weakness, it's a fire we tend together." The shade recoiled, its form fraying. "No one ever stayed, no one cared." "I care," Leela said gently. "Let me help you carry the loneliness." A tear slipped down the shade's Inkai cheek, sizzling where it struck the emberstone. Light exploded, filling the cave, and where the shade had been stood a trembling sparrow, its wings shimmering with newfound gold. Returning home. The journey back was lit by a rejuvenated grove, a symphony of color and song. Thalia gifted Leela a seed from the emberstone. "Plant it where your world needs warmth," she urged. In her village, Leela buried the seed by the oldest pine. By morning a tree stood there, its branches heavy with lantern-like fruits that glowed softly. Villagers gathered, their faces awash in golden light, sharing stories they'd long kept buried. Layla's mother smiled, stirring a pot of soup now fragrant with herbs from the groves. Epilogue: The Light That Remains. Years later, travelers would come to marvel at the lantern tree, its roots knitting earth and magic into one. Layla, grown but still berry-stained, would smile, remembering Thalia's words, "The truest light isn't taken, it's kindled, then given away." And in the quiet hours, if you listened closely, you might hear a sparrow's song mingling with the rustle of leaves, a gentle reminder that even the loneliest shadows can learn to glow. In the sleepy village of Eldergrove, nestled between verdant hills and cloaked in the gentle embrace of ancient oaks, there existed a whisper of magic that danced on the crisp, cool air. Eldergrove was a place where time seemed to linger, where the seasons drifted slowly through the landscape, painting it with hues of emerald and gold. The villagers lived simple lives, touched by the subtle magic that flowed like an unseen river beneath their world. In this quaint village, a young girl named Leora found solace in the natural world that surrounded her. With eyes as curious as the morning sun peeking over the horizon, Leora spent her days wandering the meadows, her heart in tune with the rhythms of the earth. Her auburn hair cascaded down her back, catching glimmers of sunlight that danced like fireflies at dusk. She possessed a gentle spirit, one that seemed to draw the whispers of the wind and the secrets of the forest into her being. One fateful afternoon, as the golden light of the setting sun bathed the landscape in a warm embrace, Leora discovered a peculiar object nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer in the fading light. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, Leora knelt beside the tree, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings that spoke of forgotten tales and hidden wonders. As she opened the lid, a soft, ethereal glow emanated from within, casting a gentle light upon her face. Inside, nestled upon a bed of moss, lay a tiny silver key. It was unlike anything Leora had ever seen, its surface glinting with a luminescence that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. With a sense of awe and wonder, she gently lifted the key, feeling a warmth spread through her fingertips and into her heart. From that moment on, Leora felt a change within her, as if the key had unlocked a door to a hidden world just beyond the reach of ordinary sight. The air seemed thicker with mystery, the colors of the forest more vibrant, the songs of the birds more melodious. It was as if the very essence of nature had revealed itself to her, inviting her to explore the depths of its magic. Emboldened by this newfound connection, Leora ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, her footsteps light upon the leaf-strewn path. As she walked, she noticed the world around her transforming, the trees whispering secrets in a language she could almost understand, the brook singing a melody that resonated with the rhythm of her heart. Her journey led her to a secluded glen, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns upon the forest floor. There she encountered a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, luminescent fox with fur that shimmered like moonlight on water. Its eyes, deep pools of understanding, gazed into hers, and Leora knew that this creature was a guardian of the forest, a keeper of its ancient magic. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its movements as fluid as the breeze that stirred the leaves. Leora knelt, extending her hand in a gesture of friendship and trust. To her delight, the fox nuzzled against her palm, a soft warmth spreading from its touch, filling her with a sense of belonging and peace. As they sat together in the glen, the fox shared its story through images and feelings that flowed into Leora's mind. She learned of the hidden world within the natural environment, a realm where magic thrived in harmony with the earth, where creatures of wonder and wisdom lived unseen by those who hurried through life without noticing the miracles around them. The fox revealed that the silver key Leora had found was a gift, a token of trust from the spirits of the forest. It granted her the ability to see beyond the veil of the mundane, to experience the world in its truest form. But with this gift came a responsibility, a duty to protect the magic of the forest and ensure its secrets remained safe. Days turned into weeks as Leora and the fox explored the hidden wonders of the forest together. They discovered groves of whispering trees that shared stories of the past, pools of crystal-clear water that reflected the dreams of those who gazed into their depths, and fields of wildflowers that bloomed with colors unseen by ordinary eyes. Each new discovery deepened their bond and strengthened their resolve to protect the magic that thrived within their world. As the seasons changed, so too did Leora. She grew wiser, her heart attuned to the delicate balance of nature, her spirit intertwined with the ancient magic that flowed through the forest. She learned to understand the language of the wind, to listen to the wisdom of the stars, and to dance with the rhythms of the earth. One moonlit night, as they rested beneath the protective canopy of the trees, Leora confided in the fox her dreams of understanding more about the origins of the forest's magic. The fox, in response, led her to an ancient, hidden library, where the walls were made of entwined branches, and the shelves were lined with books and scrolls, filled with knowledge of the land's history and magic. In the library, Leora immersed herself in the rich tapestry of stories and lore. She read about the ancient guardians of the forest, legendary creatures who had once roamed the earth, and the delicate balance that sustained the magic around them. She discovered tales of courageous souls who had defended the forest in times of peril, and she felt a kinship with these protectors of old. But with knowledge came challenges. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves of amber and gold carpeted the forest floor, Leora sensed a disturbance, a shadow that crept upon the edges of her awareness, a chill that whispered of danger. The forest spoke in hushed tones, warning of an impending threat that could unravel the delicate threads of magic that bound their world together. Determined to protect the hidden realm she had come to love, Leora set out with the fox by her side, their path illuminated by the soft glow of the silver key. They ventured to the heart of the forest, where an ancient stone circle stood as a sentinel against the encroaching darkness. The air crackled with energy, the stones humming with a power that resonated deep within Leora's soul. As they approached, a figure emerged from the shadows, a tall, cloaked stranger whose presence seemed to draw the light from the very air. His eyes glinted with a cold, calculating gleam, and his voice was a low, menacing whisper that curled around Leora's heart like a tendril of smoke. "You possess something that does not belong to you," the stranger intoned, his gaze fixed upon the silver key that hung around Leora's neck. "It is a power too great for one so young, so inexperienced." Leora felt the weight of his words, the doubt they sowed in her heart. But she drew strength from the warmth of the fox by her side, from the ancient magic that thrummed through the stones beneath her feet. She met the stranger's gaze with unwavering resolve, her voice steady and clear. "This key was entrusted to me by the spirits of the forest," she declared, her heart burning with the courage that comes from knowing one's purpose. "I will protect the magic of this world, and I will not allow you to harm it." The stranger's eyes narrowed, a flicker of frustration crossing his face. "You are but a child," he sneered, "and you cannot hope to stand against me." But Leora knew she was not alone. She felt the presence of the forest around her, the strength of the trees, the wisdom of the creatures, the power of the earth itself rising to support her. She reached for the silver key, feeling its warmth spread through her fingertips, its magic flowing into her being. In that moment, Leora understood the true nature of the gift she had been given. The key was not a weapon, but a bridge, a connection between her and the magic of the forest, a conduit through which she could draw upon its strength. She closed her eyes, feeling the energy of the forest pulse through her, filling her with light and certainty. When she opened her eyes, the stranger recoiled, his expression shifting from arrogance to fear. The air around Leora shimmered with a radiant glow, the light of the forest shining from within her, banishing the shadows that had crept into their world. "You are not alone," Leora whispered, her voice carrying the strength of the forest, the wisdom of the trees, the courage of the fox by her side. "I stand with the magic of this world, and together we will prevail." The stranger's form wavered, his image dissolving like mist before the rising sun. With a final, defiant snarl, he vanished into the ether, leaving behind only the whisper of his defeat. As the light faded, Leora felt the forest's gratitude surrounding her, a warm embrace that filled her heart with joy and contentment. She turned to the fox, her faithful companion and guide, and they shared a moment of understanding, a bond forged in the fires of adversity, tempered by the shared love of the world they had vowed to protect. With the threat vanquished, Leora and the fox returned to their exploration of the forest, their hearts light and their spirits unburdened. Together, they continued to discover the hidden wonders of the natural world, delighting in the magic that flowed through every leaf, every stone, every whisper of the wind. As the years passed, Leora grew into a wise and gentle guardian of the forest, her bond with the hidden realm deepening with each passing season. She learned that true strength came not from power, but from understanding, from friendship, from the willingness to stand for what was right. To deepen her understanding, Leora embarked on a journey beyond Eldergrove. She traveled to distant villages and met with other guardians of the natural world, each with their own unique connection to the magic that intertwined their lives. Through these interactions, Leora gained insight into the vastness of the magic that permeated the land, realizing that Eldergrove's enchantment was part of a larger tapestry that spanned the world. During her travels, Leora encountered a wise elder named Thalion, who had spent his life studying the ancient lore of the earth. Thalion spoke of the Great Convergence, a time when all the magical energies of the world would align, allowing those attuned to their power to glimpse the very fabric of creation. Intrigued, Leora listened intently as Thalion shared his knowledge, his words weaving a vision of a world brimming with potential and wonder. Eager to witness this event, Leora made her way to the sacred gathering place, a vast plateau overlooking the convergence of 5 great rivers. As the day of the Great Convergence dawned, guardians from across the land assembled, their presence a testament to the enduring bond between the natural world and those who cherished it. As the sun reached its zenith, the air shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, a radiant tapestry woven from the threads of magic that bound their world. Leora felt the energy coursing through her, a symphony of light and sound that resonated with the deepest part of her being. In that moment, she understood her place in the grand design, the interconnectedness of all things, the unity of purpose that linked every guardian, every creature, every leaf and stone. She realized that the true magic of the world lay not in the objects or the powers they wielded, but in the connections they forged, the harmony they nurtured, the love they shared. And so the magic of the forest endured, its secrets safe in the hands of those who cherished them, its wonders preserved for generations yet to come. Leora's journey had transformed her, not only in her understanding of the world, but in her understanding of herself. A journey of discovery, of friendship, of courage and compassion. In the end, Leora knew that the true magic of the forest lay not in the mysterious objects or the hidden powers, but in the connections forged between those who dared to see beyond the ordinary, to embrace the extraordinary, and to protect the beauty and wonder that surrounded them. And so, under the gentle light of the moon, with the forest as her eternal companion, Leora's heart swelled with gratitude, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic that had changed her life. She sat beside her fox friend, the crackling leaves beneath them a comforting symphony, and whispered a promise into the night, a vow to cherish the magic of their world, to guard it with all her heart, and to share its wonders with those who would listen, those who would see, those who would believe. With the stars as her guide and the forest as her home, Leora found peace in the knowledge that she was part of something greater, something timeless and beautiful. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the world, she closed her eyes, the warmth of the fox by her side, and drifted into a dreamless sleep, content in the certainty that she was exactly where she was meant to be. For in Elder Grove, where magic whispered through the trees and danced upon the breeze, there was always a place for those who believed, those who listened, those who loved. And in that enchanted world, Leora had found her home. On a particularly golden autumn afternoon, while the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Leora felt a stirring within her heart, a call to return to the ancient oak where her journey had begun. With the fox at her side, she retraced her steps through the woods, the path familiar yet ever-changing in the dance of light and shadow. As they approached the oak, Leora noticed a gathering of creatures, deer, birds, and even a curious squirrel, assembled around the tree, as if drawn by the same mysterious force. The air was thick with anticipation, a gentle hum of energy that vibrated through the ground beneath her feet. Leora knelt before the oak, the silver key in her hand, and placed it gently upon the mossy earth. The creatures watched in silence, their eyes reflecting the glow of the setting sun. As the key touched the ground, a ripple of light spread outward, weaving through the roots and branches, illuminating the tree from within. In that moment, Leora understood the true purpose of the key. It was not merely a token of power, but a symbol of unity, a reminder of the bond between all living things. The magic of the forest thrived on this connection, nourished by the love and respect of those who called it home. With a soft sigh, the oak released a single leaf, its surface etched with delicate patterns that shimmered like gold. The leaf drifted down to Leora, settling in her open palm, a gift from the heart of the forest. Touched by the gesture, Leora felt tears of joy welling in her eyes, a profound gratitude swelling in her chest. She understood now that her journey had come full circle, that her role as a guardian was not to wield power, but to nurture and protect the fragile web of life that bound them all together. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and lavender, Leora stood with the fox by her side. The creatures of the forest gathered around them in a silent vow of solidarity. Together they watched as the stars emerged, each one a beacon of hope, a reminder of the magic that flowed through their world. And in the quiet of the night, with the forest as her witness, Leora whispered a promise to the stars, a vow to cherish and protect the magic of Elder Grove, to honor the connections that gave it life, and to share its wonders with those who would listen, those who would see, those who would believe. For in Elder Grove, where magic whispered through the trees and danced upon the breeze, there would always be a place for those who believed, those who listened, those who loved. And in that enchanted world, Leora had found her home, her purpose, and her peace. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the Mistywood Mountains, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle murmur of the river lullaby could be heard on quiet evenings, there lived a young woman named Isla. Isla was known far and wide for her kindness and gentle demeanor, yet she found herself struggling with the winds of change that seemed to swirl ever more insistently around her. Isla cherished her life in the village, where each day was a familiar pattern of tending to her flourishing garden and assisting the villagers with her herbal remedies. But as the seasons turned, she felt a stirring within her, a restlessness she couldn't quite name. It was as if her heart whispered of adventures beyond the fields she knew so well, yet her mind clung to the comfort of the known. One particularly serene afternoon, as golden rays of sunlight filtered through the rustling leaves, Isla sat by the riverbank, her fingers trailing lazily through the cool water. It was here she often found solace and clarity, and today was no different, for as she watched the play of light on the ripples, a curious thing happened. The water began to shimmer with an ethereal glow, and from its depths emerged a small, luminescent creature, a water sprite, no taller than a foot, with wings that glinted like moonlit dew. The sprite, whose name was Sylvie, was a guardian of the river, entrusted with maintaining its harmony. "Dear Isla," Sylvie chimed in a voice as melodic as a chime, "I sense your heart's yearning for something beyond. Change is a part of life's grand tapestry, and it need not be feared." Startled yet comforted by Sylvie's presence, Isla listened intently as the sprite continued. "Embrace these winds of change, dear one, for they carry with them opportunities for growth and transformation." Despite Sylvie's words, Isla felt a knot of uncertainty tighten within her. "But what if I'm not ready? What if I fail?" she murmured, gazing into the sprite's wise eyes. Sylvie smiled, her glow warming the air. "Remember, Isla, you are never alone. The forest itself is alive with those who care for you, ready to lend their wisdom and aid." Heartened by Sylvie's assurance, Isla thanked the sprite, who vanished with a soft splash into the river, leaving a trail of sparkling droplets in her wake. With a newfound resolve, Isla rose and made her way back to the village, determination blossoming alongside the lilacs. The following morning, Isla awoke with the sun's first light, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of pine and promises of new beginnings. She decided to seek counsel from Elder Rowan, the village's wise sage, whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the ancient trees. The path to Elder Rowan's cottage wound through lush meadows and under arching boughs, where birds sang of dawn's beauty. As Isla approached, she noticed the warm glow of a fire crackling within, its smoke curling up like a dragon's breath into the morning sky. Elder Rowan greeted her with a kind smile, his eyes twinkling like stars in the twilight. "Ah, Isla, I've been expecting you," he said, gesturing for her to sit beside the hearth. "The winds of change have whispered of your coming." Isla poured out her heart, speaking of her fears and the sprite's counsel. Elder Rowan listened with the patience of a timeless oak, nodding thoughtfully. "My dear, change is indeed daunting, but it is also a great teacher," he mused, his voice a soothing balm. "Consider the caterpillar, who must surrender its form to become a butterfly. It is through transformation that we discover our truest selves." Isla pondered his words, the flickering fire casting gentle shadows that danced across the walls. "But how do I find the courage to embrace it?" she asked softly. Elder Rowan handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. "Within this box is a seed," he explained. "Plant it in your garden, and let it be a symbol of your journey. Nurture it with care, and watch how it mirrors your own growth." Grateful for his guidance, Isla returned home with the seed, feeling a sense of purpose kindling within her. She chose a special spot in her garden, where the sun's warmth lingered longest, and gently pressed the seed into the earth. Days turned to weeks, and Isla tended to the seed with devotion, watering it with clear river water and surrounding it with the rich soil of the forest floor. As she cared for it, she found herself changing too, her heart opening to the possibilities that lay beyond her comfort zone. During this time, Isla often visited her dear friend Arden, a gentle-hearted blacksmith whose laughter was as infectious as springtime. Arden had faced his own fears of change when he took up his father's smithy, and he offered Isla his unwavering support. "You're stronger than you know, Isla," Arden said one afternoon, the rhythmic clang of his hammer a steady backdrop. "Just as iron must be tempered by fire to become steel, so too must we face challenges to grow." As the village cycled through the seasons, Isla's seed began to sprout, its tender leaves unfurling toward the sky. With each new leaf, Isla felt her confidence bloom, and the knot of uncertainty within her began to loosen. One moonlit night, as Isla sat in her garden, the air heavy with the fragrance of night-blooming jasmine, she heard a soft rustle among the leaves. Sylvie, the water sprite, appeared once more, her wings casting a silvery glow. "Look at how you've grown, Isla," Sylvie remarked, her voice a gentle whisper. "Just like this plant, you've stretched beyond your limits, reaching for the light." Isla smiled, a quiet joy filling her heart. "I think I'm ready now," she said, her voice steady, ready to embrace whatever lies ahead. Sylvie nodded, her wings fluttering softly. "Remember, dear one, the journey is as important as the destination. Trust in yourself and in the friendships that support you." With those parting words, Sylvie vanished into the night, leaving behind a shimmering trail that lingered in the air like a promise. As dawn broke the next day, Ela awoke with a sense of peace and clarity. She knew she could face the unknown, for she had grown stronger and wiser through her journey. With her heart open to the possibilities of the world beyond the village, Isla embraced the winds of change, ready to spread her wings and soar. And so in the gentle embrace of the Mistywood Mountains, a young woman discovered the beauty of transformation, guided by wisdom, friendship, and the magic of her own heart. As she stepped into the world, she carried with her the lesson that change, though daunting, was the very essence of life's wondrous journey. The little town of Bramblewood nestled in a valley where mist curled like sleepy cats around the chimneys each morning. In this quiet place lived a boy named Leo, whose greatest joy was exploring the dusty corners of his grandmother's sprawling, cluttered attic. While others saw only old furniture and forgotten things, Leo saw possibilities. He believed quite firmly that every object held a whisper of a story, a secret waiting to be discovered. One rainy afternoon, while searching for a missing jigsaw puzzle piece, Leo pushed aside a heavy trunk draped with a faded tapestry. Behind it, tucked into a shadowy nook, sat a small, unassuming object. It was a wooden music box, no larger than Leo's hand. Its dark wood was smooth with age, inlaid with mother-of-pearl that shimmered like captured moonlight, even in the dim attic light. There was no key, no visible winding mechanism, just a simple latch. Intrigued, Leo lifted it gently. It felt surprisingly warm. He carried it to the dormer window, where gray light filtered through the rain-streaked glass. With a soft click, he opened the lid. Inside, instead of a metal cylinder with pins, lay a bed of smooth, deep blue velvet, like a tiny night sky. And nestled within that velvet was a single, perfect, iridescent feather, shimmering with colors Leo couldn't quite name: blues, purples, and hints of gold. It looked impossibly soft. Leo frowned. No music. He touched the feather lightly. As his fingertip brushed against the impossibly soft barbs, a sound filled the air. But it wasn't music from the box itself. It was music inside Leo. A melody sweet and clear as a mountain stream sprang unbidden into his mind. It was a tune he'd never heard before, yet it felt instantly familiar, warm, and comforting, like sunlight on his face. He gasped, pulling his hand away. The melody stopped. He touched the feather again, and the song resumed, weaving through his thoughts like a silken thread. This, Leo realized with a thrill that chased away the rainy day gloom, was no ordinary music box. It played the music of feeling, of pure, unspoken joy. He named it the Heart Song Box. For days, Leo experimented. The feather played different melodies depending on what he felt. Happiness brought bright, dancing tunes. Quiet contentment summoned gentle, flowing harmonies. Even a flicker of frustration produced a low, rumbling counterpoint before resolving into something calmer. The box didn't amplify his feelings, it translated them into beautiful sound. It was a secret he treasured, a private symphony. But one evening, as Leo held the box after a particularly happy day spent building a model ship, the melody shifted unexpectedly. A single pure high note pierced the joyful tune, sharp and clear, like a bird's call. Then another, lower, mournful note followed. It wasn't Leo's feeling, it felt like a message from the box. The feather itself seemed to glow faintly. A wave of longing washed over him, a deep, resonant ache that wasn't his own. It was the box's longing. It wanted to go home. This began Leo's journey. He knew the box was special, and its home couldn't be the dusty attic. He showed it to his grandmother, who peered at it with her kind, faded eyes. She murmured, tracing the mother of pearl. That pattern reminds me of the Starwood glade deep in the Whispering Hills. Folks say things there are different. Old Mrs. Thimblewick, who lives near the edge of the woods, knows more about such things than anyone. Her eyes twinkled. But mind the roots, Leo, they trip the unwary. So, with the heart song box tucked safely in his worn satchel, Leo set off towards the Whispering Hills. His first helper appeared almost immediately. As he crossed the old stone bridge marking the town's edge, a small, scruffy terrier with one floppy ear trotted up to him. He had bright, intelligent eyes and smelled faintly of damp earth and biscuits. Lost, the dog asked, his voice a cheerful rasp. Leo jumped. Talking dogs weren't common in Bramblewood. Going to the Starwood glade, Leo stammered. Ah, excellent choice, name's Digby, the dog announced, tail wagging furiously. I know every sniff and snuffle path through those hills. Also excellent at digging up interesting things and avoiding nettles, mostly. Digby became Leo's cheerful guide, his keen nose leading them along hidden animal trails, his boundless optimism a counterpoint to Leo's growing nervousness as the woods grew thicker and the light dimmed. Deep within the hills, where the trees grew tall and moss hung like ancient beards, they met their second helper. Perched on a gnarled branch was a tiny owl, no bigger than Leo's fist. Her feathers were the color of dusk, and her large, round eyes gleamed with startling wisdom. You carry a song that seeks its source, young one, she hooted softly, her voice like wind through dry leaves. She introduced herself as Lumina. The glade is near, but its heart is guarded by silence. Listen not just with your ears, but with your spirit. Lumina flitted silently ahead, her dark eyes seeing paths invisible to Leo and Digby, guiding them around treacherous sinkholes disguised by ferns, and warning them with a soft hoot when the air grew too still. Finally, after a day of walking guided by Digby's nose and Lumina's sight, they reached the edge of the Starwood glade. It was unlike any place Leo had ever seen. Ancient trees, their bark silvered and smooth, formed a wide circle. The air shimmered faintly, smelling of ozone and crushed pine needles. Sunlight, dappled and golden, streamed through the canopy, illuminating motes of dust dancing like tiny stars. In the very center stood a pedestal of pure, polished moonstone, waiting. But between Leo and the pedestal stood the challenge. The glade wasn't empty. Standing sentinel around the moonstone pedestal were 3 figures carved from living wood tall, elegant guardians with faces like wise, ancient masks. They didn't move, but the air around them hummed with a palpable energy. It wasn't hostility, Leo sensed through the heart song box, which now played a complex, questioning melody. It was vigilance. Deep, unwavering protection. Digby growled low in his throat. Guardians, look fierce, Leo, show 'em your teeth. He bared his own small, sharp ones. Lumina landed softly on Leo's shoulder. Force will only make them roots you to the spot, young one. Remember the silence, remember the song. Leo looked at the silent wooden figures, then down at the heart song box in his hands. It was playing a melody of yearning now, pure and strong, directed towards the pedestal. The guardians remained impassive. How to reach them? Wisdom, not force. Leo closed his eyes, shutting out Digby's nervous panting and the shimmering light. He focused on the box. Not just on the melody it played for his feelings, but on the song within it, the song of the feather itself, the pure note of longing he'd first heard. He poured his understanding into that feeling, his recognition of its purpose, his desire to help it find its home. He didn't just listen, he felt the feather's story, its separation, its deep connection to this sacred place. Slowly, he opened the box. He didn't try to approach the pedestal. Instead, he simply held the open box towards the silent guardians. The feather glowed softly. The melody that flowed out wasn't just in Leo's mind this time. It resonated in the very air of the glade, a pure, wordless song of homecoming, of belonging, woven with Leo's own empathy and respect. The air hummed louder. One of the wooden guardians shifted, its head turning slowly towards the sound. Its eyes, deep knots in the wood, seemed to soften. The rigid posture relaxed. A low, harmonious hum, like the deepest note of a cello, emanated from the guardian, harmonizing with the heart song box's melody. The other two guardians followed suit, their wooden forms seeming less rigid, more fluid. The humming grew, filling the glade with a sound that vibrated in Leo's bones, a sound of ancient approval and welcome. The path to the moonstone pedestal was clear. Leo walked forward slowly, reverently, Digby quiet at his heels, Lumina watching from his shoulder. The air felt warm and welcoming now. He placed the open heart song box gently onto the smooth moonstone. The iridescent feather seemed to pulse with light. The melody swelled, triumphant and achingly beautiful, filling the glade completely. Then the feather detached itself, lifted gently by an unseen breeze. It floated upwards, spinning slowly, shedding tiny motes of iridescent light like falling stars, before dissolving into the shimmering air above the pedestal. The music faded, leaving a profound, peaceful silence. The box remained, the blue velvet empty. But Leo felt no sadness. He felt a deep, resonant peace. The box had fulfilled its purpose. The song was home. As he looked at the empty box, a new, gentle warmth spread through him, the warmth of gratitude, of connection, of having helped something precious find its place. The wooden guardians bowed their heads slightly towards Leo. A sense of ancient blessing settled over him. He picked up the now ordinary, yet still beautiful, wooden box. It felt lighter. Lumina hooted softly. A song returned, a balance restored. Well done, listener. Digby nudged Leo's hand. Right mission accomplished. Now, about those biscuits I smell back in Bramblewood. The journey back felt different. The wood seemed friendlier, the sunlight warmer. Leo carried the empty box, but his heart felt fuller than ever. He understood now that the real magic wasn't just in the feather, but in the connection it fostered, the connection to his own feelings, to the ancient magic of the glade, and to the helpers who had guided him. He had learned to listen deeply, not just to music, but to the silent language of longing and the wisdom found in stillness and empathy. That night, back in his room, Leo placed the empty heart song box on his windowsill. Moonlight streamed in, catching the mother of pearl. It was just a box now, beautifully made. But when Leo touched the smooth wood, a faint warmth remained. And sometimes in the quietest moments just before sleep, he thought he could hear the faintest echo of pure, joyful melody, not in his mind, but carried on the night air, a lullaby from the starwood glade, a reminder that kindness and listening unlock the deepest magic, and that even an empty vessel can hold the profound comfort of a journey completed and a song finally home. He drifted to sleep, wrapped in the peaceful resonance of understanding, knowing that wonder often hides in the quietest corners, waiting for a gentle heart to discover it. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her days were filled with simple joys, chasing butterflies through sun-dappled meadows, listening to the gentle babbling of the nearby stream, and curling up by the fire with her favorite storybook. One crisp autumn morning, Willow woke to find a curious object on her nightstand, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Puzzled, she turned it over in her hands, admiring the intricate patterns etched into its surface. As her fingers traced the delicate grooves, something extraordinary happened. The box began to glow with a warm, golden light. Willow gasped in wonder as the lid opened, revealing a single feather resting within. It was no ordinary feather, however. Its radiant colors seemed to shimmer and dance before her eyes. Entranced, she reached out to touch it, and in that moment, a wave of energy washed over her. Suddenly, Willow found herself transported to a world unlike anything she had ever seen before. Towering trees of vibrant hues stretched toward a sky painted in dazzling shades of amber and crimson. Strange, enchanting creatures scampered through the undergrowth, their laughter like tinkling bells carried on the breeze. As Willow marveled at her newfound surroundings, a gentle voice called out to her, "Welcome, dear child, to the realm of wonders." Turning, she found herself face to face with a kindly old oak tree, its branches stretching wide and its trunk etched with ancient runes. "I am Elderwood, guardian of this realm," the tree continued. "The feather you found is a key, unlocking the door to a world of magic and adventure, but it is also a test, for only those with pure hearts and open minds can truly embrace its wonders." Willow listened, captivated, as Elderwood explained that a dark force threatened to consume the realm of wonders, casting its beauty into shadow. "You have been chosen, young Willow, to embark on a journey of self-discovery and courage, where you will face challenges that will shape your very soul." With a wave of his branches, Elderwood summoned two companions to guide Willow on her quest. First appeared Zephyr, a mischievous breeze spirit with an infectious giggle and a penchant for playful pranks. Then came Ember, a wise and gentle salamander, whose flickering flames cast a warm, comforting glow. Together, the trio set off into the heart of the realm of wonders, venturing through landscapes that seemed to shift and swirl with every passing moment. They traversed crystal-clear rivers that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny fish, and climbed towering peaks wreathed in clouds of multicolored mist. Along the way, they encountered wondrous beings, chattering pixies who wove gossamer tapestries from moonbeams, and lumbering stone giants whose rumbling footsteps shook the very earth. Each new encounter brought with it a lesson, a whisper of wisdom imparted by the realm itself. Yet their journey was not without its trials. Dark shadows lurked in forgotten corners, jealous of the light and beauty that thrived in the realm of wonders. Time and again, Willow and her companions found themselves faced with challenges that tested their resolve and their hearts. In one particularly dire moment, they found themselves trapped in a maze of twisting, thorny vines that seemed to shift and contort with malicious intent. As Willow's fear threatened to overwhelm her, Ember's gentle flames illuminated a path forward, not by burning through the obstacles, but by coaxing the vines themselves to bloom with vibrant, fragrant flowers. It was then that Willow realized the true power of the realm of wonders, a power rooted not in brute force, but in kindness, patience, and understanding. With each challenge they faced, she grew stronger, her heart opening wider to the wonders that surrounded her. At last, after what seemed like an eternity of adventure, Willow and her companions stood before the source of the darkness that threatened the realm, a great, shadowy entity that fed on fear and doubt. But Willow was no longer the timid girl who had first stumbled into this magical world. Drawing upon all she had learned, she reached out with her heart, offering compassion and empathy to the entity. And in that moment, the darkness began to recede, transforming into a shimmering aurora of light and hope. As the realm of wonders was restored to its former glory, Elderwood's voice echoed through the land, filled with pride and gratitude. "Well done, young Willow. You have proven yourself worthy of the wonders that surround us, and in doing so have discovered the greatest wonder of all, the boundless strength and resilience of your own heart." With a final embrace for Zephyr and Ember, Willow found herself back in her own cozy room, the feather clutched tightly in her hand. But she knew that the magic of the realm of wonders would forever be a part of her, a guiding light in the years to come. As she drifted off to sleep, Willow smiled, her dreams filled with the laughter of pixies and the gentle crackle of Ember's flames. For she had learned that true wonder lies not in extraordinary realms, but in the extraordinary courage and kindness that burns within us all. The storm had raged for 3 nights, pounding the cliffs of Pebbleton with fists of salt and wind. When dawn broke on the 4th morning, the sea lay exhausted, surrendering treasures it had swallowed centuries ago. Among the splintered wood and barnacled chains, young Finn discovered the compass. Not brass or iron, but carved from driftwood as pale as moonlight, its glass face clouded like a sleepy eye. When Finn touched it, warmth spread through his fingers, and a voice like wind chimes whispered, "Seek what is hidden." Finn lived in a cottage where the chimney smoke curled like gray cats into the sky. His grandfather, a fisherman with hands like knotted ropes, warned of the sea's hunger. "It swallows dreams," he'd rumble, mending nets by firelight. But the compass pulsed against Finn's palm, humming a melody only he could hear, a song of caves where starfish glowed and tides danced to moon song. That night, as waves lulled the village to sleep, the compass glowed. Its needle spun wildly before settling not on north, but on the jagged silhouette of Devil's Maw, a sea cave where children dared each other to venture, and none ever did. Gathering his courage and a lantern, Finn crept past sleeping cottages. The path to Devil's Maw was treacherous, slick with kelp and secrecy. At the cave's entrance, waves hissed like angry serpents. Yet the compass glowed brighter, casting liquid gold light on the walls. Deeper he went, through tunnels dripping with phosphorescent algae, until the air turned sweet with salt blossoms, flowers that bloomed only in eternal darkness. Here the needle quivered and stilled. Before him yawned an abyss, but not of rock. It was a curtain of liquid sapphire, shimmering like a mirage. The compass whispered, "Trust." Heart drumming, Finn stepped through. Cold kissed his skin, yet he breathed easily. He stood in an underwater cathedral. Coral spires rose in candied pinks and blues. Schools of fish like living jewels darted through kelp forests, and lantern jellies bobbed, casting soft bioluminescent blooms. This was the Sea of Whispers, where currents carried secrets and anemones sang in chorus. Yet something felt amiss. The coral bore gray scars, the fish moved sluggishly, and the water hummed with a discordant note, a deep, grieving thrum. A shadow darted behind a brain coral. Finn followed, compass aloft, until he cornered a creature unlike any he'd imagined. It had the slender body of an otter, but shimmering scales instead of fur, and wings like spun seafoam. Eyes like liquid amber widened in fear. "You're dry," it gasped, voice like bubbles rising. "I'm Finn," he said, bowing slightly. "The compass brought me." He showed the driftwood artifact. The creature tilted its head. "I am Tidal, you hold the Heartseeker. It chooses only those pure of intent." She explained the Sea of Whispers was dying. The Pearl of Tides, a living stone that pulsed in harmony with the moon, had cracked. Its 3 shards, scattered by a quake, dimmed the sea's magic. Without them the coral would bleach, the songs fade, and the sea would become a silent tomb. Finn's journey unfolded in 3 trials. The first shard lay in the Garden of Echoes, where sentient anemones guarded it with hypnotic songs. "They reflect your fears," Tidal warned. As Finn waded through, the anemones swelled, projecting visions. His grandfather's boat capsizing, the village mocking him as a fool. The compass warmed, whispering, "Courage is truth," sung loud. Finn sang back, a simple shanty about mending nets under stars. The anemones stilled, then harmonized, revealing the shard nestled in a conch shell. The second shard rested in the Grotto of Lost Things, guarded by Kalin, a giant crab whose shell was crusted with centuries of shipwrecked treasures. "Many come to take," he clacked, pincers snapping. None listen. The compass murmured, "Wisdom is in stillness." Instead of fighting, Finn sat, recounting tales of surface world wonders, how autumn leaves blazed, how snow silenced mountains. Kalen's eyes softened. "I had forgotten beauty," he rasped, gifting the shard, a chip of opal fire from his hoard. The third shard proved hardest. It lay in the abyssal well, where the water thickened with sorrow. Here the source of the discordant thrum emerged, an ancient leviathan, its body woven from midnight and sorrow, tangled in ghost nets. It mourns its kin, hunted to extinction, Tidal whispered. The compass glowed fiercely. Compassion is the deepest tide. Finn swam closer, ignoring the beast's mournful roars. With trembling hands he cut the nets, singing the lullaby his mother once crooned. The Leviathan stilled. A tear solid as pearl fell from its eye, the final shard. At the heart of the sea of whispers, they placed the shards upon the cracked pearl. Light erupted, not blinding but gentle as dawn. Coral flushed vibrant, fish darted in joyous spirals, and the water thrummed with a pure, resonant chord. Tidal pressed her forehead to Finn's. You mended more than the pearl, you wove two worlds with kindness. As Finn returned through the sapphire curtain, the compass dimmed. Back in Devil's Maw, dawn painted the sky peach and gold. In his pocket he found not the driftwood compass, but a smooth moonstone, Tidal's parting gift. That evening, as fishermen grumbled about empty nets, Finn stood on a dune. The sea isn't hungry, he declared. It's grieving. He showed them Moonstone, which glowed when held over poisoned waters. Skeptical, they followed him to a cove choked with refuse. Where the moonstone shone, fish returned in silver clouds. Pebbleton changed. Nets were woven wider to spare young fish, boats skimmed trash from waves, and children planted salt blossoms on cliffs. Finn's grandfather, mending nets one twilight, chuckled. That compass of yours, it sought a different north, didn't it? Finn smiled, touching the moonstone. It sought the heart's true harbor. Years later, Finn captained his own boat. On still nights, he'd anchor near Devil's Maw. Sometimes a shimmer would breach the waves, a fleeting glimpse of seafoam wings. And in his dreams the Sea of Whispers sang, its melody a promise. Where kindness flows, no world is ever truly hidden. The moonstone, warm against his chest, hummed back in perfect harmony. For Finn had learned that the greatest magic lies not in compasses or pearls, but in the courage to listen, and the wisdom to heal what others cannot see. In a small, sleepy village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, where the air was always fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees, lived a young girl named Ada. Her home, a quaint cottage with a thatched roof and weathered stone walls, stood at the edge of the village, where the forest began and secrets lingered in the shadows of ancient trees. Ada was known for her bright eyes and curious spirit, always eager to uncover the stories hidden in the rustle of leaves or the babbling of the brook that wound its way through the village. Yet, despite her love for tales of yore, Ada knew little of her own family's past. Her grandmother, the village's storyteller, had always hinted at a legacy rich with wonder, but Ada had never heard the full tale. One serene autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced in the crisp breeze and the sun dipped low in the sky, Ada found herself drawn towards the attic of her cottage, a place she seldom ventured. The attic was a realm of dust and shadows, filled with treasures and trinkets from generations past, each with its own story to tell. There, hidden beneath an old quilt, she discovered a wooden chest engraved with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. The chest, she knew, had belonged to her grandmother's grandmother, a woman whispered to have been wise beyond her years. With a heart full of anticipation, Ada opened the chest and uncovered a collection of artifacts, a delicate amulet of silver and turquoise, a bundle of letters bound with a faded ribbon, and a small, intricately carved flute. Each item seemed to hum with a quiet magic, and Ada felt a strange warmth spreading through her fingers as she touched them. Her grandmother, hearing the gentle creak of the attic door, climbed the stairs and joined Ada, her eyes soft with memories. "Ah, you found it," she said, her voice a gentle melody. "Our family's legacy." As they sat together in the fading light, her grandmother began to weave the story of their ancestors. She spoke of a time long ago when their family had been the keepers of an ancient tradition, tasked with preserving the harmony between the village and the forest. The amulet, she explained, was a symbol of their bond with nature, its turquoise stone a gift from the river spirits. The letters, written by their ancestors, contained wisdom and tales of courage and kindness. The flute, with its sweet, haunting melody, was used to call upon the forest creatures in times of need. Ada listened, her heart swelling with pride and wonder. She realized that the legacy she had uncovered was not just a tale of the past, but a guiding light for her own journey. The artifacts were not merely relics. They were symbols of the values her family cherished: wisdom, harmony, and a deep connection to the natural world. With newfound understanding, Ada felt a sense of belonging she had never known before. She saw herself as part of a greater tapestry, woven with threads of love and tradition. The lessons from her ancestors resonated with her, teaching her that true strength lay in gentleness, and that the bonds we share with others and with the world around us are the greatest treasures of all. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvety night sky, casting a soft glow over the village, Ada and her grandmother descended the stairs from the attic. Together, they sat by the hearth, where the flames danced and crackled, casting a warm, comforting light. Ada took the flute in her hands and played a simple, sweet tune. The music flowed through the open window, mingling with the night breeze, and for a moment, it seemed as if the entire forest paused to listen. In that serene moment, Ada felt the presence of her ancestors, their love and wisdom enveloping her like a warm embrace. From that day forward, Ada cherished her family's legacy, not as a burden, but as a gift. She shared the stories and the music with the villagers, fostering a renewed appreciation for the bonds that connected them all. And as the seasons turned and the years passed, Ada became the village's storyteller, a gentle guardian of the tales that had shaped her life and the lives of those who came before. In the quiet of the night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Ada knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be, rooted in her heritage, enveloped in love, and forever connected to the ancient legacy that whispered through the leaves and sang in the heart of the forest. Silas tended his moonpetal garden with trembling hands, the silver blossoms shimmering like captured starlight under the twin moons. For years, these flowers had bloomed in perfect, unchanging harmony, their steady glow a comfort against life's uncertainties. But tonight, whispers rustled through the valley. The great bloom was coming. A rare event where all magic surged and shifted, transforming the land overnight. Silas's chest tightened. Change felt like uprooting delicate roots, leaving tender things exposed. Steady as stone, he murmured, repeating his father's old adage, though the petals quivered at his touch as if disagreeing. Near the garden's edge stood Grand Willow, an ancient tree whose bark held constellations of soft amber light. "Your fear trembles the soil, little gardener," rumbled the tree, voice like wind through autumn leaves. "The earth knows when we cling too tightly." Silas sighed, brushing dirt from his knees. "What if the bloom ruins everything, my moon petals?" "Ah," hummed Grand Willow, "but what if they become something new?" Before Silas could reply, a chime-like giggle danced through the air. Pip, a firefly with wings like liquid sunshine, zipped toward him. "Silas, the crystal frogs are singing by Mistfall Pond. They say the bloom's magic is bubbling up already." Pip's light pulsed with excitement, casting warm dapples on Silas's worried face. "Come see." Reluctantly, Silas followed. At Mistfall Pond, the water glowed cobalt, and crystalline frogs chorused in harmonies that made the reeds sway. But as Silas knelt, his reflection rippled, not with his familiar frown, but with vines curling through his hair like living emerald threads. He stumbled back. "The magic's touching me already." "Not touching," corrected Grand Willow gently. "Responding." Over the next days, Silas's resistance painted the garden in melancholy hues. Moon petals drooped, their light dimming. Where he walked, moss grayed beneath his boots. Even Pip's glow flickered when Silas sighed, which was often. "Change is a storm," Silas fretted, patting a wilted bloom. "It breaks things." Pip landed on his shoulder, light warm as a candle's kiss. Remember when my wings were dull brown? I hated it, but Grand Willow said, be patient. Your light needs time to find its song. The firefly whirled joyfully. Now I weave sunbeams, storms water new beginnings, sailors. That night, the first wave of the great bloom arrived. Not with chaos, but a soft sigh. Moon petals dissolved into shimmering mist, and from the soil sprang slender stalks crowned with buds like spun opal. Silas cried out, but Pip nudged him toward Grand Willow. Trust, whispered the tree. As Silas hesitantly touched a bud, magic hummed up his fingers. Vines spiraled around his wrists, blooming into tiny star-shaped flowers that pulsed with his heartbeat. Terrified, he tried to shake them off. They're part of you now, Grand Willow murmured. Breathe. Silas closed his eyes. Instead of fighting, he imagined the garden not as loss, but possibility. Slowly, warmth spread through him. The vines glowed brighter, and the opal buds unfurled into luminous bells that chimed in the breeze. Where his feet touched the earth, violets and lavender sprang up, weaving through the silver grass. Pip danced above them, scattering light like golden pollen. You're growing with it, she chimed. By the bloom's peak, Silas stood transformed. Living flowers cascaded from his hair, roots curled lovingly around his ankles, and his hands glowed with gentle bioluminescence. The garden flourished in radiant layers, no longer just moon petals, but a tapestry of singing irises, floating dandelion clocks, and trees with leaves like stained glass. Where fear had grayed the moss, now emerald pathways shimmered with dewdrop fairies. Grand Willow's branches lowered, brushing Silas's cheek. You tended sameness like a fortress. Now see, you've built a bridge instead. Silas laughed, the sound making nearby petals flutter. I thought change was an ending, but it's a conversation. He cupped a chiming bellflower, its melody harmonizing with Pip's hum. The magic didn't force me. It waited for me to say yes. As the twin moons set, painting the sky in peach and lilac, Silas sat with Pip beneath Grand Willow's luminous canopy. The tree's roots cradled them like old friends sharing stories. Courage isn't fearing the storm, Silas realized aloud, stroking a vine that now curled contentedly around his wrist. It's learning to dance in the rain. Pip nestled in his flower-crowned hair. And what beautiful music your dancing makes. The garden sighed happily, a living symphony of growth and light. Where Silas's tears fell, tears not of sorrow but wonder, tiny glowing mushrooms bloomed, guiding fireflies through the gentle night. He'd arrived not at an ending, but a tender beginning. And as sleep beckoned, the magic whispered back, rest now, gardener. Tomorrow's blooms will be even sweeter. Once, in a small village cradled between emerald hills and a golden sea of daisies, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes, sparkling like the morning dew on a spider's web, often wandered far beyond the horizon, where she imagined lands of untold wonders. Her favorite place was the edge of the whispering woods, where trees stood so tall and thick that their tops seemed to tickle the heavens. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples and the sky was painted in hues of orange and pink, Lila felt a gentle tug at her heart. It was as if the woods themselves were calling out to her, whispering secrets through the rustling leaves. With a deep breath of courage and a heart full of wonder, she decided to venture into the unknown. As she stepped past the familiar boundary of the village, the forest enveloped her in a cool embrace. The path was lined with moss that felt like the softest velvet beneath her feet. Sunlight streamed through the branches in playful patterns, and Lila felt as though she was walking through a living cathedral of nature. The air was alive with the symphony of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook nearby. A little way into her journey, Lila stumbled upon a clearing where the ground was carpeted with mushrooms of all shapes and colors. Sitting atop one of the largest mushrooms was a peculiar creature with fur the color of twilight and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. It was a wisp fox, a creature as rare as it was wise, known for guiding lost travelers. "Welcome, dear Lila," the wisp fox greeted, its voice as soft as a lullaby. "I see you have a heart full of questions. Would you like some answers?" Lila, though surprised that the creature knew her name, nodded eagerly. "Yes, please. I wish to learn about the wonders of these woods." The wisp fox flicked its bushy tail and smiled. "Then follow me, for this forest holds more magic than you can imagine." As they ventured deeper, the forest unfolded like a storybook. They passed trees with bark that shimmered like silver and leaves that sang gentle tunes when the wind caressed them. They walked alongside streams that flowed with water as clear as crystal, reflecting the sky's ever-changing moods. At one point, they came across a glen where luminous butterflies danced in the air, their wings casting rainbows with every flutter. Lila reached out, and one alighted on her finger, its tiny heart beating in rhythm with her own. It was in that moment she realized the importance of gentle curiosity and respect for the wonders of the world around her. Suddenly, the path divided into three. Lila hesitated, unsure which way to go. The wisp fox looked at her kindly. "Sometimes, the right path is the one that calls to your heart, not your mind." Remembering the gentle tug she felt that morning, Lila chose the path to the right, which was lined with glowing fungi that lit up under her steps like warm, welcoming lights. The path led them to a serene pond, its surface like a mirror reflecting the sky. By the water's edge sat an elderly turtle, wise with the weight of centuries. The turtle looked up and spoke slowly. "Every journey brings new lessons, young one. It's the courage to take the first step that shapes who we become." Lila pondered the turtle's words, feeling a warmth spread through her. She realized that it was her curiosity and bravery that had brought her here, and that sometimes simply daring to explore could be the most rewarding adventure of all. As the sun began to dip behind the trees, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and gold, Lila knew it was time to return home. The wisp fox led her back to the edge of the forest, where the village lay in the gentle embrace of twilight. "Thank you for guiding me," Lila said, her heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom. The wisp fox nodded, its eyes twinkling. "Remember, Lila, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Keep your heart open and your spirit curious." With one last look at the enchanting forest, Lila stepped back into the familiar world of her village. The evening air was cool and comforting, and the first stars began to appear in the sky. She felt a peaceful contentment, knowing that the magic of the whispering woods would always be with her, in her heart and in her dreams. And so, with a smile and a heart full of dreams, Lila returned home, ready to share tales of her wondrous journey, to inspire others to listen to the whispers of the world and explore the magic waiting just beyond the horizon. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy overhead swayed like a sea of emeralds, there thrived a hidden world that few humans ever glimpsed. This was a place where sunlight dripped through the leaves like golden honey, where the air was sweet with the perfume of wildflowers and the earthy scent of moss. Here, the world pulsed with the quiet rhythm of life, orchestrated by the soft whispers of the wind and the gentle rustling of creatures unseen. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted realm were the Sylvans, gentle beings as old as the forest itself. They were small, with skin that shimmered like the bark of birch trees and hair that danced in colors of autumn leaves. The Sylvans were the forest's caretakers, guardians of the delicate balance that nurtured all life within. In this haven of tranquility, the Sylvans lived in harmony with the creatures of the woods. Deer with eyes like pools of melted chocolate grazed alongside them, and birds with feathers of sapphire and emerald sang songs that wove through the branches like ribbons of melody. Each creature knew its place in the intricate web of life, guided by the wisdom passed down through countless generations. One such Sylvan was a young guardian named Leora. Her eyes reflected the deep greens of the forest, and her heart beat in tune with the ancient trees. Leora had always been fascinated by the changing seasons, each one a story written in the language of nature. Her favorite time was the gentle transition from summer to autumn, when the forest donned its cloak of fiery hues and the air was crisp with the promise of change. It was during this time of transition that a peculiar phenomenon began to occur. The wind, usually a playful presence that danced through the trees, began to carry a murmur of distress. The leaves whispered of an imbalance, a disruption in the harmony that sustained their world. The forest, once vibrant and thriving, seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something to set it right. Leora, with her deep connection to the forest, felt a stirring in her heart. She knew that the answer lay somewhere within the whispers of the wind and the rustle of the leaves. Gathering her courage, she set out to seek the wisdom of the elder oak, the oldest and wisest tree in the forest, whose roots delved deep into the earth and whose branches reached for the sky. The journey to the elder oak took Leora through paths carpeted with fallen leaves, their colors a tapestry of gold and crimson. The air was filled with the sound of crunching beneath her feet and the occasional scurry of woodland creatures. As she walked, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a crystal note in the symphony of the forest. When Leora finally stood before the elder oak, she felt a sense of awe and reverence. The tree towered above her, its bark etched with the stories of ages past, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the entire forest. Leora placed her hand against the rough bark, feeling the life that thrummed beneath her fingertips. "O wise elder," she whispered, "the forest is troubled. The balance has shifted, and I seek your counsel." The elder oak's response was a soft rustling, a language that Leora had learned to understand through years of listening. "The seasons are the breath of the forest," the tree seemed to say. "When one breathes too deeply, the others must adjust. The balance is delicate, like the web of a spider after rain." Leora pondered these words, letting them settle in her heart. She realized that the forest's harmony was not just a matter of nature's rhythms, but of understanding and cooperation among all its inhabitants. With newfound clarity, Leora returned to the Sylvan village. She gathered the creatures of the forest, the deer, the birds, the squirrels with their bright eyes and bushy tails. Together, they listened as Leora shared the elder oak's wisdom. "We must work together," she said, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "Each of us plays a part in maintaining the balance. The wind, the rain, the sun, and the soil, each has a role, and so do we." The creatures nodded, understanding that they were part of a greater whole. They set about their tasks, guided by Leora's gentle leadership. The birds carried seeds to new places, ensuring the forest's renewal. The deer pruned the undergrowth, allowing light to reach the forest floor. The sylvans tended to the trees, nurturing the saplings that would one day stand as tall as the elder oak. As the days passed, the forest began to breathe easier. The murmur of distress faded, replaced by the harmonious song of life. The balance had been restored, not by force but by understanding and cooperation. And so the seasons continued their dance, each one a chapter in the forest's story. Leora, now wiser and filled with a deeper connection to her home, knew that the lessons of the elder oak would guide her and the generations to come. Under the canopy of stars, as the forest settled into the embrace of night, Leora sat beneath the elder oak, feeling the warmth of the earth and the cool kiss of the breeze. She closed her eyes, letting the peace of the forest fill her soul, knowing that she was part of something beautiful and eternal. In this ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, the hidden lives of natural creatures thrived in harmony, their stories woven into the fabric of the world. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the forest, all was as it should be, balanced, peaceful, and whole. In a quiet village nestled between whispering pines and a brook that sang lullabies over smooth stones, there lived a soft-spoken girl with eyes like freshly turned earth and a heart that listened to the world's hidden rhythms. Her grandmother's cottage, with its thatched roof and walls lined with dried lavender, held a secret no one had noticed for generations. A music box shaped like a turtle, its shell etched with constellations that shifted when moonlight touched them. One chilly evening, as the girl polished the old trinket, she discovered its hidden hinge. Inside lay not gears but a tiny landscape, a forest of silver thread trees, a river of liquid shadow, and a mountain that pulsed like a heartbeat. When she wound the key backwards, a whim sparked by the way her cat batted at the mechanism, the room filled not with music but with the scent of rain-soaked moss and a voice like wind through reeds. Seek the starfall glade where time folds soft as linen. Bring the moon's fingerprint and the spider's unfinished song. Thus began her journey, though she packed no bag save a handkerchief of ginger cookies and a thimble-sized lantern that glowed with captured fireflies. At the edge of the twilight woods she met Lila, a barn owl whose left wing bore inked blot patterns that changed with her moods. "You're smaller than the last seeker," Lila hooted, tilting her head, "but your shadow has interesting edges. Follow the stones that refuse to be stepped on." The stones, it turned out, were pebbles that skittered away like shy crabs, unless addressed in rhymes. The girl learned to sing to them in a voice that mimicked the brook's chuckle, and they formed a path glowing faintly with the memory of sunlight. Deeper in the forest, where trees wore beards of lichen and mushrooms hummed in harmony, she found Bramble, a hedgehog who'd forgotten how to uncurl. "The thunder phoenix startled me," he mumbled through his spines. She waited patiently, offering a cookie crumb, until he peeked out with eyes like dewdrops. In gratitude, he gifted her an acorn cap filled with directions written in spider silk. Days melted into nights fragrant with elderflower and secrets. The girl crossed a bridge woven from willow roots, where a river spirit with hair of floating pondweed tested her with riddles. "What grows when shared but shrinks when kept?" Nessa asked, her voice a cascade over smooth rocks. "Stories," the girl answered, recalling her grandmother's tales by the hearth. The spirit smiled, parting the mist to reveal a valley where fireflies spelled out forgotten constellations. The true challenge came at the starfall glade, a meadow where fallen stars sprouted into flowers that chimed when brushed. The guardian, a mountain-shaped creature with mossy joints and eyes like quartz, demanded proof of wisdom. "You hold the moon's fingerprint," it rumbled, pointing to the girl's palm where the music box's key had left a crescent mark. But the spider's unfinished song. Here, the girl hesitated. Then she remembered Bramble's acorn cap and the half-woven web she'd seen near her grandmother's window, a pattern missing its final spiral. Humming the tune her grandmother whistled while knitting, she let the melody rise and fall like a sleepy breath. The guardian's stony face softened. It sighed, songs need not be finished to be true, only felt. From its chest it withdrew a vial of stardust that swirled with all the colors of dawn. The journey home blurred like a dream upon waking. Leela carried her above treetops tinged with first frost, Bramble snuffled directions from underground root songs, and Nessa's river carried her the last mile while otters raced alongside, giggling. When she placed the stardust in her grandmother's tea, the old woman's laughter returned, bright as the music box's newly repaired tune. Years later, villagers still speak of the night the turtle constellation blazed brightest, and how every cobblestone in the square suddenly revealed mosaic patterns no one had noticed before. The girl, now a storyteller with stardust freckles, keeps the music box on her windowsill, where it hums contentedly. Travelers often ask about her adventures, but she simply smiles and says, "The best magic isn't in finding extraordinary things, it's in learning how ordinary things can find you." And if you listen very closely on still evenings, you might hear the turtle's constellations shifting again, ready to guide the next gentle heart willing to wind a key backwards and step into the world's quiet, wondrous whisper. In a valley cradled between whispering pines and mountains wearing crowns of perpetual mist, there lived a young gardener named Leela, whose hands could coax blossoms from stubborn soil. Her cottage stood at the edge of Winding Brook village, its stone walls draped in honeysuckle that hummed with sleepy bees each afternoon. For years, Leela's world had been measured in predictable rhythms, the unfurling of fern fronds in spring, the precise tilt of sunflower faces tracking the sun, the way frost etched fractal patterns on her window pane every first of frost moon. But this autumn, the wind carried a different song. The trouble began when the clockwork oak at the village square, an ancient tree whose leaves turned like golden gears, began shedding its timekeeping foliage too early. Petals on Layla's moon lilies, which normally glowed until dawn, dimmed at midnight. Her fingers, usually sure and steady as they tucked seeds into earth, fumbled at their work. "It's just the season turning," she told her rabbit companion, Thistle, as they gathered asters by Silver Stream. But the water's reflection showed wrinkles that didn't belong to her 23 years, and when she blinked, they vanished like ripples. One twilight, as Leela scrubbed clay from her boots by the hearth, a knock trembled through her oaken door. There stood old Hazel, the village star reader, her cloak stitched with constellations that shifted when you didn't look directly at them. "The earth whispers that you've been feeding your roses salt water," she said, not unkindly, her breath smelling of lavender and something older than the hills. Behind her, Hazel's badger familiar, Nettle, carried a basket of peculiar mushrooms in his teeth. "My garden won't listen any more," Layla confessed, the admission curling like steam from her tea. "The more I try to make things stay as they were, the faster they—" She gestured to her windowsill, where a vase of everblooms had shed their petals in a heap of crimson sorrow. Hazel's eyes softened, the way stones soften over centuries of river caresses. "Come to the Glimmerroot Grove at Moonhigh. Bring your fears and an empty jar." The grove was not marked on any village map, for its entrance revealed itself only to those who'd forgotten the path 3 times. Leela stumbled there by following the glow of will-o'-the-wisps that danced like misplaced stars, her boots crunching through frost-kissed ferns. What she found took her breath away, trees with bark like swirling galaxies, bioluminescent mushrooms pulsing in harmony with her heartbeat, an air so thick with magic it tasted of elderberry wine. "Every gardener tends 2 plots," Hazel said, emerging from behind a tree whose branches grew crystal apples. "The one you kneel in, calloused hands in dirt, and the one here." She pressed a palm to Leela's chest. "Yours has been all thorns and no rain." Nettle nudged Leela's ankle with his damp nose. When she knelt, the badger dropped a seed into her palm, iridescent, warm, slightly sad. "What does it grow?" she asked. "Whatever you've buried too deep to bloom." That night, Leela planted the seed in a clay pot by her bedside. She dreamed of a clock whose numbers were root systems, ticking backward. When she woke, a sapling had erupted from the soil, its translucent leaves reflecting not light but memories. Her mother's laugh tangled in wind chimes, the way her father's hands shaped scarecrows that waved at passing children, the last hug from her sister before she left to map the singing deserts. Each leaf trembled, threatening to fall. "It's dying," she whispered to Thistle at dawn. The rabbit thumped his foot, once, twice, until a shower of dandelion puffs drifted in through the open window. Where they landed, tiny voices chimed, "Let go, let grow. Let go, let grow." Hazel returned in a cloak of fog, bringing a compass that pointed not north, but toward whatever the holder feared most. "Walk where the needle leads," she instructed. "But take this." From her basket came a lantern powered not by flame, but a captured sunrise moth. Its light made shadows dance like eager storytellers. The compass led Leela to the hollow's edge, a cliffside where the village's forgotten memories pooled like groundwater. There, in a cave veiled by weeping vines, she found her own reflection in a stalagmite mirror. Not the face she washed each morning, but a younger self, 8 years old, knees grass-stained, cradling a robin's egg cracked during a storm. "You tried so hard to put it back together," the reflection said, voice echoing with cave damp. "But some breaks are doors." The girl opened her palms. Instead of shell fragments, a dozen butterflies emerged, wings the blue of twilight's first breath. When Leela returned home, the sapling in her room had grown thorns. Yet between the spikes hung buds shaped like teardrops. That evening, as she sang to her wilting moon lilies, a lullaby her grandmother had taught her, smelling of rye bread and resilience, the first bud bloomed. Its petals were mirrors, and in them Leela saw not flaws, but the tender green shoots beneath a forest fire's ashes. The village festival of the Frostfire lights arrived, a night when residents floated lanterns down Silverstream to honor what they'd released. Layla stood apart, clutching an unlit lantern shaped like a closed rose. Hazel found her staring at the laughing crowd, their faces painted warm by firelight. "My sapling's finally flowering," Leela said. "But when I look at it, I feel homesick for my sadness. Isn't that foolish?" Nettle sneezed, conjuring a miniature rainbow that arched over their boots. Hazel chuckled. "The bravest magic isn't conquering change, but learning to miss the shore as you sail." She pressed a pine cone into Leela's hand that unfolded into a tiny owl. "Now light your lantern, child. The water's patient, but dawn isn't." What Leela released wasn't a single memory, but the dusty crate of nevers she'd hoarded. "I'll never have Mother's talent for weather magic. Never stop aching for the past." Never the lantern caught fire mid-river, transforming into a swan that dove beneath the current and emerged as a constellation. At winter's first snow, Leela's sapling bore fruit, jewel-like orbs containing liquid starlight. When sipped, they granted visions of possible futures. Her cottage with new vines clambering up the east wall, Thistle fathering a mischief of leverets, her sister returning with sand still clinging to her boots, laughing about cactus songs. None were certain, all were beautiful. Her moon lilies bloomed again that night, brighter than ever. Villagers would later swear they saw a girl dancing among them, barefoot in the snow, accompanied by a rabbit and badger chasing each other's shadows. The clockwork oak's gears slowed to their proper rhythm, though occasionally a leaf would still fall early, not as a mistake, but as a wink. When spring came, Leela planted a new garden at Hollow's edge. The flowers there changed daily, tulips that became snapdragons at noon, roses that melted into lavender under the stars. Children left letters to their future selves in its soil, which the earth swallowed with a contented sigh. Travelers tasting the nectar from its everblooms claimed it reminded them of something they couldn't name, something like the moment before a first kiss, or the hush when a symphony lifts its bows. Hazel, sipping dandelion wine on Leela's porch as fireflies performed their twilight waltz, smiled at her apprentice. "You've mastered the 7th season. The one between winter and spring?" Leela asked, brushing soil from her palms. "The one that lives in all seasons," Hazel corrected, as Thistle dozed in her lap, nose twitching at dreams of clover. "The turning where endings hold hands with beginnings, and the bravest thing a heart can do is beat in 3/4 time." And so the valley hummed on, a lullaby of crickets and rustling pages, of rivers rewriting their stones, of a gardener who learned to hold life's melody lightly, like a petal balanced on an open palm, ready to dance when the next breeze came. Beneath a sky the color of steeped chamomile tea, where twilight painted the clouds in lavender and apricot strokes, a girl named Leela discovered a path she'd never seen before. It wound behind the old willow tree at the edge of her village, its entrance hidden by cascading vines strung with bioluminescent berries that glowed like fallen stars. The air hummed with the scent of rain-soaked moss and distant wood smoke, and though every sensible bone in Leela's body whispered turn back, her fingers brushed the vines aside and she stepped through. The path unfurled into a forest unlike any she'd known. Trees towered like cathedral pillars, their bark shimmering with iridescent lichen. Leaves the size of rowboats rustled overhead, filtering the moonlight into dappled patterns that danced across the forest floor. A stream meandered alongside the trail, its water clear as liquid crystal, carrying petals that flickered like tiny lanterns. Leela knelt, cupping a handful, and the petals glowed warmer at her touch, as though greeting her. "Where are you taking me?" she murmured, and the stream bubbled a melody in reply. She followed the water's song until the trees thinned, revealing a meadow bathed in the silvery light of 1,000 fireflies. At its center stood a cluster of mushroom houses, their caps striped in candy red and buttercup yellow, chimneys puffing cinnamon-scented smoke. Before Leela could marvel further, a small voice piped up, "You're just in time for tea." A creature no taller than her knee bustled forward, its body resembling a hedgehog crossed with a dandelion puff, quills soft and glowing faintly, eyes like polished citrine. It held a tiny lantern made of acorn shells, which cast shifting constellations onto the grass. "I'm Fig," the creature said, bowing so deeply their snout nearly touched the ground. "Keeper of lost things and part-time baker, you've come for the moonlit conclave, yes." Without waiting for an answer, Fig tugged Leela toward the largest mushroom, where a table was set with cups of steaming elderflower tea and cakes dusted in crushed violets. Around it sat other creatures, a moth with wings like stained glass, a fox whose fur shifted colors like the northern lights, and a rock-shaped being that chimed when it laughed. "The conclave's a meeting of wanderers," explained the moth, sipping tea through a proboscis curled like a candy cane. "We share stories to light the way for those who come after." The fox nodded, pushing a plate of cakes toward Layla. "But first, you must give something to the Well of Whispers." They pointed a paw toward a stone well at the meadow's edge, its rim carved with runes that pulsed faintly. "It asks for courage, not coins," the fox added gently. Leela approached the well, peering into its depths. Instead of water, she saw swirling mist that whispered in voices like wind through reeds. "What do you carry that weighs heavy?" Her throat tightened. She thought of the fear she'd clutched since childhood, the dread of losing her way, of being too small in a vast world. Squeezing her eyes shut, she whispered, "I'm afraid of disappearing." The mist surged upward, wrapping her in a cool embrace, and when it faded, a weight she hadn't realized she'd carried was gone. Around her neck hung a pendant she hadn't arrived with, a teardrop of amber, inside which a firefly's light pulsed steadily. Fig clapped their paws. "Now you're ready." The conclave's stories unfolded like tapestries. The moth spoke of a valley where dreams took root and bloomed into flowers. The fox recounted outwitting a landslide by teaching it a lullaby. When Leela's turn came, her words stumbled at first, but the amber at her throat glowed brighter, and she found herself telling of the willow tree, the hidden path, the shimmering forest. "I thought I'd be lost," she admitted, "but I think being lost is just another way of finding something new." The Well of Whispers hummed approvingly. As dawn tinged the horizon, Fig pressed a paper-wrapped bundle into Leela's hands. "Mapleberry scones for the road," they said. "Mind the Bridge of Echoes on your way back, it likes to play tricks." The return journey led Leela to a gorge, where a bridge of woven moonlight arched over a rushing river. As she stepped onto it, the bridge shivered, and her own voice echoed around her, "You'll never be brave enough. You'll forget your way." Layla froze, her pulse a frantic drumbeat, until she remembered the stories. Kneeling, she touched the bridge and said, "I'd like to hear your story." The echoes stuttered, then shifted. The river's roar softened into a song about mountains it had carved and valleys it had nourished. The bridge steadied and Leela crossed, the pendant at her throat gleaming like a captured star. When she pushed through the willow's vines once more, dawn had broken over her village. The path behind her vanished, but the amber pendant remained, warm against her skin. That night, as she lay in bed, the firefly's light flickered in time with her heartbeat, and she realized something. The world was vast, yes, but so was her place in it. Years later, villagers would speak of a woman who could find paths no one else could see, who carried a light that never dimmed. But Leela knew the secret, that courage was not the absence of fear, but the choice to whisper, yes, when the world invited you to wonder. And sometimes, if you listened closely, the stream in the forest still sang her name, a reminder that no journey ever truly ends. It simply becomes part of someone else's beginning. In the shimmering valley of Whifflewisp, where rivers flowed uphill on Tuesdays and clouds tasted faintly of peppermint, lived three dearest friends. Barnaby Bumblecrumb, a bear-sized baker with oven-mitt paws, could make pastries pirouette midair when he whistled. Posy Puddleduck, a tiny girl with fern-green hair, spoke exclusively in rhyming couplets and carried a parasol that sprouted fresh daisies hourly. And Figaro, a nervous firefly whose tail flickered rainbow hues whenever he told fibs, which was often accidentally. Their home, Puddington Village, thrived under the glimmer globe, a floating crystal that sprinkled stardust each dawn to keep the cobblestones bouncy and the toadstool houses giggly. But one misty morning, disaster struck. The glimmer globe hiccuped violently, showering everything in soggy tapioca pearls instead of stardust. Houses drooped, streets stuck like taffy, and worst of all, Barnaby's cinnamon swirl croissants lay heavy as bricks. "Oh, crumbs," he wailed midst flapping. "The grand sugarplum parade is tomorrow." Posy twirled her daisy parasol thoughtfully. "When magic goes quite lumpy thick, / we must find why the globe feels sick." Figaro's tail blushed violet. I might have seen something. Yesterday, while chasing a waffle-scented breeze, I spotted sparkly sneezes near Whisperwood woods. Barnaby gasped. Sparkly sneezes, that sounds like Snufflekins. Snufflekins was a reclusive, woolly creature shaped like a teapot, who powered the globe with dream snorts from his mossy cavern. Racing past caramel quicksand pits and bridges made of licorice laces, the trio found Snufflekin's cave eerily silent. Inside, the poor beast lay buried under mountains of rainbow lint, sneezing feebly. Achoo. Glitter puffed weakly from his trunk. "His dream snorts are clogged," realized Posy. "To fix this fuzzy plight, / we must unmess his snoozes right." But how? Barnaby tried vacuuming with a soufflé pump. It just blew raspberry cream everywhere. Figaro attempted organizing the lint by color, but his fibbing tail turned everything polka-dotted. Posy pondered, watching her parasol bloom anew. Suddenly, she beamed. "When daisies drink the morning dew, / they whisper wishes, maybe you." She plucked petals, scattering them over Snufflekins. "Dear daisies, please make lint unstick, / with tickles light and feather quick." The petals quivered, then zipped about like giggling hummingbirds. They dive-bombed the lint piles, tickling them into floating, wriggling shapes, butterflies of Angora, bunnies of cashmere, even a sweater swan that honked merrily. Snufflekins snorted awake with a tremendous kachoo. A glitter storm erupted, sweeping the lint creatures out the cave in a joyous parade. The glimmer globe overhead pulsed back to life, showering proper stardust that dissolved the tapioca mess instantly. Next morning, the sugarplum parade began with Barnaby's croissants waltzing on flaky tiptoes. But the real surprise came when Snufflekins arrived, riding a lint giraffe, leading a procession of yarn puppies and channel caterpillars. Figaro's tail blazed honest gold as children fed lint creatures gumdrop treats. And Posy. She danced atop Barnaby's hat, singing, "When troubles seem too sticky slow, / just tickle them with daisies, ho." As moonbeams painted the valley in marmalade hues, the friends snuggled under Barnaby's quilted apron, now magically stretchy. They chuckled, remembering how the sweater swan tried nesting in Figaro's antennae, and how Barnaby's floating eclairs formed a conga line. Snufflekins snoozed nearby, his snores puffing miniature constellations that winked above the drowsy village. All was sweet and soft, like the inside of a just-opened macaron, proving that even the fluffiest troubles unravel beautifully with friends, daisies, and a well-timed tickle. And so Puddington drifted into dreams, where lint bunnies hopped through candy cane forests, and every sneeze ended in a shower of sherbet stars. Once upon a starlit night, a young girl named Lily stood by her bedroom window, gazing wistfully at the velvety sky. Though only 9 years old, she felt a yearning for something more, a pull towards the great unknown that echoed in her restless heart. In the small village where Lily lived, changes came rarely, and life followed the steady rhythm of the seasons. But Lily's curious spirit longed to spread its wings and explore the vast world that lay beyond the rolling hills and ancient forests surrounding her home. Little did she know, a magical journey awaited her, one that would teach her the true meaning of growth and transformation. One evening, as Lily wandered through the woods, she stumbled upon an enchanting sight, a glittering pool nestled among the towering oaks. Mesmerized by its ethereal beauty, she knelt beside the water's edge, and that's when she saw it, a tiny glowing speck dancing upon the surface. With a delicate touch, Lily cupped the speck in her hands, and it unfurled into a dazzling sprite, no bigger than her thumb. The sprite's gossamer wings shimmered like crystal, and its eyes twinkled with ancient wisdom. "Greetings, young one," spoke the sprite in a voice as soft as moonbeams. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of these woods, and I sense the yearning in your heart." Lily gasped, her eyes wide with wonder. "How is this possible? Are you magic?" Zephyr chuckled, a sound like tinkling bells. "Magic exists all around us, dear child, if only we open our eyes to its wonders." From that moment on, Zephyr became Lily's guide, introducing her to the hidden magical realms that coexisted with the world she knew. Together they explored enchanted glades where pixies danced among the wildflowers, and ancient trees whispered secrets of bygone eras. Yet as wondrous as these experiences were, Lily's true transformation unfolded within her heart and mind. Zephyr's gentle teachings helped Lily understand that growth was not merely a physical change, but a journey of the spirit. With each new adventure, Lily learned valuable lessons: patience from the steady trickle of a stream, resilience from the oak that weathered storms, and courage from the brave little sparrow that took flight. And just as the natural world around her shifted with the seasons, so too did Lily's perspectives and dreams evolve. Lily's dearest friend, a kind-hearted boy named Ethan, bore witness to her remarkable journey. Though he could not see the magical beings, he supported Lily's explorations, offering a listening ear and a shoulder to lean on when the path grew challenging. One autumn day, as the leaves turned to fire and the air grew crisp, Zephyr appeared with a somber expression. "My time in these woods is nearing its end," the sprite said, her voice tinged with melancholy. "But fear not, little one, for the true magic lies within you now." Lily's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, but she nodded, understanding that all things must change and grow. With a tender smile, Zephyr continued, "The seeds of wisdom I have planted in your heart will blossom into something extraordinary. Embrace the uncertainties of life, for they are windows to new discoveries and personal growth." As the sprite faded into the dappled sunlight, Lily felt a warmth blossoming in her chest, a newfound confidence and appreciation for the journey that lay ahead. In the years that followed, Lily's thirst for knowledge and experience only deepened. She pursued her dreams with unwavering determination, yet always remained grounded in the lessons Zephyr had imparted: to embrace change with grace, to find beauty in the smallest wonders, and to nurture the magic within her own heart. And though the enchanted realms faded from her sight, the magic lived on in Lily's open mind, her compassionate spirit, and her unwavering belief in the transformative power of growth and self-discovery. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where sunlight fell in dappled coins through ancient oaks, there existed a village unseen by human eyes. Mossy cottages with roofs of woven ferns clustered around a clearing, where moonflowers bloomed by day and fireflies scribbled stories in the dusk. Here lived Marlowe, a hedgehog with quills like frosted cinnamon sticks, who tended the library of roots, a labyrinth of tunnels where stories grew as living vines, their blossoms releasing tales when touched. One crisp autumn morning, Marlowe noticed the amber leaves falling too fast, piling knee-high before their time. The forest's breath, a breeze that usually carried the scent of pine and petrichor, now tasted metallic like a storm with no rain. High in the cedar spire, an old badger named Thistle stirred from her slumber, her silvered muzzle twitching. "The season threads are fraying," she murmured, recalling legends whispered by her grandmother. Long ago, elemental sprites had woven the fabric of the seasons on looms of starlight, but now their magic waned, neglected by creatures who'd forgotten the old songs. Marlowe approached Thistle, acorn cap clutched in his paws. "The maple saplings are shivering," he said, "and the river's song has gone flat." Thistle nodded, her claws tracing a map in the soil, a path to the sylvan glade where the last weavers of seasons dwelled. "We must mend the threads before the solstice," she declared, "but the way is perilous. The bramble wastes guard the glade, and shadows have teeth there." Their journey began at the hour of dewfall, when spiderwebs glimmered like constellations. Fireflies lit their path through valleys, where mushrooms glowed with bioluminescent sighs. Marlowe marveled at ice-blue lichen that chimed when brushed, while Thistle taught him to read the stories written in bark grooves and birdsong cadences. "Every creature holds a verse in the forest's poem," she said, her voice blending with the creak of ancient trees. In the hollow of echoes they met Juniper, a fox whose fur held the russet hues of sunset. She'd been stranded when the autumn winds stalled, leaving her without the zephyrs that usually guided her home. "The air's gone still as a held breath," Juniper fretted, her tail stirring eddies of crimson leaves. Together they devised a plan. Juniper would use her knowledge of hidden trails, Thistle would navigate by star moss patterns, and Marlowe would coax directions from the library's story vines, now twined through his satchel. The bramble wastes rose before them, a snarled sea of thorns that hissed like angry serpents. Marlowe spied pale blossoms among the spikes, moonflowers flowers whose nectar could soften even the cruelest bramble. But the blooms shriveled at touch, their healing essence lost unless harvested with perfect care. Like stories, Marlowe realized, they need gentle hands. Holding his breath, he plucked a petal, singing the lullaby his mother had hummed when he was a kit, a tune older than the oldest oak. The thorns stilled. As twilight painted the sky in lavender washes, they reached the sylvan glade. There, beneath a cathedral of interlocked branches, 3 sprites hovered over a crumbling loom. Spring's sprite flickered weakly, her hair a wilted cascade of cherry blossoms. Summer's flames dimmed to ember glow, autumn's crown of wheat had unraveled into straw. "We've forgotten the rhythm," sighed the autumn sprite, her voice like rustling parchment. "The dance requires 4. Thistle's eyes widened with understanding. From her pouch she produced a vial of hoarfrost collected from the first winter morning, a memory preserved for generations. Marlowe added a story vine blooming with tales of snowfall, while Juniper offered a tuft of her fur, imprinted with the scent of crisp air. The sprites wove these into the loom alongside fallen leaves, sunbeam fragments, and raindrop pearls. Suddenly, the glade shimmered. Winter's sprite emerged from the frost vial, a being of crystalline breath and snowflake lace. The loom hummed as seasons flowed anew. Spring buds pushed through thawing soil, summer rains danced in prismatic arcs, autumn's harvest swelled golden, and winter's quiet wrapped the world in reflective peace. The sprite's laughter tinkled like icicles in sunlight, weaving harmony into every thread. Returning home, the forest greeted them with restored balance. Maple leaves drifted lazily, each descent a waltz. The river's song bubbled with renewed vigor, carrying echoes of the sprite's loom. Juniper found her zephyrs waiting, playful gusts that tousled her fur like old friends. Thistle retired to her cedar spire, content that the old wisdom had taken root in Marlowe's heart. That winter, when the first snow blanketed the whispering woods, creatures gathered in the moonflower clearing. Marlowe unspooled a new story vine, this one glittering with frost patterns, and shared the tale of how fragile threads hold the world together. Fireflies traced the words in the air as he spoke, their light reflecting in countless dewdrop lenses. And high above, unseen but deeply felt, the seasons turned in their eternal dance, not as rulers but as partners, each giving way to the next with grace. The lesson of the loom became hearthside lore, that balance is not stillness but the art of harmonious surrender, and that even the smallest creature, with gentle paws and a listening heart, could mend the frayed edges of the world. As the final words settled like snowflakes, the forest sighed contentedly. Somewhere a sprig of moonclory bloomed through the frost, its petals holding the soft glow of stories yet to be told. Title: The Whispering Wood's Secret. In the tranquil village of Elderglow, nestled within the embrace of a lush, ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Mabel. Elderglow was a place where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the whispering wood seemed to carry secrets from times long past. The village was small, with stone cottages dotting the landscape like scattered pebbles, each one warmed by the glow of hearth fires that never seemed to fade. Mabel, with her curious hazel eyes and a heart full of wonder, was no ordinary child. She had a penchant for exploring, often venturing to the edges of the village where the whispering wood began. The villagers spoke of the wood with a mixture of reverence and caution, for it was said to be alive with magic, a place where the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary was as thin as the morning mist. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Mabel set out towards the forest. Her mother had tucked a warm woolen scarf around her neck and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, saying, "Stay on the path, my little adventurer, and listen to the whispers of the trees. They speak if you know how to listen." Mabel nodded, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She knew the woods well, having spent countless afternoons beneath its towering oaks and whispering pines. Today, however, felt different. There was a tingling in the air, a sense of anticipation that danced along her skin like the first touch of winter's breath. As she wandered deeper into the forest, the world around her shifted subtly. The light filtering through the canopy was dappled and golden, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. The leaves crunched softly under her boots, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and damp moss. It wasn't long before Mabel came across something unusual, a glimmering stone, half buried in the soft earth. It was the size of a robin's egg, and shimmered with an iridescent glow that seemed to pulse with its own gentle light. Mabel knelt down, her heart pounding with the thrill of discovery. As she reached out to touch it, a soft, melodic voice filled the air, so faint it was almost a sigh. "Seek the heart of the wood, little one, and the truth shall be revealed." Startled, Mabel glanced around, her eyes wide. The voice seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once, as if the forest itself had spoken to her. She picked up the stone, feeling its warmth seep into her palm, and slipped it into her pocket, determined to follow its silent call. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest seemed to change. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their bark etched with patterns that looked like mystic runes. The air grew cooler, and a gentle breeze whispered through the branches, carrying with it a soft, tinkling sound like distant chimes. As she walked, Mabel noticed something extraordinary. The forest floor was dotted with clusters of tiny, luminescent mushrooms that glowed with a soft blue light, illuminating her path. She followed the trail of light deeper into the heart of the wood, her breath visible in the cool air. At last, Mabel arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like the arms of a wise old guardian. At the base of the tree, nestled among its roots, was a small door carved into the trunk. It was adorned with intricate carvings of woodland creatures and swirling vines. With a mixture of awe and trepidation, Mabel approached the door. She felt the stone in her pocket grow warm, and the carvings on the door seemed to shimmer in response. Taking a deep breath, she gently pushed it open and stepped inside. The interior was a wonderland of light and color. The walls glowed with a soft golden hue, and the air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and wild roses. At the center of the room stood a table carved from a single piece of crystal, its surface reflecting the light in a myriad of colors. Seated at the table was a figure cloaked in shadows, yet Mabel felt no fear. There was a kindness in the air, a sense of welcome that put her at ease. The figure gestured to a chair opposite, and Mabel sat, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Welcome, Mabel," the figure said, their voice as soothing as the murmur of a gentle stream. "I am the keeper of the Whispering Wood, and you have been chosen to receive a gift." Mabel listened intently, her her heart filled with wonder. "A gift?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The keeper nodded, and with a wave of their hand, the room filled with images, scenes of the forest through the ages, its beauty and magic captured in a tapestry of light. "This stone you carry," the keeper said, "is a shard of the forest's heart, a fragment of its ancient magic. With it, you hold the power to listen to the whispers of the world, to understand the language of nature." Mabel gasped, her fingers brushing the stone in her pocket. "But why me?" she asked, her voice filled with awe. The keeper smiled, their eyes twinkling like stars. "Because, dear child, you have the heart of a true listener, one who sees the beauty in the world and cherishes it. Use this gift wisely, and you will bring joy and harmony wherever you go." Mabel nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude. "I will," she promised, her voice strong and clear. As the keeper faded into the shadows, the room began to dissolve into a swirl of light and color. Mabel felt herself being gently lifted, the world spinning around her until she found herself back in the clearing, the ancient oak standing silent sentinel under the moonlit sky. The journey back through the forest was a blur of wonder and joy. The stone in her pocket pulsed with warmth, and the forest seemed to hum with life around her. As she emerged from the woods, the village of Elderglow lay ahead, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Mabel returned home, her heart filled with the magic of the Whispering Wood. She knew that her life would never be the same, that she had been forever changed by the gift she had received. And as she lay in bed that night, the stone glowing softly on her bedside table, she listened to the whispers of the world, her heart open to its secrets. In the days that followed, Mabel discovered that her new gift allowed her to communicate with the natural world in ways she had never imagined. She could hear the songs of the birds, the gentle murmur of the brook, and even the soft sighs of the wind as it danced through the trees. The village of Elderglow seemed to come alive with magic, its beauty magnified by Mabel's newfound ability to listen and understand. Word of Mabel's gift spread quickly through the village, and soon people began to seek her out, eager to hear the stories she could tell and the wisdom she had gained. Mabel, ever kind and generous, shared what she had learned, helping those around her see the world with new eyes. One day, a young boy named Oliver approached Mabel with a look of worry etched on his face. Oliver was known for his mischievous spirit, often getting into trouble with his playful antics. He was well liked, but his restlessness sometimes got the better of him. "Mabel," Oliver said hesitantly, "there's something strange happening in the meadow near my house. The flowers have stopped blooming, and the bees are nowhere to be found. Can you help?" Mabel nodded, her heart filled with determination. "Of course, Oliver. Let's go see what we can do." Together, they made their way to the meadow, the soft grass whispering beneath their feet. As they arrived, Mabel noticed the silence that hung heavy in the air, the absence of the usual buzz of life that filled the summer days. Closing her eyes, Mabel reached out with her senses, listening to the whispers of the earth beneath her feet. She felt the pulse of the meadow, its energy dampened and subdued. Slowly the truth revealed itself. A patch of tangled brambles had grown unchecked, their thorny vines choking the life from the flowers and blocking the bees' path. "We need to clear the brambles," Mabel said, her voice filled with certainty. "Once the flowers can breathe again, the bees will return." With Oliver's help, they carefully cleared away the brambles, their fingers working gently to free the delicate blooms hidden beneath. As they worked, Mabel could feel the meadow's energy shift, the life returning to the soil and the air. By the time they finished, the sun had begun to set, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Mabel and Oliver stood together, watching as the first bees returned, drawn by the sweet scent of the newly freed flowers. "You did it, Mabel," Oliver exclaimed, his eyes shining with gratitude. "We did it," Mabel corrected, smiling at her friend. Sometimes all it takes is a little listening and a lot of heart. As the days turned to weeks, Mabel's gift continued to bring joy and harmony to Elderglow. She helped the villagers understand their connection to the natural world, teaching them to listen to its whispers and cherish its beauty. One crisp morning, as the first hints of winter touched the air, Mabel was walking through the village when she noticed an elderly man sitting alone on a bench. His eyes were clouded with sorrow, and Mabel's heart went out to him. "Hello," Mabel said softly, sitting down beside him. "Is there something troubling you?" The man sighed, his voice tinged with sadness. "I used to play the violin," he said, his gaze distant, "but my hands are no longer steady, and the music has left me." Mabel reached out, her hand gently resting on his. "Maybe the music hasn't left," she said gently. "Perhaps it's just waiting for you to listen again." The man looked at her, hope flickering in his eyes. "Could you help me find it?" Mabel smiled, nodding with understanding. "Close your eyes and listen with your heart," she instructed softly. "Feel the rhythm of the world around you." Together they sat in silence, the sounds of the village weaving a gentle symphony. Gradually the man's expression softened, the lines of worry smoothing into a look of peace. "I can hear it," he whispered, his voice filled with wonder. "The music is still there." Mabel beamed at him, her heart warm with joy. "It's always there," she said softly. "Sometimes you just need to be still and listen." The man's eyes shone with gratitude as he looked at Mabel. "Thank you," he said, his voice choked with emotion. "You've given me back my music." As the first snowflakes began to fall, Elderglow was transformed into a winter wonderland, its rooftops blanketed in white and the air filled with the crisp scent of pine. Mabel continued to share her gift with the village, her heart full of the magic that had been entrusted to her. One evening, as she sat by the fireplace, her family gathered around her. Mabel's mother smiled at her daughter with pride and love. "You've brought so much light to our village, Mabel," she said softly. "The forest chose well." Mabel looked around at her family, her heart swelling with happiness. "The forest taught me to listen," she replied, her voice gentle and warm, "and in listening, I found a world full of wonder and friends." As the fire crackled and the wind whispered outside, Mabel knew that her journey had only just begun. With each new day, she would continue to listen, to learn, and to share the magic of the Whispering Wood with those around her. And as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, she dreamed of the endless possibilities that lay ahead, her heart open to the whispers of the world and the promise of tomorrow. And so, in the village of Elderglow, where the air was always sweet and the forest alive with magic, Mabel's story became a cherished tale of friendship and wisdom, a reminder that sometimes all it takes to change the world is a little listening and a lot of heart. In a quaint and quiet village nestled between rolling emerald hills and shimmering streams, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending to her garden, where sunflowers nodded lazily in the breeze and the scent of lavender hung sweetly in the air. Leora had often felt a whispering call from the past, a gentle nudge that tugged at the edges of her consciousness. Her grandmother, a wise woman who seemed to know the secrets of the earth and sky, had once shared stories of their ancestors, guardians of an ancient legacy that had long been forgotten. These tales, softly spoken beside the warmth of the kitchen hearth, painted pictures of wondrous artifacts imbued with magic and meaning. One golden morning, as the first rays of dawn kissed the dewdrops on her garden leaves, Leora discovered a curious object half buried in the soil. It was a small, intricately carved box of warm mahogany, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to dance in the light. Her heart skipped with a sense of familiarity, as if the box had been waiting for her all along. With gentle care, she brushed away the earth and opened the box. Inside lay a delicate necklace, its pendant a translucent stone that shimmered like captured starlight. As her fingers traced the cool surface, a warm glow enveloped her, and she felt a connection to something far greater than herself. It was as if the voices of her ancestors whispered through the ages, guiding her toward an understanding that had eluded her until now. Eager to uncover the story behind this enchanting find, Leora sought the wisdom of the village elder, a kind-hearted sage named Tavian, known for his deep knowledge of the old ways. His cottage was a haven of serenity, filled with the comforting aroma of herbs and the soft, flickering light of candles. Tavian listened intently as Leora recounted her discovery, nodding with a knowing smile. "Ah, my dear," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You have found the Heartstone, a symbol of unity and strength passed down through generations. It holds the essence of our heritage and the wisdom of those who came before us." The elders shared tales of their ancestors, a community bound by friendship and harmony, who revered the natural world and lived in balance with its rhythms. The Heartstone, he explained, was a reminder of their values, kindness, courage, and the enduring power of love. As Leora listened, she felt a deep sense of belonging, as if the threads of her life were weaving into a tapestry that spanned across time. The lessons of her ancestors resonated within her, teaching her that true strength lies in the bonds we forge and the love we share. With newfound clarity, Leora returned to her garden, the Heartstone resting warmly against her chest. She began to see her world through different eyes, the vibrant colors of the flowers, the gentle rustle of the leaves, the symphony of birdsong that filled the air. Each moment was a gift, a reflection of the legacy she now carried forward. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, Leora sat beneath the old willow tree, its branches swaying softly in the evening breeze. She felt at peace, embraced by the gentle glow of the Heartstone, a beacon of the love and wisdom that flowed through her veins. In that tranquil moment, she understood that the journey of discovery was not just about uncovering the past, but about embracing the present with gratitude and grace. The legacy of her ancestors was alive within her, a guiding light that would illuminate her path and inspire others to seek the beauty in their own stories. And so, with the stars twinkling like distant ancestors watching over her, Leora closed her eyes, her heart full and content. She had found her place in the world, a place of connection, understanding, and endless possibilities. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that the legacy of the Heartstone would continue to glow brightly, a timeless testament to the enduring power of love and unity. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of time brushed through the leaves and the sunlight danced in dappled patterns on the forest floor, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven together like the roots of the towering trees. This forest, known only to those who listened to the secrets of the earth, was a sanctuary where magic and reality intertwined as naturally as the rivers flow. The creatures of this forest were gentle beings, each unique yet connected by the threads of their environment. There was Silva, the wise old owl, whose feathers shimmered like silver under the moonlight, and whose eyes held the knowledge of countless seasons. Her perch was an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching high above the canopy, offering a vantage point from which she could observe the world below. Beneath her, nestled in the soft moss that blanketed the forest floor, was a family of rabbits. The youngest among them, a curious little one named Thistle, was known for his playful spirit and boundless curiosity. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and he moved with a nimbleness that spoke of his youth and his wonder for the world. Every year, as spring whispered its promise of renewal, the forest came alive with a symphony of sights and sounds. The babbling brook that wound through the trees became a ribbon of laughter, its banks adorned with clusters of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming honeysuckle, and the sunlight, warm and golden, filtered through the canopy in soft beams that kissed the earth. This particular spring, however, brought with it a peculiar phenomenon. As the first rains of the season fell, their droplets seemed to glisten with an ethereal glow, casting a rainbow of colors across the forest. It was said among the creatures that these were not ordinary rains, but the tears of joy from the spirit of the forest, celebrating the harmony and balance that had been preserved through the ages. Silva, with her keen wisdom, gathered the creatures for a meeting beneath her oak. The air was filled with anticipation as they assembled, each eager to hear the owl's insights. Her voice, when she spoke, was soft yet resonant, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle wind. "Dear friends," she began, "these magical rains are a gift, a reminder of our bond with this forest, but they are also a call to action. We must ensure that our home remains in balance, that we nurture and protect the delicate harmony that sustains us all." The creatures nodded in understanding, their hearts swelling with a shared sense of purpose. Thistle, ever curious, tilted his head and asked, "But how do we do that, Silva?" With a kind smile, Silva replied, "By listening to the wisdom of our ancestors and the whispers of the forest. We must remember that every action has an echo. The way we care for our home today will shape the world for the generations to come. As the days passed, the creatures set about their tasks, each contributing in their own way to the health of their shared home. The squirrels, with their swift movements and keen eyes, gathered seeds and nuts, ensuring that new life would sprout in the coming seasons. The deer, graceful and watchful, pruned the underbrush, allowing sunlight to reach the seedlings, struggling towards the sky. Even the brook, with its ceaseless flow, played its part, carrying nutrients across the land and quenching the thirst of all who dwelled nearby. The forest thrived under the care of its inhabitants, the magic of the rain seeping into every root and branch, every feather and paw. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Thistle sat beneath Silva's oak, his eyes wide with wonder at the day's events. The forest was a symphony of chirping crickets and croaking frogs, their melodies a lullaby that wrapped around him like a warm blanket. "Silva," he said, his voice soft yet filled with awe, "I've learned so much. The forest is full of stories, isn't it?" "Indeed it is, little one," Silva replied, her eyes twinkling like stars. "And you are a part of this story. Remember, wisdom is not just knowing the past, but nurturing the future." Thistle nodded, his heart filled with a sense of belonging. As he nestled against the soft moss, his eyes grew heavy with sleep. The forest, with its ancient magic and timeless wisdom, cradled him in its embrace, whispering promises of dreams yet to come. And so the ancient forest continued to thrive, its creatures living in harmony with the land and each other. Through their gentle care and shared wisdom, the balance was preserved, and the magical rains of spring became a cherished legend, passed down through the generations. As the moon rose high above, casting its silver glow across the land, the forest sighed in contentment. For in this hidden world where magic and reality danced together, the heart of nature beat strong and true, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring beauty of life.